In the room, Lin Feng was sitting on his bed while meditating peacefully. Lin Feng had released his dark spirit and was focused on absorbing the qi which he gathered around himself. His sense of hearing when in this state was far above ordinary cultivators. If he wanted to then, he could even hear what was being said back in the restaurant. This was because of his concentration and his dark spirit which was amplifying all of his senses. The qi of heaven and earth was uninterruptedly penetrating into Lin Feng's body. A faintly discernible white light had appeared. The qi felt like a strong wind which could turn into a typhoon at any point. It was his qi which was growing strong to the peak of the 9th qi layer. He was waiting to overcome the bottleneck and have a surge of power once again rush into him, and then Lin Feng could break through to the Ling qi layer. He would be able to kill those who opposed him much easier than before with his skills and technique. He could even kill a 9th qi layer disciple without them even noticing anything. At that moment, some shadows outside were approaching the inn. It was clear that they were headed directly towards the inn. The group immediately entered into the inn unnoticed, using an incredible agility technique, which made them look like ghosts walking through the crowd. They were all carrying a bow which was made from ox horns. The strength of these bows was extraordinary. Cultivators of the qi layer would gain a huge amount of power from using these ox horn bows. He's in room number 2. It's best not to disturb him. That would be too troublesome. Let's handle this as quietly as possible, said one of the shadows who was standing outside of the group. The shadow was holding a feathered fan in their hand. They all quickly moved towards room number 2. No one within the inn had even noticed their presence. A short instant after, about 10 shadows had appeared in front of the door to room number 2. They were extremely agile and graceful. Almost no sound could be heard from their movements. Almost nobody could hear them. The only person who was aware of them was Lin Feng, who had noticed them before they had even arrived at the inn. The strength of the shadows varied from person to person, and it was impossible to tell their strengths from a glance. Shish, shish, shish. The shadows had grabbed their bows off of their backs. They then, with as little sound as possible, knocked an arrow into the bow and drew the bowstring back. Fire! PSSSHH. PSSSH. PSSH. The sounds of the arrows piercing through would fill the air within the inn, causing many people to suddenly notice the sound. These arrows were so powerful that they broke the wooden door open completely, and within the room there was a thump, followed by a rolling noise. "Let's go!" shouted one of them, taking the lead to charge into the room and check the results of what had just happened. When they entered the room, however, there was not a soul in sight. The wooden bed of extremely high quality had been damaged by the arrows. In the bed was a human-shaped figure which was made from various materials, but there was nobody there. 2 of the shadows took the initiative to move farther into the room while remaining vigilant at all times. Suddenly, a whistling sound of a sword cutting through the air could be heard, followed by a terrifying thunderous roar. All that could be seen within the darkness was a set of ruthless and bloodthirsty eyes staring towards the shadows. Cold silver light flashed through the air. It was a sword. Thunderous roars echoed within the air. 2 horrifying screams could be heard from inside the room. The 2 shadows, which had initially moved deeper into the room, had come back into vision. This time they were corpses rolling along the ground, back towards the group. At the moment when these people entered into the inn, Lin Feng already knew that they were here. He originally paid them little attention and could not care for what their business was. He was in a trance-like state in the middle of his practice. When he heard them arrive in front of his room, he had quickly regained his senses and understood the situation. It seemed like they were coming to kill him. Lin Feng had been hiding inside the room, away from the door as to not be hit by arrows. He had been leaning against the wall. He had chosen the wall, which was a dead angle, so there was no chance of using a bow to strike him there. It was also impossible for the others to see him from outside. That was also very convenient, as he could ambush the enemy from within the darkness. When Lin Feng had seen the power and strength of the arrow which had penetrated into the room, Lin Feng had considered himself very lucky to have noticed them first. If Lin Feng hadn't hidden within that dead angle, he would have been immediately shot dead by the arrows. But while considering his good luck, Lin Feng's heart was also filled with killing intent. His body was overflowing with a murderous aura which made him seem like an ancient mythical beast. That's why he had immediately killed 2 people. He could not suppress the urge to kill. It was almost as if there was a demon waiting in the shadows. "Come, my sword has not tasted enough blood yet," said a bloodthirsty voice from within the darkness. Lin Feng gripped his sword tightly again, and suddenly his figure had completely vanished. 2 screams were heard from outside the room. Lin Feng had used his moonlight feather agility to move outside and kill 2 of the assassins who felt safe outside. As the other assassins outside of the room looked at what had just happened with horrified expressions, Lin Feng used the opportunity to jump out of the window. "Chase after him," shouted one of the assassins, taking the lead while clearly angry at the situation. Like wild beasts, they jumped out of the window, each having a bloodthirsty look on their face. It was a rainy night, and it was unnaturally dark as the clouds blocked even the moonlight. If cultivators didn't have such amazing sight, they would hardly be able to see the road, especially when running at full speed. However, it didn't influence Lin Feng at all. Thanks to his dark spirit, he had amazing senses which were above others at his level. His 5 senses were extremely sharp and acute. He was able to see the road as clearly as he did during the day. The people following him were growing closer and closer with each second. The noise of their feet stamping on the wet ground had filled the air. The group was extremely large for just 1 person. Whoosh! The arrow flew past Lin Feng with a buzzing sound. Not far from his ear, the air itself was torn apart by the force created from the arrow. The one who just shot that arrow has reached the 9th chi layer. His power is comparable to that of Lu Fei. They are all far from being weak. Lin Feng thought while a shiver ran down his spine. Lu Fei was at the 9th chi layer and she was extremely strong. Besides, she also had an extremely strong arrow spirit. Mentioning how strong her arrows were was pointless. It was obvious to anyone who had experienced them. On top of that, those following Lin Feng had a power comparable to that of Lu Fei. They were powerful and very well trained. Lin Feng would have never thought that some people would come to kill him in the middle of the night. Why would they want to take his life? Whoosh, whoosh, another 2 arrows flew past his head. He was less and less convinced that he would be able to keep avoiding the arrows if this continued. Not only were these people extremely strong, but it also seemed that they had received intensive archery training. Their shooting accuracy was extremely high. If there was one flaw in his footwork, if he gave them one opportunity, a single arrow could kill Lin Feng. "It won't work this way. If I continue like this, I'll end up exhausted without any strength left and they will be able to finish me easily," thought Lin Feng while avoiding another arrow. He was feeling hopeless. Actually, all these people seemed to be at the 9th chi layer. Besides, they could use their bows to the point of perfection and they were working with each other in perfect harmony. It even seemed like they were moving in formation. Even if Lin Feng is better at using agility techniques than them, it seems impossible for him to break away from that group of assassins. Lin Feng's feet were splashing in the wet mud and his robes had become covered in a layer of mud. It was still raining heavily like before. Lin Feng's robes were completely soaked. Lin Feng dodged quickly to the side to avoid another arrow. He then suddenly stopped and then turned around in the blink of an eye, revealing his messy appearance. Moonlight feather agility. Die! In a flash, not only did Lin Feng stop running away, but he also used his agility technique to go back in the direction of his pursuers. Lin Feng skillfully wielded his sword which flashed in the darkness. Roaring thunder could be heard vibrating through the atmosphere and merging with the heavy rain in perfect harmony. Blood had started to flow onto the ground. The rainwater on the ground was turning red with blood. The shadows that were running towards Lin Feng had been sliced through without consideration. 5 of the assassins had been beheaded by Lin Feng in one smooth strike. The remaining assassins quickly retreated 10 meters. Their careful eyes were staring at Lin Feng. They were still very vigilant. They were all young, and since the beginning of the battle, Lin Feng had already killed a large number of them. Lin Feng watched the group's movements through the raindrops. One of those people was wearing a black rain cape and was holding a folding fan in his hand. Hi. Lin Feng looked at him with an ice-cold glare. That folding fan, that was a fan he remembered, Nalan Hai's fan. He glanced at all of them, smiled coldly and said, "So many outstanding practitioners. Only a few clans have such outstanding people in Yangzhou City, but considering how many have come for me, is there really anyone outstanding within such a clan?" Nalan Hai was calmly standing in the middle of the group when he heard these words. He couldn't help but roar furiously. "They all say that Lin Hai's son of the Lin clan is a piece of trash. The Lin Feng that I know is not a piece of trash. He is a real genius, able to adapt to all sorts of situations. He is also very smart and resourceful. Too bad that. What?" said Lin Feng. "Too bad that you are a true genius. But nobody will ever know." Nalan Hai said with an evil grin. "Even if you're a genius, it will be of no use once you're dead. With your death, the smudge on Nalan Feng's reputation will be gone. So Nalan Feng hates me because of a minor incident, because I pointed out her mistakes? So she has sent the mighty troops of Yangzhou City to chase and kill me in secret." Lin Feng's tone of voice was clearly mocking them. These people were all well trained. They were not ordinary cultivators. When Lin Feng looked at them carefully again, he clearly understood that they were the troops of Yangzhou City. There was one thing that Lin Feng didn't understand, though. Nalan Feng had been the first one to disrespect and disregard Lin Feng. That is why he had made her lose face. However, was that insult worth her mobilizing the city troops to kill him? It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't anticipated that Nalan Feng would use her status and power to have him disposed of in secret. "Do you know how honorable and respectable Princess Nalan is? She holds an extremely high status. Do you think that you have the right to humiliate her? Even if you die, it will not be enough of a punishment for having disrespected Princess Nalan." Nalan Hai said in a loud voice with an indifferent tone, as if everything he had said was perfectly logical. "Princess Nalan? Honorable and respectable." Lin Feng grinned. Even if she was the Yangzhou City head's daughter, it also didn't give her the right to be that arrogant and conceited. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that Nalan Feng would stoop so low as to use her father's power to settle a small and petty grudge. She saw Lin Feng as nothing but an ant. Her personality was just as rotten as Lin Qian. "You want to kill me? Shall we get started?" Lin Feng's dark spirit appeared behind his back. In the middle of that spirit, the spirit had no qi and made no sound. Many had not even noticed that he had released his spirit. Lin Feng had to pay attention to each and every attack, as each one would be lethal. A small mistake would cost him his life. Lin Feng's dark spirit seemed to look around as if it had its own set of eyes. Lin Feng could sense everything that was surrounding him, including the ground beneath his feet. Nothing could escape from Lin Feng's senses at that moment. He could sense even the slightest of movements within the air. Whoosh, an arrow flew past Lin Feng's ear. So close it had almost hit. Lin Feng wasn't really surprised and had dodged it with ease, which made the one who shot the arrow look slightly shocked. In the darkness of the night, his eyes were calm and murderous. He looked like a fierce beast gazing at its prey. Lin Feng had released his dark spirit, and he was not aware of how sinister he looked at that moment. He was calm and calculating, staring with eyes filled with no emotion. The practitioner who fired the arrow was stunned at such a terrifying gaze. Lin Feng seemed calm and at the same time murderous. Under such a situation, how was it possible to be so calm? Lin Feng took a step forward and used moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng was instantly in front of a group of people, making them unable to use their bows at such a close distance. The long sword, as it sliced through the air, made a terrible wailing noise. Lin Feng was thrusting his sword towards them, and each strike was more precise than the last. With every movement he was dodging an attack and blocking another with his sword. Everyone was furious. He was not only dodging their attack calmly, but he had also killed so many of them already. Now they could not use their bows, they were slowly being pushed back. "Release your spirits and kill him," shouted Nalan Hai furiously, but he could not help but subconsciously retreat. As Lin Feng had arrived right in front of them, he was the most terrified of all. When he looked into Lin Feng's eyes, he could see overwhelming murderous intent. But even more terrifying was how calm and composed he was. Nalan Hai's heart was pounding. His entire body was shaking with fear. When everyone heard Nalan Hai, They all moved forwards and released their spirits. The night was exceptionally dark tonight, but releasing that many spirits immediately lit the area with prismatic light. An assassin with a vine spirit had managed to sneak behind Lin Feng. That spirit gave its cultivator a body that was flexible and strong. When the strength of its cultivator had become high enough, he could use his vine spirit to constrict enemies. The cultivator's body would become like a vine. It would be almost boneless and was able to change forms. He was surrounded by vines that were spreading and extending throughout the atmosphere. It didn't seem to follow a precise trajectory, but was wild and untamed. When the cultivator saw that his hand was almost upon Lin Feng, a hideous grin appeared on his face. Immediately after, when the assassin seemed to be so proud of himself, a silver light appeared in the air and pierced him in the eye and through the back of his skull. His body was supported by the sword, which simply tilted downwards, and the assassin's head slid down the sword until it was completely removed. The sword strike was so precise, so quick, and so flawless that it was scary. There was not a single ounce of wasted energy or unnecessary movement. He had killed that cultivator in a single strike in such a terrifying way. The scariest part was that Lin Feng still remained calm as he watched the impaled head slide off his sword. Lin Feng didn't stop and instead used this to his advantage to attack. Lin Feng's sword was streaking across the night sky like a meteor. Another stream of blood splashed in the air. Another person fell down dead. As the moonlight pierced the clouds and the dark night was illuminated, it seemed like a world of blood. These cultivators were all at the 8th and 9th chi layers. Each time Lin Feng attacked, it was almost impossible for them to dodge a single strike, as Lin Feng's speed and accuracy were beyond perfect. They could do nothing to resist such a monster. Hum! A heavy meteor-like object was crashing through the air towards Lin Feng's head. If he allowed himself to be hit, he might not die, but he would be unable to win this fight and would be killed because of that. His life was balancing on a thin line. You think I will let you dodge? At the moment when Lin Feng was attempting to dodge, a spear was piercing through the air and blocking his escape. The spear was amazingly powerful. He was being attacked from the front and the rear simultaneously. This was a strategy developed through battle and targeting Lin Feng's certain death. Die! Lin Feng shouted loudly. Then he threw his long sword with incredible speed. The sword pierced through the air and finally plummeted deep into the spear-wielding opponent's chest. The assassin stood there with disbelieving eyes as he looked down to see the sword piercing through his chest. He felt like it must be a nightmare. This could not possibly be reality. He had never thought that Lin Feng would dare to dispose of weapon and use it to kill one of the attackers. Lin Feng was at the 9th chi layer and was much stronger than each of them. However, he was clearly outnumbered by a great deal. Only one of them needed to reach Lin Feng and he would be severely injured. These injuries could even cost Lin Feng's life. Lin Feng should be vigilant and very defensive, however he had just risked his life on that last gamble. Lin Feng had thrown away his sword for the sake of killing another one of the group. It was terrifying to witness such disregard for his own life, with such a calm and calculating face. The one with the sword deep in his chest was just staring at Lin Feng. These were his last moments and he wanted to watch how Lin Feng was going to die as the meteor crashed into his head. Swish silence filled the atmosphere. Lin Feng was holding a luminous sword. The meteor still hadn't reached its destination. Instead, the cultivator with the meteor spirit, his head had been sent flying in the air, completely removed from his body. Lin Feng was using his soft sword and at this moment he was drenched in blood. This is my fate. His opponent closed his eyes and his body collapsed onto the ground with a loud crash. The head of the one who had been beheaded a moment before fell down from the air onto the ground. Everyone looked on, frozen as if time had just stopped. They were asking themselves who could have survived that last sword strike. Sword unsheathing. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, the opponent's head was sent flying. How could cultivators of the 9th chi layer compete with a strength and power such as that produced by the sword unsheathing skill? The opponents had forgotten to attack, but Lin Feng didn't forget. Flashes of light one after the other appeared as Lin Feng slashed through the air. Each light was accompanied by a stream of blood. The current scenery was a landscape of blood. Each strike with his sword reached its target. Not a single movement was wasted. Each strike was precise and deadly. At that moment, Lin Feng had forgot the meaning of mercy. Apart from being calm, as he bathed in this world of blood and took life after life, he could only feel indifferent. Nalan Hai looked at each corpse as it fell to the ground. Body after body was falling to the ground in a rain of blood. He was shaking and his mind had wanted to run, but his legs were too weak. Each body represented a cultivator above the 8 chi layer, and there was now dozens of those bodies scattered on the ground. They represented the strong potential in Yangzhou City and particularly in the clan which controlled the city. At that moment, they were all lying dead on the ground and had fallen as easily as straw. They had all been killed one after the other by Lin Feng. All these people were supporters of Nalan Hai and had contributed to his success. Lin Feng had killed so much talent belonging to his clan. It was a devastating blow. What was it that made Lin Feng's sword so deadly? What was it in Lin Feng's eyes that scared Nalan Hai so much? Was it because he looked so calm? It looked like Lin Feng was used to slaughtering people as if they were cattle. The whistling sound of his sword cutting through the air was getting more and more intense to the point that, with each whistle, it seemed like the rain had stopped making sounds. The entire atmosphere was filled with the sword chi, and there was no room for anything else. The extremely strong chi was also getting more and more powerful with each strike. Run! Nalan Hai, who was scared beyond belief, had somehow come back into reality. Nalan Hai had only one thought: get him and his clan as far away from that demon as possible. Without the least bit of hesitation, Nalan Hai turned around and started running. "You want to leave now? Don't you think it's a bit too late?" said a cold voice that seemed like the darkness itself speaking. The sound of the sword attacking suddenly stopped. Only the sound of Lin Feng's steps on the wet ground could still be heard. Splash, splash, splash. Nalan Hai stopped walking and turned around. He was staring face to face with Lin Feng. His face was twisted and ugly. He was trying to smile, but tears rolled down his cheeks and whimpers escaped his mouth. "Lin Feng, you know that this has nothing to do with me. It was the young miss who ordered us to kill you. I only acted under orders as it is my duty. Nothing more." "I know," said Lin Feng while nodding, which made Nalan Hai suddenly regain hope. "That is why I must put the dog out of its misery. Otherwise it will continue to be forced to do these things by its master." Immediately after, Nalan Hai saw a bright silver light flash through the air, and it was the last thing he saw. His head had been cleanly removed from his body. When Lin Feng saw Nalan Hai collapse, he remained expressionless. He turned around and saw the piles of corpses. There were dozens upon dozens of corpses lying on the ground. The soil had been dyed red with the blood spilt. He did not have time to stop. Instead he started walking into the distance. "Na Lan Feng." A low voice echoed through the darkness of the night, and it seemed like the darkness was moving. Lin Feng didn't know how long he had been walking. He arrived in a territory under nobody's control. He sat in meditation on the ground. His body was absorbing the chi of heaven and earth and releasing it from his body at the same time. The chi around Lin Feng's body turned into a glowing essence. That essence surrounded his body like an aura. His dark spirit was thrashing around. Lin Feng knew that he was about to break through to the Ling Chi layer. It was said that the spirit is a part of one's soul. The soul could provide many unique abilities. While sitting on the ground, Lin Feng's eyebrows strongly shook. At that moment, Lin Feng had a very strange feeling, but he was unable to describe it. It was as if something was calling out to him. At that moment, Lin Feng felt a strong pain throughout his body. He knew that the most dangerous moment had arrived. Only those with an extremely strong determination were able to make their spirit awaken. Everybody knew that on the continent, without an extremely strong willpower and determination, the spirit could not awaken. The pain became stronger and stronger. Lin Feng felt like his soul was being torn into pieces, slice by slice, piece by piece. Lin Feng was suffering so much that he bit his lips so hard that blood began to flow. So painful. How can it be so painful? Lin Feng had underestimated the moment of the spirit awakening. He would have never thought that it would be so painful. He had nearly died in the past. The pain that he had endured before was nothing in comparison with that of the spirit awakening. This pain was inhumane. It gradually stopped raining, but Lin Feng did not notice. Lin Feng was still soaked, but he wasn't sure if it was because of the rain or because of the sweat. He only knew that his body was in agonizing pain. Shouted Lin Feng extremely loudly. The pain hadn't stopped. An even stronger pain invaded his body. The soul was being torn apart even more than before. It made him wish he could die and end his suffering. If I am unable to endure this pain, my spirit will never awaken. I will have to continue being bullied by others like when my father and I had to leave the Lin clan. Lin Chen or the Nalan clan will continue to make attempts on my life. These repeated humiliations were unbearable. One person can only take so much humiliation and regret. Lin Feng persevered and kept thinking about his father and the humiliation he received. Nobody could stop him at that moment. Nobody could prevent him from becoming stronger. Not even the gods. The pain was unable to make Lin Feng lose hope and determination. It seemed like Lin Feng's willpower was actually willing the pain away. Lin Feng also became more relaxed in his heart. His spirit should be able to awaken without any problem. Aha! Lin Feng gave a shout with unprecedented brutality. Lin Feng was suddenly shaking from head to toe. A pain infinitely stronger than what he had previously gone through until that moment invaded his body. It made Lin Feng close his eyes and grit his teeth. The 7 apertures of Lin Feng's head, eyes, ears, nostrils and mouth were all bleeding. Fuck! No! I cannot go like this! Lin Feng cursed. Immediately after, Lin Feng collapsed lifelessly on the floor. Lin Feng had fallen into a dream-like state. In this dream state, his soul had drifted from his body. His soul was floating through the endless darkness. It seemed like a world made only of darkness. In this dark world, there was no sign of life. Lin Feng didn't know how long his soul had been trapped inside the darkness. There was only a single light within the darkness. It was a small radiant light which had fascinated him. What an amazing light! The more Lin Feng approached that light, the brighter and the more gorgeous it became. He found out that the light was stretching through the infinite darkness and it was impossible to reach. The light had formed a spiral above his head and became a very familiar shape. It shaped itself as a book. It seemed like the chi of the entire universe was within this book and had been there since the creation of the universe. This book had seemed to contain all of the information of the entire universe since the beginning of time itself. Lin Feng stared at the book as if it was a precious gift which had been given to him by the universe. His eyes were radiating a fascinated light. When Lin Feng opened the book and looked inside, he found endless words streaming through the pages. The stream of words began to flow off the page and into Lin Feng's body. It seemed like all of the information recorded within the book was being absorbed into Lin Feng's body. Boom! A sound rang through the air. It had sounded like Lin Feng's body had exploded from the amount of information being absorbed through his skin. Lin Feng couldn't help but powerlessly sit down on the ground. He had returned from the world of darkness and was sat down on the floor. The night was still dark and the rain was heavily pouring from the sky. It had seemed like almost no time had passed while he was inside that darkness. How could he find that magnificent book which contained such information? How could he return the sacred and magnificent light within the darkness? Phew! Phew! Lin Feng was breathing heavily. His body was shaking from the pain. His body had long passed the limit for how much pain he could endure. However, he was still alive, and thanks to that pain, he had seen a world of darkness which seemed to contain the secrets of the universe. When Lin Feng had been suffering from torture a moment before, he had really thought he was going to die from the pain of having his soul shredded. The pain was beyond any he had ever felt in this world. How could a human being endure such a pain? The pain had been so severe that he had actually collapsed and almost died. Do other people have to go through such a pain and agony when they try to awaken their spirit? Lin Feng was looking at the deep into the darkness of the night. He did not understand how so many people had awakened their spirit through so much pain. He had actually believed for a moment that he had died. Even though Lin Feng didn't think that he was gifted or talented, he did have some confidence in his own willpower. He could not help but think how people with less willpower than himself could even endure half the pain which had struck his body. When his spirit was attempting to awaken, he was filled with 3 phases of endless pain which invaded his body and shredded his soul. Each time he was stuck by the pain, it was more intense and terrifying than before. During the final phase, the pain was so terrifying that his body had actually collapsed. While his mind could endure, his body had collapsed from the pain. Thanks to his determination and infinite willpower, he had been able to endure the pain for much longer than his body should have been able. That is why he hadn't immediately collapsed, and instead he had started to bleed from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Maybe the moment when the spirit awakens is a different experience for every person. Maybe it was only like this for me because of my spirit. While saying his thoughts out loud, Lin Feng's heart started pounding and he released his spirit. Lin Feng suddenly had an indescribable sensation. His surroundings seemed to have completely changed. Lin Feng wasn't in the same place any longer. Instead, he had returned to the world of darkness. This time, however, he could feel his surroundings and was much more aware of everything around him. He had the faint sense that he could see and hear everything around him, even though it was all in darkness. He could sense the grass as it swayed from the wind that was blowing. He could sense every raindrop as it fell heavily onto the ground. He had become extremely calm and he began to sense everything around him. He continued to move around and sense the changes. He did not know how much he had changed or how powerful his senses were at this point, but it seemed that at this moment he had become omniscient. He could sense everything in the world around it was all part of him. What was even more shocking to Lin Feng was that he was able to see everything. However, the eyes he was using did not look like his own eyes. They were terrifying eyes which did not look human. He could not help but tremble when looking into the eyes. What a scary feeling they gave. Dark spirit. Lin Feng realized his brain was much faster than before, and he could comprehend things more clearly than before. The power of his spirit was almost scary to him. It seemed like his power was as infinite as the darkness around him. His heart started pounding again. A colossal shadow had emerged from his back. The shadow itself was shaped as a spiral. On the top of the shadow, there was a magnificent and sacred-looking book in suspension. The book began to open. Is this a spirit? Lin Feng had a questioning look in his eyes. It seemed like that shadow was able to influence Lin Feng's spirit, which he had released into the darkness. Everything seemed to be so clear. The scene looked just like in his dream. An endless darkness, and within that darkness was a bright light. The book had appeared and was floating quietly above his head. In Lin Feng's memories, a spirit which could be released twice didn't exist. It was as if that spirit had 2 layers which could be released. The first layer was a shadow which merged with the world itself and created the world of darkness. The second layer was a celestial book. Lin Feng had thought that his spirit had initially failed to fully awaken. But not only did it seem that it hadn't failed, but that it also had gone beyond common knowledge. Celestial book, a book spirit. Lin Feng didn't know what kind of spirit he had at that moment. In the continent of the 9 clouds, there was an infinite amount of skills and spirits. The awakening of a spirit also constituted a considerable change. There weren't many people who could fully understand the mysteries of spirits. They only knew that there were a lot of different spirits which would all be different once awakened, depending on the person who had awakened the spirit. The book spirit was a mysterious and mystical one. Lin Feng was in awe. Its strength didn't reside in releasing attacks or protecting him during a fight. It was inefficient in both offense and defense, but those who possessed a book spirit could write down unusual things within the book. These unusual and extraordinary things could greatly influence the cultivation speed of those who possessed such a spirit. Oh my God! Lin Feng sighed. Suddenly, within the dark pupils shone 2 radiant silver lights. It looked like the sun was shining within these dark eyes. It happened for a short moment and then the silver lights disappeared. Lin Feng was thinking deeply. These small lights meant that the first page of the book had been opened. It seemed like he had been granted magical powers by the universe. I will call you my celestial spirit, Lin Feng whispered. His spirit gradually dissipated and Lin Feng's eyes became normal again. His eyes returned to normal and the terrifying darkness had left. He could see clearly and normally. He only had a strange sensation remaining on his back. He turned his head. A white-colored qi was still flowing from his body endlessly. Lin Feng could use the qi heaven and earth as he wished. He could create a shocking power with this qi. Lin Feng had broken through to the Ling qi layer. After the awakening of his dark spirit, which was the first layer, he was able to release the second layer of his celestial spirit. Even though his small snake spirit hadn't been able to awaken, Lin Feng was still extremely satisfied. Releasing the first layer of his celestial spirit would be enough to greatly increase his strength. The second layer, his book spirit, would provide him with support which would benefit him on his path of cultivation, and it did not require being released for him to gain the benefits. First Ling Qi layer. From now on, I am unstoppable, thought Lin Feng confidently while smiling. He could feel how terrifying the changes were within his dark spirit. The first layer of his celestial spirit was his dark spirit, but its power was terrifying. From that moment, if Lin Feng met Lin Qian, he would have no problem defeating her. Even if Lin Qian was extremely arrogant, she still had an ice and fire universal spirit, but it was nothing when compared with his dark spirit. It was still raining, but the sun had started to rise on the horizon. Some rays of sunlight had started passing through the atmosphere. Lin Feng stood up and looked at his clothes, which were soaked from the rain. He couldn't help but smile. Sitting outside all night had been an insane experience. Lin Feng raised his head and gazed into the distance, and he thought about what had happened during the night when he had ruthlessly slaughtered dozens of cultivators back in the city. If he had been a little bit weaker, he would have died in a tragic death. Nalan clan of Yangzhou City, Nalan Feng, you will sooner rather than later regret what you did last night. Lin Feng stood up and started walking. In Yangzhou City, on City Avenue, there was a huge crowd gathered. The atmosphere was extremely lively and noisy. 6 people, plus Qiu Lan. There is still one spot left. That's much too scary. Each and every one of them is extremely strong. I will definitely take the final spot, said a young man in the crowd confidently. In your dreams, they already chose the 8th one. It's Feng Qian. Feng Qian is at the 9th qi layer. He's much stronger than anyone else within the clan. A moment ago, he didn't insist on participating, but that's just that he didn't feel like it. He has now made his move because he was annoyed that he was not selected sooner. How could you possibly fight against Feng Qian? Said the person standing beside him. Scary, said the young man. When the young man heard the name Feng Qian, his face changed in a flash. He felt extremely depressed. It seemed that this time the clan head wasn't going to choose him. The Nalan clan had always organized an annual tournament. However, this year, apart from the 4 biggest clans and external clans who were not located in Yangzhou City, outstanding disciples belonging to other small clans could also participate. However, these small clans were only allowed to send 8 disciples to participate in the tournament. On the same basis, the clans within the city, the Nalan clan, the Gu clan, the Lin clan, and the One clan were also allowed a maximum of 8 disciples. These disciples were supposed to represent the most outstanding disciples of Yangzhou City. This had made participating in the tournament a real honor and privilege, which would allow outstanding disciples of all clans to show their abilities to a large number of people. Unfortunately for some people, the Nalan clan as well as the other 3 big clans had already chosen their participants. Qiu Lan was chosen as one of the participants because she was extremely strong. At that moment, there were already 7 people, which meant the clan had to choose one last disciple, and this position in the tournament was most likely to be Feng Qian. Feng Qian was wearing blue robes. He was slim and had an arrogant look on his face. At that moment, he had arms folded over his chest as he walked out of the crowd and said in a cold and detached way, "That last participant is me." When people saw how arrogant he looked, they could not help but be filled with hatred and regret. Some of the younger generation wanted to duel with him and measure themselves against him, but considering his strength, they had to be careful. It seemed like they were only going to be able to watch as members of the audience. Feng Qian looked at the several hundreds of people who were present with a look of disdain. So many pieces of trash. They are all cowards. No wonder they were not chosen, and I'm the one who was chosen to participate," said Feng Qian in a spiteful tone as he started to head towards the main hall. In the main hall, there were already 7 people sitting in a calm state. These were precisely Qiulan as well as the 6 others who had been chosen to participate. "That guy is really as arrogant as the rumors say. They say that he is extremely cruel to all of his opponents and will even use diabolic methods to win. Who would dare challenge him? The consequences of challenging him would only be disastrous. He would probably cripple their cultivation," said the many people in the crowd. Even though many people hated Feng Qian, nobody dared open their mouth. Feng Qian was savage and cruel. Amongst people of the Qi layer, there were very few people who could defeat him, which made him even more arrogant and prideful. He enjoyed bullying those weaker than him. The people within the crowd had no choice but to look at him join the others in the main hall. "Wait, wait, wait," said a loud voice. In the quiet crowd, that voice was particularly clear and loud. The crowd was surprised for a moment, and then they could see a young man approaching from the distance. This young man was wearing white robes. Even though his robes didn't look expensive, he looked clean and pure from head to toe. He was carrying a long sword on his back. His body looked sturdy but gentle. The crowd found him fascinating. He looked as limpid as water. He gave an aura of mystery to all those who laid eyes on him. His clear eyes were filled with deep, profound understanding. His appearance and age did not seem to match with his wisdom. When people in the crowd saw him, they were gasping with admiration and had a feeling of inferiority in his presence. The young man who had appeared was actually Lin Feng after having had a shower and changed his clothes. After having asked around, he had quickly learnt that there was a selection for the upcoming tournament happening, and he quickly hurried to the location. Feng Qian looked at Lin Feng, his arms still folded over his chest. He looked at Lin Feng in a disdainful way while grinning and said, "You are telling me to wait?" "Indeed," said Lin Feng, looking like he didn't understand Feng Qian's expression. He indifferently nodded. Feng Qian was still grinning and then looked at Lin Feng as if he had compassion for him, even though Lin Feng was a few years younger than him. He then smiled and said, "Do you know the consequences for making me wait?" Lin Feng smiled wryly and was a bit surprised. On the path of cultivation, there were many people who were talented and thought they were geniuses. It seemed like those kinds of people liked to show off their powers against those weaker than themselves, as if they were playing a role which had to appear noble and strong. It had become clear to him that people in this world would continue to play these roles and act foolishly for the sake of appearances. Lin Feng started walking towards Feng Qian with complete calmness on his face. The crowd was wondering what was going on and started to watch Lin Feng. Was that guy insane? He was about 16 years, so he could have only reached the 7th or 8th Qi layer, yet he still thought he could compete with Feng Qian, who belonged to one of the most powerful of the small clans in Yangzhou City, and he was even considered a genius. That young guy wanted to challenge Feng Qian, but only the most talented, the most gifted, and the most outstanding disciples of Yangzhou City could compete with him. How could this unknown young man possibly fit that criteria? "It looks like you also want to enter into the main hall. I really don't know if I should admire you for your courage, but what you're doing is extremely foolish. However, since you want to challenge me, I will cripple your cultivation for being foolish enough to think you are worthy to stand on the same level as me," said Feng Qian, clearly directing his hatred towards Lin Feng. Shying! The metallic sound of a sword cutting through the air filled the atmosphere, and a bright light filled the space in front of Feng Qian. Immediately after, Feng Qian fell down onto the ground and began to roll around while groaning. Blood was pouring out of his mouth. He was coughing heavily, and more blood was filling his mouth. Feng Qian raised himself to the point he was kneeling on one knee. Blood was unceasingly spilling out of his mouth. Drops of blood were endlessly falling onto the ground. Lin Feng simply put his sword back into his sheath with a clink sound. The people within the crowd just stared at what had happened in shock. They were all trembling with excitement and fear. Lin Feng. Had Lin Feng defeated Feng Qian in a single strike? "How powerful!" said a man while shivers ran down his spine. Not only was he about 16 years old, but Feng Qian had been unable to carry out one single attack against him. Lin Feng had even shown mercy and had been gentle when using his sword. Otherwise, Feng Qian would have immediately been killed. You really do talk crap, way too much crap. You should be more careful with your words, said Lin Feng in a cold tone, while not even looking at Feng Qian who was behind him, kneeling on the floor. Then, Lin Feng continued walking towards the main hall. Feng Qian was looking at Lin Feng with disdain, and in the end Lin Feng didn't even give him another glance as he wasn't worth it. While looking at Lin Feng from behind, Feng Qian had a million thoughts at the same time. You really do talk crap, way too much crap. You should be more careful with your words. He continued to repeat the words that Lin Feng said to him. The path of cultivation is full of surprises. The sky is vast and the ocean is deep, who knows exactly how vast and deep they are. The world could be flipped upside down in instances. Some cultivators believe themselves lucky to be such strong geniuses only to find they are only small fish in a very large pond. To keep being lucky, to remain a strong genius, a cultivator would need to possess a strong willpower and determination towards training. A cultivator like Feng Qian of the 9th Qi layer was like a frog at the bottom of a well. He could not see how vast the world really was. Therefore, being arrogant and provoking wasn't a good behavior to adopt, and Lin Feng's sword had taught him a long-deserved lesson. Strength was everything in this world. While struggling to get onto his feet, Feng Qian was looking at Lin Feng's back and was bowing. He wasn't holding awe and veneration for Lin Feng. It was rather that he felt thankful that Lin Feng had taught him that his arrogance could cost him his life and gave him a great lesson. The road of cultivation is not one in which you should provoke others. It was also not one in which you could allow yourself to be provoked without retaliation. That event had made a lot of people feel puzzled, but some people's expressions were resplendent, as if they had understood what had just happened in front of them. However, Lin Feng hadn't noticed these expressions. He wasn't completely in the main hall yet when the 7 others' expressions suddenly changed when they saw him approaching. Lan was particularly surprised. In the Whistle Wind restaurant, she had seen him and obviously knew a lot about Lin Feng. She also knew everything about the problems Lin Feng had within the Lin clan. I will be participating in the tournament this year, Lin Feng said, sounding relaxed yet strict while looking at Lan. He was bold and straightforward. He insisted that he had to participate. How audacious, said a disciple sitting next to Lan while slapping the table, which made the wooden table crack in a loud bang. Who do you think you are? Thinking that you can actually talk to Lan as you wish, said the angered disciple. He was called Wuxia. Everybody was fantasizing about the beautiful Lan. Besides, she was extremely powerful and was at the pinnacle beyond the 9th Qi layer. Feng Qian's power was nothing in comparison. He had seen how Lin Feng had defeated Feng Qian in one hit and how easy it had seemed for Lin Feng. He had thus noticed how strong Lin Feng was. Therefore, at that moment, Wu Xiao's behavior was just an empty show of strength to gain Lan's attention and make her like him. Lin Feng glanced at Wu Xiao and then walked towards him, after which Wu Xiao immediately stood up and released a strong qi, ready to engage in a battle. The white and dazzling light of the sword flashed and stabbed Wu Xiao so quickly that he had had no time to react at all. He gave a horrible shriek, not able to strike back. Speed. After having broken through to the Ling Qi layer, Lin Feng's swordplay had become incredibly quick and agile, even more so than before. Lin Feng grabbed Wu Xiao's neck and carried him to the entrance of the main hall. Why would a piece of trash like you want to participate in the tournament? How pointless. While saying this in a loud voice, Lin Feng kicked Wu Xiao's body, which flew out of the main hall and rolled down the steps onto the ground of the main square where the crowd was. Is that Wu Xiao? It is Wu Xiao. Shouts of surprise filled the air around the crowd as they watched Wu Xiao fly out of the main hall and roll down the steps. Wu Xiao was much stronger than Feng Qian. He was quite famous in Yangzhou City, but this genius had also been defeated by that unknown young man who had entered the main hall. Being injured and publicly humiliated was the price that he paid for angering Lin Feng. Lin Feng had shown him no mercy and insulted him as he kicked him from the main hall. Who is that young disciple? How arrogant! Which clan does he belong to? I have never seen him before today. Where did he come from? Everybody who was there wanted to know who that young man was. They did not believe that there was such a genius within Yangzhou City who had escaped their attention for so long. A disciple who was this strong would have come to the attention of the smaller clans by now. However, they had absolutely no idea who this young man was. How was such a thing possible? If everyone knew who that arrogant and domineering young man who had just entered the main hall was, they would be astonished to know that it was the piece of trash who had been expelled from the Lin clan. According to the rumors, he was expelled along with his father for being trash. His father had even attacked a junior clan member to protect Lin Feng. They would be shocked that the trash within these rumors was the powerful and domineering young man in front of their eyes. The other disciples, who were in the main hall, all belonged to the smaller clans within Yangzhou City. They were all the talented and powerful members of the younger generations. The disciples who made up the 8 participants were the strongest talents which the smaller clans could develop. The day of the annual tournament had finally arrived, and there was a huge commotion as the crowd watched members from the larger clans arrive in the arena. This would be a chance for them to see all of the talents which would shape the future of the city. They would not have this opportunity often. Look over there. Seated on the southern part of the arena are the members of the Lin clan. The one in the middle is Lin Ba Dao. It looks like the rumors are true. Lin Hai's cultivation was crippled by Lin Ba Dao, and then his son and him were expelled from the Lin clan. Discussions could be heard while many people were looking at where the Lin clan members were sitting. One could hear all sorts of comments from the crowd. There was a constant discussion, and many people were paying attention to the Lin clan because of the rumors which were circulating in Yangzhou City. It had caused a sensation throughout the city. At that moment, the rumors were confirmed. That's Lin Qian. How beautiful! But she's a bit scary. She has already broken through to the Ling Qi layer, and she's only 16 years old. She's amazing. I wish she could one day become my wife. In your dreams. Oh, keep it down. If people from the Lin clan hear you, they'll cripple your cultivation or even worse, behead you. Hee. I'm just saying. Look over there. The Nalan clan has also arrived. That's the head of the city and the Princess Nalan Feng. The crowd continued to make comments as the people arrived in the arena. At that moment, the members of the Nalan clan had already arrived and had taken their respective seats in the arena, close to the stage. Nalan Xiong was famous, tall and sturdy. He looked extremely prestigious. Only by looking at him, it was easy to guess that he had an extraordinary power. When Nala Xiong saw the expressions of the people in the crowd, he smiled and then immediately said, "Today, everybody was able to come to the tournament that I organized. I, Nalan Xiong, am extremely happy. However, if anyone dares to make trouble, I, Nalan Xiong, will not hesitate and will deal with you in a very rude manner." Many people nodded. They were facing the Nalan clan. Even if they wanted to cause trouble, they first needed the skills and abilities to do so. Alright, enough with my useless speech. I know that all of you haven't come to listen to an old man like me. Let's invite our outstanding young cultivators to come onto the battle stage. Alright? Said Nalan Xiong, and then he sat down. Everybody nodded when he finished speaking. All the young and outstanding disciples were getting ready to make their appearance on the stage. The huge battle arena was composed of many fighting stages. On each of the fighting stages, 8 silhouettes could be seen. The Nalan clan was set higher than the others, and its participants were standing on the highest stage in the middle of all the others. They looked like warlords looking down with supremacy. The other participants surrounded them on their own fighting stage like the stars surrounded the moon in the night sky. There was also the major clans such as the Gu clan, the Lin clan, the One clan. Qiulan had played a big role in the organization of the smaller clans. At that moment, along with the Nalan clan members, there was an old man sitting next to Nalan Xiong who stood up. He was staring at the fighting stages. Today is our yearly tournament. The purpose of this tournament is to test the strength of the most outstanding young cultivators of Yangzhou City. Therefore, nobody should show mercy. Those who are defeated are allowed to surrender, and in case someone gives up, the fight will immediately be terminated. If nobody surrenders the fight, then the fight will continue unceasingly until someone collapses, or even dies. When the old man finished talking and the crowd burst into uproar, the fights could go on until someone died if nobody gave up. How cruel. There were some extremely proud and arrogant cultivators who attached a lot of importance to their face and prestige. Losing a battle by giving up was especially humiliating for them. Therefore, very few people were going to willingly surrender a battle. Even if they knew that they had no chance of winning, they would continue to fight to protect their honor and dignity. But that sentence made the crowd think carefully. There were no restrictions and battles could be fought to the death. If there had been restrictions, two opponents of an equal strength who refused to give up could be fighting endlessly, which could end up in a deep and bitter hatred for the opponent. How wise! How brilliant! Said many people supporting the old man's words. The old man had obviously done this as a ploy to increase the hatred between the other clans, by forcing them to watch as their talented clan members would rather die than surrender. He had done this to stop the hatred between the younger generations, but increase the hatred of the older generations. That way, those who didn't agree wouldn't criticize the Nalan clan. After all, they were the clan who was hosting the tournament and had made a perfectly reasonable rule. However, it also meant that Nalan clan members could be killed within the arena. The crowd knew they were going to see some people die and that the different clans of Yangzhou City would once again sow the seeds of hatred for one another. Nalan Xiong wanted to see the other clans hate each other. Even though the three other clans knew what Nalan Xiong had in mind, they had no choice but to agree. Since they didn't want to lose face and as they were considered as the best clans in the city, all they could do was tell their young disciples to strive for victory with all their strength. Besides, the old man had also said that those who wished could give up and the battle would immediately end. Therefore, that rule was double-edged and couldn't be really contradicted as the choice was given. But who would accept having their own clan regarded as inferior to the others? I finished writing down the names of all those who are participating in this year's tournament. I have also finished organizing the battles. I don't know if anyone has any objections to my work, said the old man while looking at the members of the three other powerful clans. Everything was organized by the Nalan clan. I of course agree, said the head of the Gu clan, even though it seemed like he didn't really care. The previous tournaments were organized by the Nalan clan and were managed by them as well. This time is obviously going to be the same. I have no objection either, said Lin Ba Dao, who was obviously not going to oppose the Nalan clan. I represent the Nalan clan and I would like to thank all the clan heads for their cooperation, said the old man while looking at the members of the three other clans and then declared, the rules are as such and are applied from the very first battle. Being defeated leads to elimination. Winning allows you to continue. And now let me announce what the battles will be. All of those who hear their names can stay on stage. The others can come down and wait. On the Nalan stage, Nalan Feng will fight against one Xian of the One clan. On the eastern stage, Gu Yun of the Gu clan will fight against Lin Wu of the Lin clan. On the southern stage, Lin Yu of the Lin clan will fight against Wen Feng of the One clan. On the western stage, Nalan Zhu of the Nalan clan will fight against Feng Qian. On the northern stage, Duo Ming will fight against Gu Qing Jr. of the Gu clan. There were 5 fighting stages, so there could be only 10 people fighting at once. There were 40 people in total. 4 rounds were enough to eliminate half of them, and so that only 20 people would be left. Those who hadn't been called stepped down from the stages, while those who had been called were going on to their respective stages. Ha ha ha! When Xian is really unlucky, having to fight Nalan Feng as a first battle. Even though when Xian was not weak, she had no chance to win. I heard that Lin Wu of the Lin clan has become quite strong. He has already reached the 9th Qi layer. It seems like he's definitely going to be the one to win the battle on eastern stage. On the southern stage, Wen Feng should win the battle. On the northern stage, Feng Qian should win. Concerning the last stage, even though Duo Ming is extremely mysterious and wearing a mask, Gu Qing Jr. is almost invincible, so Duo Ming is pretty unlucky there. The battles hadn't even started and everyone in the crowd was making predictions as if they were certain of the outcomes. After all, the crowd knew almost all these young disciples, who the majority had originated from Yangzhou City, and had a deep understanding of their strengths and weaknesses. But on the northern stage, Duo Ming also attracted the crowd's attention. He was wearing a mask. They had never heard of him, and there was something fascinating which surrounded him like an aura. He carried an air of mystery. Too bad that he was going to fight Gu Qing Jr. He was already doomed and was going to lose immediately. Indeed, Gu Qing Jr. had already reached the peak of the Qi layer. There were not a lot of cultivators of the Qi layer who could fight against him and win. His only real opponents were mostly within the Ling Qi layer. Gu Qing Jr. was also quite famous in the region. Thus, it was impossible for Duo Ming to defeat Gu Qing Jr. The predictions of the crowd were also quite accurate. When Xian didn't fight against Na Lanfeng and gave up. Even though face and prestige were extremely important, giving up when facing Na Lanfeng was nothing to be ashamed of. Fighting against Na Lanfeng definitely meant dying. On the eastern and western stages, results were gradually coming out and the predictions of the crowd were correct each time. Lin Wu, when Feng and Feng Qian were about to defeat their opponents and move on to the next round of the tournament. Only the battle on the northern stage was still in progress and it had made everyone within the crowd grow speechless. In Gu Qing Jr.'s eyes, Duo Ming didn't even exist. He regarded Duo Ming as an ant to crush beneath his boot on his path to cultivation. Gu Qing Jr. kept looking at the battles on the other stages rather than defeating his own opponent. After all, he would be able to move forward to the next round at any time he wanted, so he wanted to get familiar with the fighting styles of his following opponents. I will not fight against Na Lanfeng, so I hope I will not be matched with her in the upcoming battles. Lin Wu and Wen Feng will be very easy to defeat. As far as Feng Qian is concerned, it seems like his strength has greatly improved recently, but I should be able to dispose of him really quickly as well. Victory will be a piece of cake if I have to fight these three. Gu Qing Jr. was lost in deep thought and continued to act as if the young man who was wearing the silver mask didn't exist at all while thinking about the next rounds. Finally, Feng Qian had his hand on his opponent Na Lanzhu's throat. Na Lanzhu didn't want to keep fighting and surrendered the fight. Everybody's attention was on the northern stage. It finished. How quick, said the crowd amazed. It seemed like the first round was about to come to an end. Gu Qing, stop wasting time, said the head of the Gu clan, sounding indifferent yet slightly arrogant, as if Gu Qing could end the battle as soon as he wished. All right, I will do as the clan head requests, replied Gu Qing Jr. Then, he looked at Lin Feng, who was hiding his identity with a silver mask, and said coldly, "Get down from here yourself. You're not worth fighting." Lin Feng touched his silver mask. One could only see his eyes and a small part of his face, but it was impossible to see his facial expression. Lin Feng had also been ignoring Gu Qing Jr. He hadn't hurried to fight and had also been observing the other battles. He didn't have to worry now either. Gu Qing Jr. was extremely arrogant and rather than fighting had told him to get off the stage. Lin Feng was already used to those cultivators who thought that they were untouchable and did not give respect to others, but demanded respect in return, those so-called geniuses. Did you not hear what I just said? I'm telling you to get down from here, so get lost. If you are not smart enough to get down yourself, I will immediately kill you. Gu Qing Jr. saw that Lin Feng wasn't reacting at all and then frowned. The talented individuals within the powerful clans despised cultivators who considered themselves as geniuses but didn't belong to a clan which held a status like the powerful clans. Without the strong support behind them, they would have to work extremely hard for minimal gains. How could a cultivator become a man of great talent if he didn't belong to a powerful clan? People like Do Ming who didn't belong to a powerful clan would have no reputation and could be disposed of by his clan at any point. That is why Gu Qing Jr. despised such cultivators and regarded them as beneath his notice. I haven't changed my mind yet, so seize that opportunity and get lost, said Lin Feng in a voice full of hatred. As he spat out those words filled with hatred, it had surprised everyone in the crowd. Right after, some people grinned. Could it be that that guy was insane? Qiu Lan wasn't laughing though. She thought that Lin Feng was very mysterious, almost mystical. He seemed extremely strong compared to others within the tournament. She had seen how Lin Feng had made Wu Xiao collapse with just a single strike. Gu Qing Jr., I hope you are prepared to die, shouted Feng Qian, who was focusing on what was going on the northern stage. He had come to understand that Gu Qing Jr.'s behavior would just lead to his death. After receiving a lesson from Lin Feng, he has greatly matured and come to realize his own mistake. The less respect that was given to Lin Feng, the less mercy he would show. Gu Qing Jr.'s face at that moment had changed, and he no longer looked as if he was at ease. He couldn't believe what Lin Feng had just said to him. He couldn't believe that a young man, who didn't belong to a powerful clan such as his own, would dare to talk to him that way. He was the second-ranked disciple of the Gu clan amongst all the disciples of the Qi layer. He was regarded as an extremely strong and talented disciple by all the members of the Gu clan. "Finish him," Gu Qing Sr. said in a loud yet calm voice which made everyone shiver. Lin Feng would lose, that was obvious, but Gu Qing Sr. meant that he wanted Gu Qing to kill Lin Feng where he stood. "All right," said Gu Qing Jr., who noticed that his father, who was also the clan head, had become extremely furious. He quickly started moving at an incredible speed. He wasn't going to give Lin Feng any chance to surrender. "Poisonous fist," shouted Gu Qing Jr. His fist was emitting a whistling sound as it started breaking through the air, as if he was shattering the atmosphere into pieces. But Lin Feng remained motionless like a mountain. At the moment when the poisonous fist was about to reach him, a bright light flashed in front of his body. The sword was too fast for anyone to see what had happened. It seemed like time had stopped and everything remained motionless. No one in the crowd had seen what had happened or why Gu Qing Jr. had stopped moving. Suddenly Gu Qing Jr.'s body fell heavily onto the ground as his head started to roll away from his body. The crowd stared on in complete silence. The crowd was looking at Gu Qing Jr.'s dead body lying on the ground of the northern stage. He had been killed with a single strike which was so fast that many could only see Lin Feng sheathing his sword. Not only had the strong and powerful Gu Qing been killed in a single strike, but he had also been killed in the blink of an eye and had been given no chance to surrender. "That sword! How fast! How skillful!" said a man in the crowd, mouth wide open, almost drooling. They hadn't even been able to see what had happened as the movements were so fast. The crowd was unable to see what kind of sword skill had been used by this mysterious masked disciple. They only knew that it had happened with extreme speed and precision. The sword had disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Only someone who had practiced his skills to perfection was able to carry out such precise attacks. His sword looked like an agile shadow that avoided the gazes of the crowd. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng and thinking about the flash they had just seen. He had obviously used a sword skill during that split second and with it unleashed devastating power. He had been able to kill Gu Qing Jr. with ease. Amazing! Feng Qian was looking at Lin Feng speechless. He imagined what would have happened if he had been the one fighting against Lin Feng. He would not have noticed the sword before his head was already removed from his body. Even if what had happened the previous day had changed his views and had made him more determined and respectful, even with a few more years of cultivation, he wouldn't want to face the Lin Feng before him. Gu Qing Sr. stood up while looking at the battle stage. His face grew red with fury and his face viciously twisted in anger. While looking at his son's headless corpse on the battle stage, he released an extremely strong qi. Gu Qing Jr. was dead. One of the most outstanding junior disciples of the Gu clan was dead. He hadn't been able to even react to his opponent's sword. Gu Qing Sr. hated Lin Feng from the bottom of his heart. "You dared kill him," said Gu Qing Sr., in a voice which sounded like a thunder which made everyone's heart beat faster. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Gu Qing Sr., who was in a towering rage. Lin Feng's pupils were pitch black and he then said, "Are you insinuating that I should have stood here and done nothing and just let him kill me? How stupid are you?" When Gu Qing Sr. heard these words, he remained silent. He really wanted Gu Qing Jr. to kill Lin Feng. How could he not allow Lin Feng to kill Gu Qing Jr.? In life, there are such principles as defending one's own life. Because Gu Qing Jr. was a member of the Gu clan, he thus wanted Gu Qing Jr. to kill Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng killing Gu Qing Jr., even if it was justified, was still a crime in his eyes. "You're very good. You will not live much longer," said Gu Qing Sr. in an indifferent tone. He had made no attempts to conceal his killing intent. As the crowd heard these words, they felt compassion for Lin Feng. Even though he was extremely strong and had been able to kill one of the most outstanding disciples of the Gu clan with one strike, There was no chance that the Gu clan would let him leave alive. "My name is Duo Ming," said Lin Feng while looking straight into Gu Qingxi's eyes. He then went down off the stage and his voice echoed throughout the arena as he said, "If any of your Gu clan cross paths with me, I will decorate this arena with their heads." The crowd was stupefied by Lin Feng's words. It seemed like he had directly challenged the powerful Gu clan and spat in their face. He sounded insane, too insane. He had also sounded insufferably arrogant. He was an ordinary young man and he surprisingly dared threaten the large and powerful Gu clan. He said that he would kill any of them if they found themselves in his path. He was challenging the entire Gu clan. He was defying all of its members. Obviously, all of the young members of the Gu clan who heard him burst into an uproar and cursed in rage. However, even though the words coming out of their mouths were fierce, many of them were extremely nervous. They thought that the best thing would be to never cross his path. He had killed Gu Qing Jr. with a single effortless strike. In the Gu clan, except for those of the Ling Qi layer, they feared that nobody would be able to fight against Lin Feng and return with their head. The best result would be to have Lin Feng fight the stronger members of the Gu clan. Like Gu Yan, that way, he would be able to avenge Gu Qing Jr.'s death. They had no doubts when it came to Gu Yan's strength. He was a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng would never be able to compete with him even if he was extremely strong. "If I come across him, his death will be tragic and brutal," said Gu Yan standing amongst the other members of the Gu clan while looking at Lin Feng with ice-cold murderous intentions in his eyes. He would kill him and torture him to regain the clan's face. The first round hadn't taken a lot of time and now it had come to an end. There were 20 people left within the tournament. There would be 2 more fights on each stage and 10 people would be remaining. In this round, Lin Feng wasn't going against a member of the Gu clan. He was going to fight against an amazing and outstanding member of the Na-Lan clan, Na-Lan Chun. "If you can fight, then fight. If you don't feel like fighting, then just surrender," said Na-Lan Feng to Na-Lan Chen, as before she was setting herself high above the others in an arrogant way while looking at the northern stage. "All right," said Na-Lan Chen while nodding, but he was eager to test his strength. Even though he wasn't as famous and popular as Gu Qing Jr., he was also at the 9th Qi layer. He thought that Gu Qing Jr.'s reputation was undeserved. He thought that because Gu Qing Jr. had underestimated Lin Feng, he had caused his own death to be so swift. This time, Na-Lan Chun was definitely going to defeat Lin Feng and make himself famous and gain the status and respect that came with it. Lin Feng, whose face was still under his mask, was looking at Na-Lan Feng with an ice-cold glare. If they could fight then fight, otherwise just surrender? What was that supposed to mean? Lin Feng hadn't forgotten what had happened on that night when the Na-Lan clan had sent their clan members to chase and kill him. All of that had happened only because he had refused to allow Na-Lan Feng to sit down on his table. "I will use all my strength in this battle. I will make you lose. I will show everyone how prestigious and powerful my clan is compared to others," said Na-Lan Chun while staring at Lin Feng and getting prepared to fight. "All right, let's start quickly then," said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He wanted to see how powerful and prestigious the Na-Lan clan really was. Divine Arm Spirit. Even though Na-Lan Chun wanted to protect the Na-Lan clan reputation and make it even more famous, he still didn't dare go easy on Lin Feng. Therefore, he released his spirit. Behind him had appeared a thick and muscular arm spirit, reaching towards the sky as if it wanted to climb its way to the heavens. Only those who are directly blood related to the Na-Lans possess that divine arm spirit. How majestic! It is said that the divine arm spirit can give its owner the strength of a god. How could one defeat the possessor of such a powerful spirit? One punch and his opponent will be killed. Because he had released his divine arm spirit, Na-Lan Chun was extremely confident and carried out a ruthless surprise attack towards Lin Feng. "Divine punch!" Na-Lan Chun shouted. His punch hadn't reached its destination yet, but aura surrounding the fist was breaking through the air and shattering the atmosphere. It was clearly an elemental force. How powerful! So that is the strength of that divine arm spirit, which can only be possessed only by members of the Na-Lan clan. Not only is Na-Lan Chun already at the 9th Qi layer, but he can already use elemental forces. The whole crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng was surrounded by the strong qi contained within the punch, and the air was distorting around him. The shadow of a fist had filled the entire sky. "You want to die," Lin Feng said. A cold silver light flashed through the air. Brilliant rays of light filled the atmosphere. With only one strike, the gigantic fist shadow had completely disappeared without trace. There was only the resplendent light of Lin Feng's sword, which at this moment looked glorious. Na Lan Chen's facial expression had changed. He didn't stop releasing punches, which made him step back each time. He had prepared a chain of strikes in case his first strike had failed. "Die!" Lin Feng said only one word, and Na Lan Chen felt like his heart had been stabbed. An overpowering light suddenly burst out from the sword. It burst through the atmosphere, and then penetrated deeply into Na Lan Chen's throat. His body was sent flying backwards. His body landed heavily on the ground, and his head was only attached by a small amount of flesh. There was a huge hole through his neck. His eyes were open wide and were filled with complete shock. The divine armed spirit of the Na Lan clans was able to accomplish great miracles. But Lin Feng's sword was also able to accomplish great things. The sword strike is strong, but its user is terrifyingly strong. When the crowd saw Na Lan Chen's body collapse, they felt chills running down their spines, and they were staring blankly at Lin Feng. As before, one strike had been enough to kill his opponent. Na Lan Xiong, the head of the Na Lan clan, was also seized with terror and was rigidly staring at Lin Feng. "You were damn brave. You surprisingly dared to kill a member of the Na Lan clan." After a moment of hesitation, Na Lan Feng shouted those words extremely loudly and angrily towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Na Lan Feng. Then, he smiled coldly and said, "I understand your rules now. Na Lan clan members are allowed to kill others, but others are not allowed to kill members of your clan. You're really beyond shameless." "You?" Na Lan Feng said furiously and then stopped herself. She didn't know if she should reply. "Just wait until you fight against me," said Na Lan Feng, looking glum. Her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. Lin Feng ignored Na Lan Feng's remark, immediately turned around and came down off the stage. He didn't feel like speaking useless words to children. "Duo Ming. He looks like a conqueror when he uses his sword." Everybody was looking at Lin Feng and sighed with jealousy. Only a fearless or an extremely brave person would dare to provoke Lin Feng again. Those who hadn't been eliminated yet also looked concerned. They were all sighing and hoping that they wouldn't have to fight against him. That would be the best possible scenario for them. That guy was able to kill with one swift strike, and when fighting against him, there was absolutely no chance to surrender the fight before he attacked. The second round came to an end very quickly, and only 10 people were left. 10 people left, 5 stages. Another round would be enough. "Have a quick rest and then we'll continue with the third round," announced the old man who had stepped on the stage. The crowd was slightly disappointed. They couldn't wait to watch the next battles. There were 10 people left. All the clans had their main representatives in the remaining disciples. The Lin clan still had 2 participants. Against all expectations, the Gu clan only had 1 person left. Those who were left were the strongest within the tournament. However, all eyes were fixed on the masked disciple, Lin Feng. This round should be amazing considering the strength of those left. It is very clear how strong they are. Na Lan Feng, Lin Qian as well as Wen Jiang should be the 3 strongest. Then there should be Gu Yen of the Gu clan and Xiu Lan. Then, there is Lin Hong of the Lin clan who has already broken through to the Ling Qi layer. As far as the extremely strong yet arrogant Duo Ming, those who haven't broken through to the Ling Qi layer shouldn't be able to defeat him. If he's lucky, he should be ranked 7th. If he's lucky, he should be able to move on to the next round. The crowd was discussing the upcoming rankings. Everybody else nodded, showing that they agreed with the previous statements. These should be quite accurate predictions. If Duo Ming managed to be ranked directly after those who had reached the Ling Qi layer, that would be beyond extraordinary. The break was a short one to allow the final 10 to regain their composure from the last battles. None of them had any substantial injuries from the previous fights. The old man declared the beginning of the third round. The crowd was burning with enthusiasm at the upcoming battles. Amongst the 10 people qualified for this round, 6 of them were at the Ling Qi layer. Duo Ming couldn't be as strong as them but was still extremely strong. There were only 3 people in whom the crowd wasn't very interested. Thus, most of the fights were going to be fascinating. This was going to be an entertaining show. There were some stages which strongly attracted people's attention. On one of them, 2 participants of the Ling Qi layer were going to fight, Qiu Lan against Lin Hong. The other battle which drew people's attention was Gu Yan against Duo Ming. The other 3 battles were not that interesting. Na Lanfeng, Lin Qian as well as Wen Jiang could immediately conclude and move on to the next round. The predictions of the crowd were almost completely accurate. Those facing Na Lanfeng and Lin Qian had immediately given up. Wen Jiang had been fighting against Feng Qian. Even though Feng Qian had fought with all his strength, Wen Jiang had easily won the battle after 3 hits. Feng Qian had been blown off the stage with an explosive force. Wen Jiang hadn't even used all his strength to deal with Feng Qian. The difference between a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer and one of the Qi layer was too big. If they fought, the result was usually obvious. At this moment, the crowd was currently paying attention to the fight between Qiu Lan and Lin Hong. They were both followed with great interest by the crowd, and the victor of this battle was not clear. On the northern stage, Gu Yan was looking at Lin Feng with an ice-cold look, and killing intent had completely filled his eyes. He had a murderous look and an evil grin on his face. What a stroke of luck! He had eventually been chosen to fight against Lin Feng. If Lin Feng didn't give up, Gu Yan would kill him and avenge Gu Qing Jr.'s death. He hated Lin Feng so much that he could feel it in his bones. If you are too scared to fight, then hurry up and get lost. Don't make us respectable cultivators lose face, said Gu Yan looking at Lin Feng with a mocking gaze. Lin Feng, as usual, was standing there calm and quiet. Then he said in a cold and detached tone, "You don't need to try and provoke me into a fight with you. Don't worry. I was never planning to run away from you." Hee hee. When Gu Yan heard Lin Feng's words, he laughed demonically. He had managed to make Lin Feng angry enough to fight and had made sure he would not surrender without giving Gu Yan his revenge. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng would actually accept his challenge so easily. How ignorant! I will teach you what it means to have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. There is a huge difference between me and you, thought Gu Yan while smiling coldly. He didn't even release his spirit because it might scare Lin Feng away and make him surrender the fight. Immediately after, Gu Yan started walking slowly towards Lin Feng. At that moment, about 10 steps were separating Lin Feng and him when he suddenly started moving his hand. An extremely strong explosion spread through the atmosphere in Lin Feng's direction. An amazingly intense energy was blocking the sky and covering the earth to the extent it was impossible to see Lin Feng at the moment. "You will die for having dared to provoke me and the members of my clan," shouted Gu Yan. A second wave of intense power was moving towards Lin Feng. Even if Lin Feng couldn't endure the first attack, he would kill Lin Feng no matter what. He wanted to kill Lin Feng more than anything. He would not allow Lin Feng to leave this arena alive. Otherwise, he, the best young disciple of the Gu clan, would lose face, and it would be a humiliation for the Gu clan. At the moment when his powerful attack was going to crash onto Lin Feng's body, Gu Yan was already grinning with a cruel smile and was patiently awaiting the screams of pain. However, at that moment, the same resplendent light as before radiated in the atmosphere and filled the whole sky. The energy of Gu Yan's attack started looking like it was being torn apart like paper. It was growing weaker and seemed like it was going to vanish at any moment. "Die!" shouted Gu Yan loudly, looking unaffected. He moved his hand and immediately added some force into the previous wave that seemed like it was going to collapse. The attack that he unleashed had looked like it could topple the mountains and overturn seas. This attack was more than enough to kill an opponent who had broken through to the Ling Qi layer. "I refuse." Boom! The voice which loudly said, "I refuse," sounded calm and indifferent. A sword chi suddenly emerged, and it looked like it could pierce the heavens themselves. Gu Yan's energy shattered into tiny pieces. His chi had completely vanished. There was only the light of the sword which seemed to be standing above everything within the universe. Ling Qi layer, said Gu Yan looking deathly pale. How could he have not anticipated that Lin Feng could have been hiding his actual strength? He was too arrogant and conceited. The sword looked desolate and it smelt like death. It was emanating a piercingly cold qi which seemed to have an unstoppable destructive power. That sword user was conquering everything that laid in his path. His power couldn't be stopped. The sword suddenly slashed out with incredible destructive power. Felt like it was consuming everything around it. Not good, shouted Gu Qing Sr., who had turned pale with fright. He stood up, but it seemed like it was too late already. Gu Yan had been saying he would kill Lin Feng in one hit all along. His quick surprise attack hadn't even given him a small advantage. At that moment, he was unable to counterattack and was even more unable to block the sword attack. Swish, a stream of blood spilled out from Gu Yan's throat. Gu Yan, who had reached the Ling Qi layer, fell lifelessly onto the floor, his head rolling across the floor of the arena. This was also the first time that a cultivator of the Ling Qi layer had died so far during the tournament. He had died in a single strike. At that moment, all the members of the Gu clan stood up. They were looking at Lin Feng in despair. They were shaking with anger and fear. The sight of their clan's bright future lying headless on the floor of the stage made them feel desperate. "I will kill you," shouted Gu Qing Sr., so loudly that it hurt people's ears. Nalan Xiong frowned and said, "Head of the Gu clan, how dare you? Have you forgotten that this is a tournament which was organized by the Nalan clan?" Gu Qing Sr. looked at Nalan Xiong completely shocked. He did not think anyone would stand in his way of removing an insignificant bug. He eventually groaned in dissatisfaction and sat down. However, from the way Gu Qing Sr. was looking at Lin Feng, it was obvious that he was never going to let him off. What? Gu Yan died, like the other before, in a single strike. Many people who were initially watching the fight between Qiulan and Lin Hong were astonished. Nalan Xiong and Gu Qing Sr. had drawn their attention when shouting. When they saw Gu Yan's head, which had been separated from his body, they turned pale. Many people were regretting that they had missed such a wonderful battle. They hadn't thought that the battle would turn out to be that interesting and that a young disciple of the Ling Qi layer would actually get killed, especially by an extremely strong and mysterious young man called Duo Ming. All of us have made an error of judgment. Duo Ming has also broken through to the Ling Qi layer. He's incredibly strong. His strength enables him to move on to the next round. Not only the crowd thought that, but Nalan Xiong, while looking at Lin Feng's back, who was getting down off the stage, had a similar thought. This young man could defeat cultivators of the Qi layer in a single strike with his sword, but he could also defeat cultivators of the Ling Qi layer in one hit. He is terrifyingly strong. Nobody had realized his potential before. At that moment, the other battle had also finished and was won by Qiulan. She had won against Lin Hong. At that point, all those selected to continue to the next round were known. Nalan Feng, Lin Qian, Wen Jiang, Qiulan and Duo Ming. The two who did not belong to a powerful clan had won again. Qiulan and Duo Ming. The Gu clan had no participant anymore and their top two disciples had been beheaded by Lin Feng. The old man announced a short break again. Fourth round. Lin Qian can wait. Nalan Feng will fight against Wen Jiang and Qiulan will fight against Duo Ming. The crowd was really excited. The last battles were finally going to start. Nalan Feng's strength was obviously incredible. Wen Jiang, however, was even stronger than Nalan Feng and Lin Qian, as he had already broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. These battles were going to be very exciting. There was also that incredibly strong Duo Ming who had killed 3 people with a single strike. His battle against Qiulan was probably going to be the same sort of battle. Now that the strongest disciples had been decided, the battles would now take place on the main stage. The first battle was going to be between Nalan Feng and Wen Jiang. Wen Jiang, you are quite strong, but as before, you will not fight against me, said Nalan Feng in an extremely arrogant way, sounding like a royalty talking down to a servant, showing disdain for everything and everyone. I broke through to the second Ling Qi layer. You are only at the first Ling Qi layer, you should be the one giving up. Wen Jiang said, contradicting her. What a moron! Shouted Nalan Feng while releasing her spirit. Immediately after, Her divine arm spirit had appeared behind her back. The most shocking thing was that her divine arm spirit slightly differed from that of Nalan Chan, who had been killed by Lin Feng. Her divine arm spirit was gold. It looked like the gold light radiating from the arm couldn't be stopped by anything. Only a golden divine arm spirit can be regarded as a perfect divine arm spirit, said Nalan Xiong while smiling. In 100 years, Nalan Feng was the only one to have a golden divine arm spirit when her spirit was awakened. She definitely deserves to be called the Princess of Yangzhou City. She has a golden divine arm spirit, and it looks so strong and powerful. The crowd was shivering and was moved by the princess at the same time. When Jiang thought that losing was not an option and released his spirit as well. On his back appeared a great river spirit. Great waves were unceasingly flowing with a crashing sound. That was the spirit of the One Clan, the great river spirit. In this world, nothing can be considered bizarre. Really? Sighed Lin Feng while looking at the spirits released by the fighters. An arm can become a spirit, and on top of that it can be gold. Rivers could also be spirits. The number of different spirits which existed was unimaginable. Nobody could imagine how many there were. Anything could become a spirit in this world. Lin Feng was looking at Lin Qian. If his predictions were right, Nalan Feng would win that battle and would then wait during the next round, which would mean that after winning against Qiulan, he would battle against Lin Qian. As Lin Feng had predicted, Nalan Feng won against Wen Jiang almost effortlessly, even though he had reached a higher layer than her. This was because of her overpowering spirit. Since the very beginning, Nalan Feng had only used one skill, Divine Punch. But in comparison with that of Nalan Chun, Nalan Feng's skills were infinitely more powerful. Her force had a earth-shattering power, and each strike was extremely heavy. Each time Nalan Feng carried out an attack, it made Wen Jiang step back a few meters. At some point, he had been shaking so much from receiving the strike that he could not defend, and the following strike had severely injured him, so he could no longer fight. He had no choice but to give up. Nalan Feng is so strong. She's the Nalan clan's princess. It's not surprising that she's extraordinary. Nobody can compete with her. Many people were filled with emotion when they saw how strong and beautiful Nalan Feng was. They had the feeling that she was invincible. They were filled with admiration and worship. Not only was Nalan Feng extremely beautiful, but she was also extremely talented. Many people wished they had the same innate gifts as Nalan Feng. They were very excited to see how she would develop and what other powers she would show in the future. The second battle was about to begin. Lin Feng was going to fight against Qiulan. The crowd could no longer contain their excitement, and many were cheering. Even though the battle was probably not going to be as spectacular as the one they had just watched, it should also be quite intense. Besides, they didn't know how strong Duo Ming really was and were wondering if he could really defeat Qiulan. Lin Feng and Qiulan were looking at each other, and Qiulan had a smile on her face. I do not need to fight any longer in this tournament. I surrender this battle. The crowd was astonished when they heard the word surrender. Qiulan had played a role in the organization of the annual tournament. She had contributed in selecting who would join, and now that she had to fight Duo Ming, she had given up? Could it be that Duo Ming and Qiulan have already fought before, and that Qiulan knows that she can't defeat Duo Ming? Wondered the whole crowd, lost in confusion. They were trying to guess what was really going on, as they really couldn't clearly understand the situation in front of their eyes. All right, nothing can be done. Let's move to the next battle, said the old man indifferently. For the last battle, the 3 remaining participants will step onto the main stage. The last one remaining on stage will be the winner. Ha! Lin Feng was stupefied. He had thought that the old man would make him and Lin Qian fight first, and that there then would be a final battle. He wouldn't have thought that all of them would be fighting each other at the same time in a free-for-all fight. But as before, Lin Feng went back onto the main stage and walked towards the other participants. Nala Feng and Lin Qian, who had just come up onto the main stage as well. Phew! This decisive battle. Let's try and guess who is going to win. It should be Nalan Feng. She's extremely powerful and has a golden divine arm spirit. She's almost invincible. Lin Qian and Duo Ming shouldn't be able to compete with her. I don't know what to think. Lin Qian hasn't used all her strength, so it is impossible to judge. She hasn't even released her spirit yet. Do you know even what spirit Lin Qian possesses? I agree, with her universal ice and fire spirit. She's incredibly strong. I actually think that the one who has the biggest potential to win is Lin Qian. Everybody was giving their own opinion about who was going to win or lose. All of them thought that either Lin Qian or Na Lanfeng would win. Nobody thought Lin Feng had a chance to win. Even if Lin Feng was now regarded as being extremely strong, the crowd still thought that there were only 2 people who had a chance to win within the 3 remaining participants. 2 amazing yet arrogant female cultivators from Yangzhou City, Na Lanfeng and Lin Qian. The contrast between them and the strange masked young boy was too great for anyone to attach any importance to him. The 3 participants were on the stage, each of them standing in one corner of the stage, but Na Lanfeng was staring at Lin Qian since the beginning. Lin Qian was also continuously staring at Na Lanfeng. They were staring at each other as if they were fighting a one-on-one battle. It seemed like they had forgotten about Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the 2 girls and smiled deep in his heart. They both wanted to kill him, but at that moment, they didn't even know his real identity and were completely ignoring him. Na Lanfeng, you will regret what you made me go through on that night. And you, Lin Qian, you made me and my father leave the clan. You wanted to kill me and my dad. The time for revenge is slowly approaching, thought Lin Feng. In that cold and cruel world, Lin Feng particularly appreciated and cherished the tenderness and affection that he received. Any hostility would also be engraved in his memories. In this world, one could only rely on themselves. After a while, Na Lanfeng's attention was finally drawn away from Lin Qian. She had an arrogant smile on her face. You're quite strong. If you wish, you can join my clan, the Na Lan clan. Concerning everything that you just did, well, I could forget everything. Besides, I can also personally help you practice cultivation once in a while. Na Lanfeng had a huge smile on her face. She unconsciously looked utterly arrogant. She didn't do it on purpose, but could not hide the arrogance which had been engraved into her soul. Concerning the thing that had happened a moment ago and that she could forgive, she was obviously talking about the fact that Lin Feng had killed Na Lanchen. You want to help me practice cultivation? Murmured Lin Feng. The girl, who thought she was the best in the world, wasn't only half arrogant. She was really completely arrogant down to the last fiber of her being, as expected. Indeed, I, personally, can help you practice cultivation, said Na Lanfeng, who didn't know what Lin Feng really meant. She even thought that Lin Feng felt extremely honored. She was still smiling and said, You have to understand that this is a once-in-a-life opportunity. This usually never happens in the Na Lan clan. You really are lucky. Actually, Na Lanfeng's proposition was really attractive to ordinary people. Many ordinary cultivators would have dreamt of being offered such an opportunity. Besides, she, herself, was really attractive and her smile was terribly sexy. However, this was not a tournament for normal people, which showed just how arrogant she actually was. That would be a dream if it happened to me. Even if I had that dream, I would be smiling even after waking up. The Princess Na Lan, personally. Many people in the crowd envied Lin Feng so much and were looking on with envious eyes. He was really incredibly lucky. Could the audience, which was filled with ordinary people, really be the judge? Did Lin Feng even need Na Lanfeng's help to practice cultivation? It was like she was offering him coal and saying it was a diamond. Should I feel extremely flattered? Asked Lin Feng in a joking and teasing tone. Because of Lin Feng's mask, Na Lanfeng was unable to see his facial expression. However, the tone of his voice had changed in comparison with before. Why wouldn't you feel that way? Asked Na Lanfeng, now feeling indifferent with a smaller smile on her face than before. Lin Feng remained silent for a moment. She was as arrogant and conceited as before. She was the best in the world when it came to arrogance. Ha 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 ha. Na Lanfeng, I would have never thought that you were truly so incredibly stupid. I really don't understand what help or advice someone as stupid as you can give me on the path of cultivation. At that moment, laughter sounded from within the crowd. Then, a figure shot through the crowd. It flew like a legendary bird and immediately landed on the main stage. This person looked extremely arrogant. It was a young man who looked incredibly majestic and unreachable. His face was very thin. He radiated arrogance from head to toe. "Bai Yuan Hao," Na Lanfeng said while looking surprised. She narrowed her eyes as she hadn't expected him to come. "Indeed," said the young man while looking at Na Lanfeng. He was looking at her with a smile on his face. "Na Lanfeng, in the Imperial City you are an ordinary person, nothing more. I would have never thought that you called yourself a princess in Yangzhou City. You are so arrogant and top of that seem to be so incredibly satisfied with yourself. You're such a cheap maid. Shut the hell up," Na Lanfeng shouted extremely aggressively in an ice-cold tone. "Huh? Are you getting angry because I called you a cheap maid? So it must be true that you're convinced that you are a real princess." That young man didn't even give her a glance and continued to grin. "Well, you're just a worthless dog as well, nothing more," said Na Lanfeng in a cold tone, trying to humiliate him. "By telling me this, are you admitting the fact that you're a cheap maid?" said the young man while laughing, making Na Lanfeng's go rigid with anger. She didn't look beautiful at all at that moment. "Shut up!" shouted Na Lanfeng, flying into a rage out of humiliation. When they heard that conversation, the crowd was quite confused. The Yangzhou City's princess, who was so popular and whose reputation was amazing, was being called a cheap maid by a random person? That young man who had just come out was obviously a nobody talking nonsense. "How audacious, you actually dared to come to the tournament which is organized by my clan, the Nalan clan, and conduct yourself in such a disrespectful way. You really want to die," said Nalan Xian while staring at that young man furious. "Shut up, you scum," said the young man while turning around. He then looked at Nalan Xiong looking furious and said, "You are the head of the Nalan clan, nothing more, and you dare boast shamelessly. Let me tell you, if I wish, I can make your entire clan disappear like fire under water." Grrrrrrr. Nalan Xiong was so furious and enraged that he was going insane. He wouldn't have thought that that man would be so insolent. The crowd was extremely confused and didn't understand anything that had happened. They were wondering who that young man who had just appeared really was. He seemed to be even more arrogant than Nalan Feng or Lin Qian. He even dared to threaten the head of the Nalan clan and insult him. All right. I, Nalan Xiong, would like to see how you intend to make my clan, the Nalan clan, disappear," said Nalan Xiong, who was smiling and no longer looked furious. It was the first time in Yangzhou City that someone dared talk to him that way. That guy was boundlessly wild and arrogant. "Father, can you let me, your daughter, solve that problem myself?" Nalan Feng had suddenly asked her father that question, which left Nalan Xiong stunned. He was at that moment shaking in fear. Nalan Feng meant that, "Bai Yuan Hao, why are you not in the Imperial City and why did you come to Yangzhou City?" "I came to ask for the repayment of a debt," said Bai Yuan Hao while smiling. Immediately after, he looked at Lin Feng and said, "All right, you, come down." "Huh?" Lin Feng frowned. Bai Yuan Hao was ordering him to come down as if he was Lin Feng's superior. Lin Feng looked at Bai Yuan Hao and didn't move. Bai Yuan Hao frowned and said in an ice-cold tone, "Get the hell down now. Come down off that stage immediately. What do you intend to do? Who exactly do you think you are by ordering me to come down like that?" said Lin Feng in a tone filled with disdain. The crowd started to think that everyone was becoming even more crazier than the last person. They were so crazy, they suited each other perfectly. Lin Feng wasn't important in these people's eyes, and after all, they still despised him. He wanted to see who despised him and who he could really count on in the end. It would make things much easier for him in the future to know who his real allies and enemies are. "What do I intend to do?" said Bai Yuan Hao with an evil smile on his face. He sneered at Lin Feng and said, "I am using you. You are my pet dog, nothing more. And you dare ask me what I intend to do? Qiulan, there's nothing great about the people you chose to come. Even though their strength is so, they dare to disobey orders." Qiulan made a wry smile and shook her head. Then she said, "Duo Ming, you cannot fight against my bro. You should never fight against him. Get down now, Okay? Bro? The crowd was stupefied. Lan suddenly called that wild and arrogant young man bro. I just came here to participate in the annual tournament. That's all. I am under nobody's control, said Lin Feng as cold and detached before adding, whether I am his opponent or not, you are drawing final conclusions too early. Hee hee. I wouldn't have thought that in such a small place as Yangzhou City, there would surprisingly be someone who would dare talk to me, Cho Yuan Hao, that way. Really audacious to the extreme. Lan, Cho Yuan Hao, your family name is also Cho? Asked Nalan Xiong standing and looking extremely surprised. You guessed right, my family name is also Cho. Lan and I were once members of the Cho clan in Yangzhou City. One night, you made our clan, the Cho clan, disappear, vanish like a fire underwater. Cho Yuan Hao's expression was ice-cold and was looking at Nalan Xiong with fury. That year, every member of the Cho clan was extremely powerful. We had a great many geniuses. All had extremely strong spirits. It even became the strongest clan of Yangzhou City. Nobody would have ever thought that you, head of the Nalan clan, would be so scared just because the Cho clan had become so strong. One night, you carried out a surprise attack on the Cho clan, slaughtering its members and their families. You almost killed everyone and exterminated our bloodline. That debt of blood, you can't have forgotten it, right? The crowd was shaking in fear. Cho Yuan Hao and Cho Lan had belonged to the Cho clan in the past. In the crowd, everybody had heard about the Cho clan, who was extremely powerful and relied on vital golden spirits. The Cho clan was like an unstoppable comet. Nobody was able to defeat them, and they were extremely famous. But one night, it completely disappeared from Yangzhou City without trace. Some people thought that the entire clan had moved to another place. Some other people thought that they had been killed by an unknown enemy. But the crowd would have never thought that the Cho clan had been annihilated by the Nalan clan. They had not only slaughtered them but also destroyed the evidence extremely well. Nalan Xiong's heart was pounding. He was filled with rage and fury. Killing intent was making his eyes glow. He had never thought that there were survivors of the Cho clan. What? You want to silence witnesses by killing them? Said Cho Yuan Hao with an evil smile on his face before adding, Nalan Xiong, I advise you not to get too excited. Your clan, the Nalan clan, will not continue to exist for a long time. Wait for me to come and get my revenge. Wait for me to annihilate your clan. Tomorrow, or maybe the day after tomorrow, the name of your clan will not exist anymore in Yangzhou City. Is that so? I would like to see how you are going to make us, the Nalan clan, disappear, said Nalan Xiong while smiling coldly. Father! At that moment, Nalan Feng said again. She was looking at her father while shaking her head, which made everyone stupefied. It seemed like Cho Yuan Hao's words were not lies. He probably had a huge force behind him to back him up. Otherwise, Nalan Feng would not overcautious like that. She seemed to be scared of them. By Yuan Hao, I don't believe that you would ever touch me, said Nalan Feng in a cold tone. I wouldn't dare kill you, but I definitely will dare humiliate you. Today, I came to Yangzhou in order to make my clan, the Cho clan, shine again, and to make people understand how filthy and evil your clan is. Your clan is disgusting. Wait and see, someday I will come back to Yangzhou City. That will be the day when your clan disappears. Cho Yuan sounded proud of himself and said, All right, you three continue your childish thing. The geniuses of Yangzhou City. Haha. How ridiculous. How amusing. If you have enemies, then you should get your revenge. But you shouldn't use me as a stepping stone, Lin Feng said while looking at Cho Yuan Hao, and then added, Once the tournament finishes, your problems will have nothing to do with me. How stupid and foolish. Who do you think you are? If I, Cho Yuan Hao, want to kill you, then I will kill you. An insignificant doggy like you still dares to show off. Since you don't want to close your big mouth, you should stay here forever and make this your grave, said Cho Yuan Hao while smiling evilly. An insignificant dog? You can kill me if you want to? Truly ignorant, said Lin Feng in an evil tone while shaking his head. Cho Lan and Cho Yuan Hao were filled with an intense and deep hatred. He could understand why and where that hatred came from. Therefore, he had showed respect to them, but Qiu Yuanhao thought he was better than everybody else, and he continued to insult and trying to humiliate Lin Feng. Since it was this way, Lin Feng had no reason to try and understand him and his hatred or show compassion to him. Yangzhou City Geniuses? Today, I want to show to everyone that you are just a bunch of trash, said Qiu Yuanhao in an impudent way. He then released his spirit. Immediately, his entire body was covered with a magnificent golden light looking like rays of sunlight. As the top of the arena was not covered, sunlight was refracting on his spirit, which made it look even more majestic. The eyes of the people in the crowd were stunned by this magnificent view. His spirit was even more dazzling than Na Lan Feng's golden divine arm spirit. That's a real golden spirit, how awesome, said the crowd amazed. At that moment, Qiu Yuanhao's body looked like a gigantic and invulnerable mountain of gold. Na Lan Feng, you proclaimed yourself as genius. You are extremely arrogant because you possess a golden divine arm spirit. Try and have a fight against me. Qiu Yuanhao's long hair was fluttering in the air. His entire body was majestic, coupled with the golden aura which had surrounded his body. The crowd had the feeling that he was invincible. He stamped heavily on the main stage, which made everyone shake. The entire crowd could already see how powerful he looked, but being affected by his attack from such a distance had confirmed how powerful he was. Invincible golden body Qiu Yuanhao's qi was extremely powerful and made an incredibly loud noise. He then punched in the direction of Na Lan Feng, and it looked like that punch was going to be fatal. Invincible golden body was a skill which Qiu Yuanhao had accidentally discovered. It was one of the lowest skills of the Shen category. Besides, coupled with his golden body spirit, it was even more powerful. The power of the attack was truly amazing. Relying on that combination of spirit and technique, Qiu Yuanhao could kill many cultivators of a similar strength. Divine Punch. When Na Lan Feng saw that Qiu Yuanhao was about to attack, she did the same and started an attack with a loud shout. She didn't think that her divine arm spirit was going to be much weaker than the spirit of her opponent. Boom, boom. Power versus power. The entire atmosphere was shaking. Between the two golden punches, a splendid qi appeared and made a whistling sound as it cut through the air. It then turned into a violent hurricane which shot into the atmosphere. Let me crush you. The brilliant golden light on Qiu Yuanhao's body became even more radiant. An incredible strength emerged all around his fist. Na Lan Feng groaned and was knocked back 10 steps. She was now breathing heavily. She was still looking at Qiu Yuanhao. He still had his cold and arrogant smile on his face. He was breathing normally, and there wasn't a single sign of exhaustion at all. The arrogant and prestigious girl of Yangzhou City couldn't even withstand a single attack when facing that opponent. She was already exhausted and about to collapse. That Divine Punch is strong. Divine Punch was an extremely powerful attack, but Qiu Yuanhao's golden body spirit hadn't been defeated yet. It was much stronger and incomparably more powerful. You dare call yourself a genius? That kind of foolishness is only possible in a small city like Yangzhou City. Only in such a miserable place can you play that little game and make a show of authority. That's all. Then he turned and looked at Lin Feng and Lin Qian. It should be the two of you on this stage. I don't mind teaching you a lesson once. I want you to understand that you have an exaggerated opinion about yourselves. I also wanted to show all these people, these good-for-nothings, what kind of people you are, and yet dare call yourselves geniuses. Qiu Yuanhao was extremely arrogant and confident in his power. He thought that every single person in Yangzhou City was a piece of trash, a good-for-nothing. However, he had defeated Na Lan Qiu a single attack, so he actually had the right to be that presumptuous and arrogant. That young man is really an outstanding talent. He is an authentic genius and extremely powerful. The crowd was looking at Qiu Yuanhao as if he was a deity. They thought that his strength was incredible. The person in whom the crowd had faith miserably lost against Qiu Yuanhao. What kind of person had such power? In the continent of the 9 clouds, everybody only supported strong cultivators. Well, what about you? Are you not making a show of authority in Yangzhou City? At that moment, Lin Feng had said those words as if he had spat them directly into Qiu Yuanhao's face. which stupefied everybody in the crowd. He was really audacious, suddenly daring to humiliate Qiu Yuanhao. Qiu Yuanhao looked indifferent and even had a teasing expression in his eyes. He then said, "Look at that, how brave. Once again, you've been playing the role of my little doggy. This time, I will have mercy on you. I will not kill you. However, as a punishment for your insolence, I will make your life a living hell and destroy that rotten mouth of yours." Little doggy, rotten mouth. I noticed how rich your vocabulary is. However, I think that you are the one who spends his life being a little doggy, said Lin Feng while grinning and sneering at Qiu Yuanhao. Even though Qiu Yuanhao's spirit was powerful, his strength was equivalent to that normally reached when at the first Ling Qi layer. Otherwise, his punch a moment before wouldn't have just made Na Lan Feng step back of a few steps. "I'll kill you," yelled Qiu Yuanhao. He liked to call other people names, but what he hated the most was being called names by other people. His body started glowing in a golden light and he threw himself towards Lin Feng. A golden palm carrying an extremely strong pressure was rushing towards Lin Feng. The crowd could already imagine Lin Feng getting blown away by that palm strike. Na Lan Feng had been defeated by a similar attack. What about Lin Feng? "Get lost," said Lin Feng strictly. The light of his sword was dazzling as it filled the eyes of everyone watching. The resplendent sword light and the golden hand enhanced each other's beauty. As a result of their collision, a loud sound similar to that of a gong spread throughout the atmosphere. Qiu Yuanhao's golden body not only allowed him to carry out formidably strong attacks, but also enabled him to greatly enhance his defense. It seemed like he was impervious to spears and swords. Thus, Lin Feng's sword was unable to hurt him. That was precisely what Qiu Yuanhao relied on, his defense skills. He relied on them as much as he relied on his arrogance. "Ha ha ha! Are you kidding me? You little doggy, you're just a piece of trash. You'll never be able to hurt me," said Qiu Yuanhao, sneering at Lin Feng. His golden light began to once again fill the air. Lin Feng just sensed the colossal oppressing strength against his sword. That strength made his sword shake so much that he almost had it slip from his grasp. "Really?" replied Lin Feng indifferently. If the sword was used quickly, it could never be stopped. Could overrun all fortifications. A sword user could crush and annihilate everything in his path. Nobody could survive a sword that they did not see. There were a myriad of weapon spirits, but the sword spirit was one of the strongest and most powerful weapon spirits which existed. Even though Lin Feng didn't have a sword spirit, his knowledge when it came to swords surpassed that of a great majority of cultivators who had a sword spirit. "Sword force," Lin Feng whispered. His sword was dazzling. Brilliant rays of lights started to consume the atmosphere. An extremely strong qi was concentrated in the tip of his sword and emitted a loud explosion. Boom! Lin Feng's sword collided with Qiu Yuanhao's spirit again. A sound like tearing paper spread throughout the air. Qiu Yuanhao's facial expression immediately changed. He, who was incredibly strong, had had to step back to avoid that powerful sword and could not rely only on his defenses. When Lin Feng saw that Qiu Yuanhao had stepped back, he put his sword on his shoulder and said while smiling coldly, "You said that I was unable to hurt you. Well then, why did you just step back?" When Qiu Yuanhao heard those words, his face twisted in anger and while staring at Lin Feng, said, "I admit that I underestimated you, but I am stronger than you. You're still a little doggy. No, a little chicken who cannot even withstand a single attack. You talk a lot, but everything that leaves your mouth is crap," Lin Feng said, sounding exhausted. "If being a genius means opening one's big mouth and stupidly judging other people, then you definitely are a real genius, a true genius, a genius unmatched beneath the heavens. How fearless. Duo Ming has been brave in the face of danger this whole time. He has no fear." When the crowd saw that Lin Feng had made Qiu Yuanhao step back, their expression was bright. They already regarded Duo Ming as someone great. They used to think that Lin Feng only had a little power, they had underestimated him, but at that moment they really thought that he was stronger than Na Lan Feng or Lin Qian. Na Lan Feng and Lin Qian were also watching Lin Feng and started to think very highly of him. They had thought that Lin Feng wasn't that strong before, but at that moment, they realized how ignorant they had been. Actually, Duo Ming was the person to be careful of. He was on a higher level than them both. Even though we can't see his face, he's obviously very young and he's a real genius. He must have been gifted ever since his birth. If he could join my clan, the Nalan clan, that would be a great help, said Nalan Feng, who really hoped Duo Ming would join her clan. Then, she walked towards Lin Feng and said, Duo Ming, I admit that I underestimated you. With such strength like yours, my clan, the Nalan clan, will really respect you. Please join my clan and support us in the future. Then, you will able to meet me every day no matter what. Wouldn't that be great for you? Please join. Nalan Feng sounded arrogant and self-confident again. She had recovered from her previous emotions. Relying on her natural beauty and feminine charms, she tried to convince Lin Feng to meet her every day. Both would gain a lot from such a relationship. Besides, she was really beautiful, so she was convinced that Lin Feng would not refuse her suggestion. Get lost. What nobody had expected was that Lin Feng had not only rejected Nalan Feng's proposition but had also brandished his sword in her direction, which made him look extremely ruthless. Nalan Feng's pupils were dilated. She released her divine arm spirit and started her divine punch and bombarded his sword. But nothing happened. The long sword didn't even move a millimeter. Then, a thunderous roar spread throughout the atmosphere, carrying an insanely violent and explosive qi within. It looked beyond terrifying. Nalan Feng's expression suddenly changed. She quickly dodged the attack. She was extremely quick. Boom! Lin Feng thrust out his left hand, which was followed by a loud explosive noise. That punch turned into a multitude of fist shadows superposing one another. Each fist shadow was stronger than the last. It looked like he had created a flood of punches. They were moving towards Nalan Feng at an unimaginable speed. Nalan Feng groaned. She was blown backwards and looked extremely fragile and weak. She slid backwards to the edge of the main fighting stage. One more step backwards and she would have fallen off. At that moment, the crowd didn't know what was going on anymore. They were too confused. Lin Feng had astonished them too many times. Each time Lin Feng moved, they found him amazing, but each time, they also realized they had been underestimating him. It seemed like his strength was ever increasing. It looked like they were underestimating him over and over again. Even at that moment, Lin Feng had defeated Nalan Feng quickly and efficiently. They remembered how they had thought that Nalan Feng and Lin Qian were definitely going to win this fight and had never put the young man in their eyes. They were thinking that they had been ridiculous and foolish. If Qiu Yuanhao hadn't been there, Lin Feng would have deserved to be designated as their grandfather. The crowd were not the only ones to think that way. Nalan Feng and Lin Qian, but especially Nalan Feng, thought that they were the only ones who had a chance and were ignoring Lin Feng when the three of them were on the battle stage, getting ready for the final battle. They had almost forgotten that Lin Feng was even there. They had really underestimated him. At that moment, they also realized how ridiculous they had been. They realized by underestimating him, they could have both died beneath his sword. You are so strong. Would you please help me practice and improve my cultivation skills? Said Lin Feng while looking at Nalan Feng as he was blatantly humiliating her. Lin Feng was filled with indignation and anger because of that arrogant girl's behavior, but what enraged Lin Feng the most was that that girl didn't respect people, and she wanted other people to respect her. Otherwise, why would she send her troops at night to attack the offenders by surprise? Lin Feng couldn't stand the arrogant and haughty girl. Nalan Feng was utterly ashamed of herself when she remembered what she had said. She had the feeling she was truly foolish. Join your clan, meet you every day. Who do you think you are? You think you are alone at the top of the world. You think others are beneath you. What gives you the right to think that I would ever want to meet you every day? Lin Feng continued to talk and made Nalan Feng understand how ridiculous she was, and that she had no right to be arrogant. Nalan Feng had the feeling that her face was burning. She couldn't refute anything that Lin Feng had said. At that moment, Nalan Xiong was looking at them. He was staring at Lin Feng, who was filled with anger and whose expression was ice cold. He had defeated Nalan Feng so easily. That Duo Ming really looked like he was going to kill the arrogant Nalan Feng, the greatest disciple of the Nalan clan. A real genius. The crowd hadn't been so excited as at that moment. Lin Qian, Na Lanfeng, Duo Ming as well as Qiu Yuanhao, all were geniuses, all were stronger than the other. None of them had a strength which could make the crowd despise them, but some of them were so insanely strong that the crowd's blood was boiling in excitement. For example, when looking at Lin Feng. He gradually was showing more and more strength, he was gradually becoming more and more insane. So far, he hadn't been so furious and enraged as at that moment. The more ruthless he became, the more excited the crowd became. Nobody was even willing to fight against him anymore. He was really hot-blooded and merciless. "Oh, you're still there. I have no intention to fight against you to prevent you from taking your revenge. But do you think that trying to humiliate me over and over again, and thinking that you are the best person in the world, makes you an amazing person?" Lin Feng had turned around and was looking at Qiu Yuanhao and then said in an ice-cold tone, "You say that Na Lanfeng is extremely arrogant and sets herself high above everyone else, that she can act that way only because she is in a small and miserable town like Yangzhou City. What about you? Are you not acting in the same way? Genius? Calling me a little doggy and a chicken? Now, I would like to ask you, what makes you a genius?" Lin Feng said that while walking. He released his spirit for the first time. All of them seemed not to have noticed that they had all released their spirit at least once. But Lin Feng had not released his spirit the whole time. In his eyes, the entire world became darkness. Lin Feng's eyes became pitch black. He looked truly evil. It looked like he had two black holes instead of eyes. He looked like a demon. Everything around him seemed to slow down. Every movement, every person and their face, every single thing. Lin Feng could see everything around him at the same time, and it was crystal clear, as if everything was moving in slow motion. Nothing could escape from Lin Feng's attention. He knew what everyone was doing at any given time. He could also hear his own heart palpitating. He could even sense his own blood circulating in his veins. He could sense every single movement that Qiu Yuanhao was making, including his respiration. Lin Feng was unable to speak at that moment, though, as if he was an omnipotent deity, as if he was in every single moment at the same time, as if he was a gigantic pair of eyes able to observe every single thing in the universe at the same time. But eyes couldn't speak. Through the silver mask that Lin Feng was wearing, Qiu Yuanhao could see Lin Feng's eyes. He had begun to tremble with fear. He had never felt so much fear in his life. He couldn't realize what he was seeing. What was wrong with Lin Feng's eyes? Why did it seem like he was staring into the eyes of death itself? At that moment, Qiu Yuanhao was confused and terrified. He could feel the fear penetrating deep into his bones and was shivering like he was frozen. He must be having a hallucination. There was nobody in front of him. Lin Feng was clearly standing in front of him, but Qiu Yuanhao couldn't feel his presence at all. It was just as if he was closing his eyes and couldn't see people or sense other people's presence near him. It was as if the place where Lin Feng stood was a black hole which absorbed his presence. Boom! 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 At that moment, the atmosphere was extremely silent. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng as if he was the only person within the universe. Even though Lin Feng's steps made almost no sound at all, each and every one of his steps caused a terrifying sensation in their hearts. It sounded like their hearts were trying to burst from their chests. This was fear, this was terror. It was a primal instinct. Everyone wanted to do only one thing: run. With eyes filled with fury, Lin Feng was drawing closer and closer to the frozen Qiu Yuanhao with every step. At that moment, Lin Feng was shrouded in a mysterious aura of darkness. His steps seemed to be corresponding to some kind of special cosmic rhythm. That cosmic rhythm seemed to follow the same laws as that of elemental forces. The sword could diffuse a strong sword force with each strike. Heaven and earth would also naturally produce a force which filled the world. When Lin Feng released his spirit, he could sense and comprehend things in a way that was shockingly advanced. He could understand the mysteries which confused cultivators who were several realms higher. Millions of thoughts were circulating in his brain at full speed. These thoughts gave Lin Feng strange perceptions and a feeling of understanding a higher realm. Celestial spirit transforms me into something unknown and unbelievably strong, thought Lin Feng, very pleased, but it was impossible to see it on his face. Lin Feng's right hand reached down and begun to remove his belt. Huh! The entire crowd was looking at Lin Feng's movements and could not believe he had just removed his belt. What was he planning to do? It's a sword. Everybody's eyes seemed even more shocked that his silver belt had become a sword. They had already seen that Lin Feng was carrying a sword on his shoulder, but they hadn't paid attention to what was around his waist. Lin Feng seemed to be holding something which resembled a soft and flexible sword. Lin Feng was getting nearer and nearer to Qiu Yuanhao. At that moment, an extremely strong sword qi was revolving around Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng's body seemed to look like the handle of a sword, and the qi which was emanating from his sword and body had formed a blade-like shape in the air above him. Is that a spirit? The entire crowd had a strange feeling and didn't really understand what was going on. Could it be that Lin Feng had a sword spirit? Otherwise, how could he be surrounded by such an insanely strong sword qi? The crowd seemed to have come to the realization that Lin Feng hadn't released his spirit at all. He hadn't needed to. He could display a strength above that of the geniuses before them, without releasing his spirit. With each step that he took, the sword force was becoming stronger and stronger. Just by looking at the sword, everyone could tell that the killing force contained was growing with each passing moment. Even though Lin Feng was filled with murderous thoughts and his face was shockingly calm, it also seemed like he was slightly happy. The 10,000 things of creation possess a force. It is part of their innermost nature, and the sword itself has a force. Why keep using sword qi when there is unlimited force? Before, Lin Feng would need to release a lot of sword qi to use the sword force, but at this moment he was not releasing his own sword qi, but was using the sword force and taking the qi from the sword into his body. He could freely control the force to his will. He could now borrow force whenever he wanted. Therefore, he could unleash as much sword force in a single strike as he pleased. He was no longer limited by his own qi. His entire body and aura was starting to look like a sword, like an extremely sharp and ruthless sword. Lin Feng, deep in his heart, was growing happier and happier. The sword qi in his body and the atmosphere was also becoming more and more vigorous. However, at the same time, Qiu Yuanhao was growing more and more concerned. A look of fear was covering his face. The whole atmosphere was being consumed by the pressure of the sword force, and it felt like the sword was trying to consume him and bathe in his blood. He could only panic. He could sense that Lin Feng was a threat to his life, and at any moment his life could end. Lin Feng could really tear through his golden body spirit with such a terrifying sword force. I shouldn't wait any longer, I should retreat, thought Qiu Yuanhao. His confidence had been crushed by that enormous sword qi and terrifying sword force. Besides, Lin Feng's force was showing no signs of decreasing. Instead, it was still growing stronger. He was scared to approach Lin Feng because he feared that he wouldn't be able to come out of the encounter with all of his body parts. Qiu Yuanhao would have never thought that he would end up in such a situation facing a nobody in Yangzhou City. He wasn't even famous, he was an unknown. On top of that, his sister had invited him to join the annual tournament, so how could he be so strong? Lin Feng at this moment was looking at him as if he was looking at a street mutt. Qiu Yuanhao decided to start releasing his qi again. He could not accept such humiliation from a nobody. His golden body was surrounded by a radiant golden light, and he began releasing his colossal strength. His entire body was emanating a powerful qi, and he was even using an incredible force. Invincible golden body. In an extremely loud shout, Qiu Yuanhao eventually decided to attack. He coated his fist in his indestructible aura and launched his fist towards Lin Feng. Boom! As his fist crashed through the air, the sound of explosions filled the air as if he was shattering the atmosphere which restrained his fist. Die! Lin Feng said that word in a low voice, and suddenly, an incredibly powerful sword force emerged out of his body and tore the atmosphere apart, then rushed towards Qiu Yuanhao's body. The force of the sword made Qiu Yuanhao's body distort. Sounds of tearing and ripping could be heard from inside his body. It sounded like his body could be torn apart at any moment. The sword force which was unleashed was accompanied by an extremely powerful qi. The sword flashed through the atmosphere, cutting everything in its path, and an extremely dazzling light filled the air. The sword struck against Qiu Yuanhao's chest. Crack! Qiu Yuanhao's body cracked open like an egg as his protective layer shattered into pieces. His spirit was disintegrated. Blood splashed everywhere and Qiu Yuanhao's body was launched backwards. It was now clear that he was weaker than Lin Feng. The strong cultivator who had come from the imperial city, same as those who had come before him, had not been able to withstand a single strike carried out by Lin Feng. At that moment, the crowd was astonished, stunned, stupefied and was staring blankly at Lin Feng. How terrifyingly strong. That was pure and undeniable strength. No one was able to deny the power that he had just unleashed. Whether it was a genius or a powerful disciple mattered not. Lin Feng had only needed a single strike to deal with him. Phew! Duo Ming is the real genius today. He was definitely the hero of the day. Nobody could compete with his strength or defy his wrath. That haughty girl actually thought she was worthy of him. But Duo Ming is someone who is favored by the gods. The crowd was still staring silently at Lin Feng. He definitely had gained a special esteem and respect within their hearts. Na Lan Feng considers herself as above the rest of the world. The strongest, the most beautiful. Surprisingly, she even wants to become a mentor for Duo Ming on the path of cultivation. That brat does not have eyes. Qiu Yuanhao is also extremely arrogant and thinks he is invincible. He humiliated and insulted Duo Ming, called him a little doggy. Now, he can't even withstand a single attack when facing Duo Ming. He is actually the little doggy. He actually thought he could be that arrogant in Duo Ming City, but he was wrong. He better learn his lesson and behave in Yangzhou City. Only Duo Ming is a true genius. He has received a blessing from the heavens and the earth. He is the most talented and the most powerful person in Yangzhou City. Lin Feng couldn't know what the crowd was thinking. He was looking at Qiu Yuanhao lying on the ground. Lin Feng was expressionless. That was the price to pay for humiliating and despising others for no reason. Lin Feng turned around and didn't look at Qiu Yuanhao again. The black holes he was using as eyes then turned towards Lin Qian. On that day, Lin Feng was going to use Lin Qian and wipe away all his past humiliations. It looks like you and me are the last ones left. Let's continue, said Lin Feng, showing no emotions, which frightened Lin Qian. She did not know what he intended to do. Her strength was very similar to that of Na Lan Feng. Qiu Yuanhao had been able to defeat Na Lan Feng with ease. But the strong and powerful Qiu Yuanhao had not been able to block Lin Feng's sword, which gave Lin Qian the impression that she had no chance to defeat Lin Feng at all. Who the hell is that guy? Surprisingly, he is so strong, Lin Qian whispered. On that day, her self-confidence had been crushed. She used to think that she was amazing because she had reached the first Ling Qi layer. She used to think that she could defeat anyone who was before her. She was a true genius and no one else mattered. Her state of mind was the same as that of Na Lan Feng. Then Qiu Yuanhao had appeared from nowhere and made her understand that even though she had reached the first Ling Qi layer, there were many others who were still stronger than her and much more talented. But at the moment when she had thought that Qiu Yuanhao was incredibly strong, Lin Feng had cut him down with a single sword strike. This had made her feel extremely inferior. I think it's useless to continue after these events, said Lin Qian, sounding cold and detached. Even though her self-confidence had been crushed, she still didn't want to show it. She didn't want to admit that she wanted to surrender. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes looked like they were smiling. Even at that point, Lin Qian was unwilling to stop acting high and mighty. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng's body vanished without trace. Lin Qian, step back, said someone shouting extremely loudly. Lin Badao was frightened and didn't want Lin Feng to attack Lin Qian. He had been paying attention all along. When he saw Lin Feng's move, he immediately warned Lin Qian. At the same time, his body transformed into a whirlwind, breaking through the air and moving straight towards the fighting stage. Lin Qian was also aware of the danger, and she immediately released her universal ice and fire spirit. Both ice and fire was coming out of her hands, and she threw herself towards Lin Feng, whom had appeared in front of her. Boom! Lin Feng blocked the attack. The ice had melted and the fire was extinguished. Immediately after, his body shot towards Lin Qian. He would show no mercy at all, a single sword strike. Lin Feng thrust his sword at Lin Qian. "Let's see if you dare," shouted Lin Badao while trying to intervene. A scorching fire was unleashed from the palm of his hand and moved to block Lin Feng's sword. Boom! The fire was unimaginably powerful and had weakened the power of the sword, which was about to crash into Lin Qian's body, but the force of the sword still struck her and sent her flying towards the edge of the fighting stage. She was alive but gravely injured. "How dare you violate the rules of the annual tournament like that?" Lin Feng shouted and then added, "Because you are worthless. You need to make a spectacle of yourself and need the help of the older generation to back you up. What a disgrace. The Lin clan has finally shown its true colors. How shameless." Nalan Xiong remained silent. That whole tournament had deviated too much from what he had planned. Since it was this way, he felt like everything right now was meaningless. Lin Feng had injured his daughter, Nalan Feng. Could Nalan Xiong have mercy on Lin Feng? How audacious. Who do you think you are, to be that arrogant? Lin Badao saw that Nalan Xiong remained silent. He didn't hesitate at all and tried to slap Lin Feng's silver mask. Lin Feng didn't try to avoid the attack. His silver mask directly fell down onto the ground and his real face appeared. "It's you? It's you?" Lin Badao and Lin Qian said these words at the same time. When they saw Lin Feng's real face, they were stupefied. They felt like a blizzard was spreading through their veins and an icy cold chill ran down their spines. At the same time, all the members of the Lin clan in the crowd were stupefied when they saw Lin Feng's real face. That insanely strong and powerful young man surprisingly is a member of the Lin clan, or actually a former member of the Lin clan who had been expelled for apparently being weak. It's him. No wonder. No wonder that he would dare attack me. I sent troops, but he killed them all. Now I am next. Nalan Feng was extremely surprised. She was shaking from fear as she had sent a large number of people to kill him, but he had killed them all, leaving no survivors. When she remembered what had happened at the Whistle Wind restaurant, Nalan Feng had a bitter feeling in her heart. What had given her the right to act towards Lin Feng over such petty problems? She was regretting all of her actions to this point. She had created a terrible enemy for herself and her clan. When the crowd saw the expression that the Lin clan members had, they were surprised. They were confused and were wondering who the mysterious person under the mask was. Who was that guy who made the Lin clan members so shocked? Impossible. How did you become this strong? Lin Qian couldn't believe what she had witnessed. All that strength that he had displayed. An insanely strong and powerful young man, he was a genius. She would have never considered that he could have strength to fight her. She used to think he was a piece of trash. The feeling she had at this moment was unbearable. If he was really trash, then what was she? There's no doubt. Your eyes are correct. I am Lin Feng, the one that you all despise so much, also known as the piece of trash within the Lin clan. Lin Feng sounded indifferent. His simple answer made the hearts of the Lin clan members extremely heavy. This young man should have been the glory and pride of the Lin clan. With him by their side, their future would have been glorious. They should have hailed him as a hero, but instead they had ridiculed him and expelled him from the clan. What complete foolishness they all had. They did not deserve such a genius. The crowd was stirring and growing restless. The Lin clan had abandoned Lin Feng. The rumors said it was a piece of trash who almost died against Lin Hong. Everybody in the Lin clan despised him. Could this terrifying young man really have needed help from his father against someone so much weaker than himself? The rumors were beginning to sound more and more untrue. What had happened on the stage was shocking. Nobody would have thought Xiao Yuan Hao would appear. They had discovered a genius, but that genius was the one known as a piece of trash according to rumors from the Lin clan. No wonder that he was wearing that silver mask. Members of the audience slowly started to understand the chain of events that had occurred and why this mysterious young man had no background. Lin Qian, people as arrogant as you are very rare. You think that you stand at the top of the world, looking down on others. But it is only possible for you to be that way within the Lin clan, that's all. Never say that you are a genius because all you are is a foolish little girl. Lin Badao, you are a weak shell of a man compared to my father. You will never be as strong as him. But you acted in collusion with the honorable elder to overtake the power and make my father abdicate. On top of that, you wanted to expel him from the clan. You believe in Lin Qian's power more than anything, thinking that she will someday be the hope for the clan. But now, everybody can see that Lin Qian cannot compete with me. She's a worthless little girl who can only run her mouth. Don't you feel stupid? Don't you think you are laughable? Are you not ashamed of yourselves? Don't you regret what you did? Of course, I understand that you are not going to admit it even if you do regret what you did. However, today is only the beginning. Today I have only proved how stupid, foolish, and shameless you all truly are. Your words, your faces, you are all filthy. Someday I will return with my father and we will take justice. Suddenly, Lin Feng had stopped being silent. Every single sentence he had said had penetrated deeply into the hearts of the Lin clan members. It moved them and shocked them. Lin Feng was right. Every member of the Lin clan had dared despise Lin Hai and wanted Lin Ba Dao to become the head of the Lin clan. It wasn't because Lin Ba Dao was strong though, because Lin Ba Dao wasn't even in the same league as Lin Hai. All of this was because of Lin Qian and her talent. They all looked at her as if she was a deity. They had thought that Lin Qian had limitless power. They had thought that she could make the Lin clan rise up and that they would all benefit in the future. But they would have never thought that their beloved and cherished Lin Qian could be surpassed by someone else, especially by another genius who had been expelled from the clan. The most bitter thing was that he was the son of the former head of the clan. That was the beginning, nothing more. Lin Feng would become much stronger. He had huge potential and limitless talent. Would Lin Qian ever be able to catch up to him? Why had a genius like him been expelled from the Lin clan? Why had nobody acknowledged him when he defeated Lin Hong? Why had nobody given him the chance to prove them wrong? Why had they continued to think that Lin Qian was their only hope and raised her above him in every possible way? It wasn't until this moment that the Lin clan truly understood the grave mistake that they had made. They had treated a hero, such a rare genius, with nothing but disdain. They had brought the hatred of him and his father down upon themselves. Had any of them truly been thinking of the clan? Regret? Of course, the Lin clan members regretted everything. They knew that nothing could ever turn back time before they had made such mistakes. They had made a big mistake by hurting a genius of Yangzhou City. Even an extremely strong cultivator who had come from the Imperial City wasn't a match for a single strike from Lin Feng. "You animal! Shut the hell up!" shouted Lin Ba Dao furiously because he couldn't bear hearing Lin Feng's words anymore. "Lin Ba Dao, you are a worthless clan member, using my father's uncle to overtake his power. Your goal was to create confusion within the Lin clan. You never cared about our family ties, about the same blood flowing in our veins. From the bottom of your heart, all you ever wanted was kill my father and me. Lin Ba Dao, you are not even worth being called an animal yourself. You are nothing but a worm. I am ashamed to think that we share the same blood. Even if I am not part of the Lin clan anymore, knowing that we share the same blood will always be a disgrace to me. Even if no one ever finds out we share the same blood, knowing this fact makes me sick." Every single word Lin Feng had said was like a sharp knife stabbing Lin Ba Dao's heart. Lin Feng was usually a quiet person. He would never spend long time speaking. He wasn't an expert when it came to the expression of his feelings and emotions, but who could ever understand him? He had already lived another life. Lin Ba Dao's heart was pounding furiously. He could never forgive Lin Feng. He had no regret and could only feel the hatred inside himself. "Head of the Nalan clan, please don't blame me for interfering in this match," said Lin Ba Dao while looking at Nalan Xiong. "These are your clan's internal affairs. I obviously have no right to intervene," replied Nalan Xiong in an indifferent tone. When he saw them, Lin Feng smiled coldly. He had humiliated and injured Nalan Feng. Nalan Xiong already hated him bitterly. But Lin Ba Dao was still scared to be beaten by Nalan Xiong because he had broken the rules of the tournament. "In my eyes, this annual tournament is a big facade. You only want the Nalan clan members to win. You can't stand losing to anyone else. I don't want to participate in these kind of stupid events again. It's clear that if a genius injures a member of your clan, you will later send people to attack them by surprise. The Nalan clan is a huge joke. Truly shameless. Lin Feng's black eyes looked ice cold. People were still shocked by Lin Feng's aura. There was no one that did not have their eyes fixed on Lin Feng after the power he had shown. Lin Qian, didn't you want to kill me? So now, I will take your life. Lin Feng said that while laughing evilly. He started walking towards Lin Qian. Lin Ba Dao was shaking in anger. He was in front of Lin Qian, obstructing the way. Die! Shouted Lin Feng demonically. He unsheathed his long sword from his back and moved it in Lin Qian's direction. Thunderous roars spread throughout the atmosphere. Do you think you even have a chance? Lin Ba Dao shouted while looking at Lin Feng, who had unsheathed his sword. A strong qi filled the atmosphere and thunderous roars filled the air. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng suddenly vanished but didn't move towards Lin Ba Dao and Lin Qian. He rather moved to a more distant place. Oh and oh! Nalan Xiong turned pale with fright. He stood up. He raised his head and saw Lin Feng above Nalan Feng's head, as if he was falling from the sky. Lin Feng's target was Nalan Feng. Nalan Feng also found out that she was Lin Feng's target and was filled with shock. She saw his eyes filled with darkness moving closer. She attacked with a divine punch, but Lin Feng could use his soft sword with extreme speed. Nalan Feng's fist shadow vanished and Lin Feng's cold sword was pressed against in Nalan Feng's throat. How dare you! Shouted Nalan Xiong short before arriving near Lin Feng. One more step and I will kill her, said Lin Feng in an ice-cold tone. He looked expressionless. Nobody had any doubt when it came to Lin Feng. If Nalan Xiong made one more step, Lin Feng would probably kill Nalan Feng. Nalan Feng was looking at Lin Feng's darkness-filled eyes. She had never been in such a situation. In Lin Feng's black eyes, she was just a worthless little brat. He had taken her as a hostage very easily, as if she truly had no strength. At that moment, Nalan Feng obviously understood that Lin Feng had taken her as a hostage. The crowd was looking at Lin Feng while remaining speechless. That remarkable young man who seemed to be blessed by the god was also extremely reckless and ambitious. Everybody thought he was insane, and he surprisingly dared humiliate every clan again and again. The crowd could only stand there in silence as they watched these events. Maybe when they had seen Lin Feng appear for the first time when he had joined the tournament, they already had the feeling that things were not going to go as planned. Even the events with Qiu Yuan Hao were unexpected. Lin Feng, however, had been insulting all of the powerful clans from the moment he first appeared. He had been offending everyone because of something that happened before the tournament. Nalan Feng had made a mistake before, and it seemed like Lin Feng had already planned to use her to escape. This was a ruthless and insane young man. Only somebody as strong as Lin Feng could be so reckless with his actions. Only someone as insane as Lin Feng could have planned this from the start. His words were mysterious and his actions were insane. He had drawn the attention of the entire crowd. When Lin Ba Dao wanted to take his revenge, Lin Feng had pleasantly surprised the entire crowd with his words, including Nalan Xiong. Lin Ba Dao and Nalan Xiong were helpless in front of Lin Feng, who was holding Nalan Feng as a hostage. They looked like monkeys who were dancing to his tune. Lin Feng was like a fierce tiger. He had completely captured his prey. Absolute control. Lin Feng was in absolute control. Lin Feng was using his celestial spirit, and that moment he was able to see everything extremely clearly, as if he was looking down on the world frozen in time. The moment when he had released his celestial spirit, his brain had started operating at an incredible speed and could solve even the most challenging problems. Everything that was happening around him was instantly processed by his brain, and nothing was escaping his attention. Every single word Lin Feng had said fascinated the crowd and drew their attention. Nalan Xiong and Lin Ba Dao were furious at this turn of events. At the moment when Lin Feng had threatened to kill Lin Qian, he hadn't killed her and instead had taken Nalan Feng as a hostage. The most fascinating thing was that even though Lin Feng's brain was operating at an incredibly terrifying speed, he remained calm and level-headed. Lin Feng sighed. His celestial spirit had completely changed him, as if he had transformed into something no longer human. His spirit enhanced all of his skills and abilities. Besides, that was also only the first layer of the celestial spirit. There was also the second layer which could be released used at any time, his book spirit. Let her go, Nalan Xiong said with a voice filled with killing intent. Let her go? Is that even possible? Said Lin Feng while smiling evilly in his heart. As before, his face was expressionless, which made him look exceptionally ruthless. I can guarantee that if anyone tries to get near me or tries to attack me, I swear to you all that the first one to die will not be me. Lin Feng had said these ruthless words with almost no change in his expression, showing no fear. His words felt like a slap in the face. Nalan Xiong could not help but twist his face in anger. Let's go. Lin Feng's soft sword slightly moved. In a flash, a thread of blood appeared on Nalan Feng's throat even though the soft sword had only slightly pressed on her throat. Nalan Feng was terrified when she felt a sharp burst of pain. Lin Feng's pitch-black eyes made her especially terrified. She didn't believe that Lin Feng would let her go easily once they escaped. His eyes looked inhumane and heartless. They were not the eyes of a man but that of a demon. She may truly die at his hands. Nalan Feng obeyed Lin Feng and started walking towards the exit. Remember my words, said Lin Feng while looking at Lin Ba Dao, who was very close to him at this moment. Lin Feng once again pressed his sword against Nalan Feng's throat and another trace of blood appeared. Step back, shouted Nalan Xiong at Lin Ba Dao, who was standing at a strategic point. He could see that Lin Ba Dao was still planning to attack Lin Feng. Nalan Xiong's tone made Lin Ba Dao shiver. He hated Nalan Xiong for standing in his way. He would have never thought that Lin Feng would be so sly and take Nalan Feng as a hostage. Nobody would dare to confront him, for fear of angering Nalan Xiong. Lin Feng, if I let you off, will you let my daughter go? Asked Nalan Xiong with a stern tone. Are you trying to have me kill her right here and now? Lin Feng's black eyes just stared at Nalan Xiong, showing no emotion. Nalan Xiong felt powerless against facing Lin Feng. He didn't dare do anything because in Lin Feng's eyes was pure darkness which made him look incredibly evil. He was scared that Lin Feng would be angered and kill Nalan Feng. They didn't talk much longer. Lin Feng and Nalan Feng gradually disappeared into the horizon. Even if Nalan Xiong couldn't do anything, he was still praying that nothing tragic would happen to Nalan Feng. Finally, the crowd saw Lin Feng's silhouette disappear into the distance. They could not help but sigh a breath of relief at seeing him leave. They had felt like this was all a chaotic dream. They were all exhausted at the events which had come to pass. Lin Feng had done so many astonishing things. Everyone had more than enough excitement for one day. Lin Feng, Lin Feng, Lin Feng. In every corner of the city only one name could be heard. The Nalan clan, the Gu clan, even Xiao Yuan Hao and Xiao Lan. All had just one name in their mind and on their tongue, Lin Feng. Lin clan members all seemed to carry a look of regret and deep thought on their faces. Lin Feng was a prodigy who had once belonged to the Lin clan, but when he had revealed his power and become known as a great talent, the glory wasn't attributed to the Lin clan. Actually, it was the opposite. They were going to suffer from harsh criticism. A talented young man who was once a member of the Lin clan had been expelled from the clan for being weak. How could they have been so stupid? No matter what, after the battles of that day, Lin Feng had already gained an incredible reputation within Yangzhou City. Very quickly, people in Yangzhou City would all hear the name Lin Feng. The former piece of trash of the Lin clan had become a genius who had received the blessing of heaven and earth. However, he was stupidly thrown away by the Lin clan. Lin Feng obviously didn't think about that and didn't really care. All he wanted was to leave Yangzhou City. He didn't know when he would go back to Yangzhou City. He only knew that when he would go back there, people would respect him and acknowledge his power. There would be nobody who would dare disrespect or despise him. He wouldn't need to rely on a hostage next time. He would come and go freely as he pleased. 10 days later, Lin Feng had arrived at the Yunhai sect on Qianli Shui, gazing at the mountains where the precipice of the abyss was situated. He could not help but remember fond memories. The path of cultivation was like a mountain which you continue climb, and then one day, you can look down at creation from the top of the world. Even though Lin Feng had shown outstanding talent in Yangzhou City, he wasn't the least bit conceited. He only knew that he had made some progress on the path of cultivation, but the world was big and the path was long. He didn't know exactly how vast the continent of the 9 clouds was or how powerful the people were. There was no reason to be arrogant when he truly knew so little. There were many geniuses in the continent, for example, that man who accompanied Lin Qian who had a legendary rock spirit. He was so young and much stronger than Lin Feng. He already had the power to confront Yun Hai sect elder. He dared come to the Yun Hai sect and demand respect. When I get back to the pavilion, the first thing I should is choose new techniques of higher difficulty and take the exam to become an elite disciple. Joining the elite disciples will enable me to be a real Yun Hai sect disciple, and I'll be able to participate in the internal affairs of the sect. At the moment, I can't do anything as an ordinary disciple. Lin Feng was thinking about what he was going to do, and it was already clear to him what he had to do next. At that moment, he could hear the thunderous hooves of horses in the distance. The ground was shaking. Lin Feng was surprised. He immediately turned around and saw a cloud of dust rise into the air. Armored horses were galloping at full speed. Qi Shui. Lin Feng was stupefied. Those armored horses were the color of blood. Everyone knew of these horses. It was an extremely valuable horse. It was 3 times faster than his Qian Li Shui, and it was extremely expensive. It was said that a Qi Shui cost 1,000 gold coins. It was also said that some special troops had Qi Shui horses. These troops would most likely be battle-hardened soldiers. But what were these troops doing in a territory which was under the domination of the Yun Hai sect? The precious armored horses were approaching at full speed. The people riding them were all soldiers who looked extremely well trained. They were all ferocious and looked extremely dangerous. These people can go wherever they want, whenever they want. They are not like the self-proclaimed masters and geniuses of Yangzhou City, thought Lin Feng while slightly trembling at the sight of them. These people were extremely strong, deadly warriors. They were real masters to the extent that the weakest ones of the group would have at least reached the 9th Qi layer, but the great majority would have broken into the Ling Qi layer long ago. They are really elite troops. The smell of blood fills the air even miles away. There were about 30 of them, and when they got close to Lin Feng, they suddenly slowed down. They raised their heads and looked at the mountain where the Yun Hai sect was located. This was their destination. Lin Feng had a strange feeling and his expression changed. He could see a figure which looked familiar. When his eyes focuses, he could recognize the person. It's her. On one of these Qi Shui, there was a girl wearing a red armor. She looked grandiose and heroic. Besides, she was extremely beautiful. Lin Feng would never forget her face. Shit, Lin Feng thought while remaining vigilant. He hadn't thought he would meet her there. She was obviously with this group of deadly warriors. That incredibly beautiful girl was a respected and illustrious disciple of the Yun Hai sect. Lu Fei. Is that you? Said Lu Fei coldly. She looked angry while looking at Lin Feng. He had dared to disrespect her before. She hadn't taken her revenge yet, but had not forgotten about it. Lin Feng was cursing in his mind. The group that was with her, they were all much stronger than the group he killed in Yangzhou City. They looked like battle-hardened warriors. If they wanted to fight, Lin Feng would be unable to compete with them. That group was so much stronger than him. He was in a desperate situation as they were both faster and stronger than him. He did not want to fight. Fei, you have a problem with that guy? Said a young man next to Lu Fei while looking at Lin Feng. Because Lu Fei looked angry, that guy had also started to show anger. No problem. He's one of my fellow disciples of the Yun Hai sect. We recognized each other. That was unexpected. Lu Fei had shook her head and said that indifferently. Then, she didn't look at him again and continued. Shall we go inside? Said Lu Fei, and then they left while heading towards the Yun Hai sect. The young man next to Lu Fei glanced at Lin Feng with slight killing intent in his eyes. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't understand what was going on. As far as he could remember, Lu Fei was rude and cruel. Why would she let him go? Forget it. Lin Feng didn't want to think too much about it. It looked like her status was much higher amongst those soldiers than he had thought. Their power was above his right now. I am not extremely strong and I do not have any troops to support me, thought Lin Feng while looking at the group from behind. Lin Feng was determined to do his best once he got back to the Yunhai sect and joined the elite disciples. Lin Feng rode his horse towards the mountain. 2 guards were standing there. Their heads dropped to the ground and they did not look at him as he passed. These were the same guards he had met the first time. They had now learnt their lesson and had been humbled. As before, the Yunhai sect's atmosphere was filled with the feeling of power borrowed from heaven and earth. It was very inspiring and motivated Lin Feng even more to increase his strength. Especially since every year, there was the exam to become an elite disciple. The strongest ordinary disciples could join and possibly enter the elite disciples, which meant they could become real Yunhai sect disciples. Besides, it was also said that the top elite disciples could directly sit an exam, and if they passed they would be able to join the core disciples of the Yunhai sect, which made them the foundation of the sect's power. The Yunhai sect had a formidable influence in the Xueyu country. While they were not the strongest sect, they could not be easily trifled with. Those core disciples were considered the pride and glory of the sect. Even in cities outside of their territory, a core disciple of the Yunhai sect would be treated with respect and wherever he went. They were supported by the sect itself. It was also the case within clans. For example, in the Lin clan, the Honorable Elder or Lin Ba Dao also regarded core disciples of a sect with respect. In the Lin clan, they wanted Lin Ba Dao to be the head of the clan because they had hoped that Lin Qian could become a core disciple of the Haoyu sect. This would bring them great honor and greatly rise their status within the country. If Lin Qian progressed, she could even become an elder in the Haoyu sect, which would make the Lin clan extremely influential. Unfortunately, Lin Feng, who everyone was sure would become an outstanding figure in the future, wasn't a member of the Lin clan anymore, and there was still regret remaining over the events. When he arrived in the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng first decided to wash the dirt from his body as he had traveled for 10 days. He then put on a clean set of Yunhai sect disciple robes. It was now time for him to head to the Xingchen pavilion. He had now broken through to the Ling Qi layer. He needed a more advanced agility technique and a higher level martial skill. Only then, he would be to fully unleash his power during a battle. Protector Bei. Lin Feng saw the old man who had the same expression as he always had at the entrance of the Xingchen pavilion. He looked like he was staring blankly into the horizon. But Lin Feng was extremely happy to know that old man was a protector of the sect, and when needed he would become extremely energetic and powerful. Lin Feng knew that the old man sitting in front of the Xingchen pavilion could look sluggish, but that it was only one aspect of his personality. However, if Lin Feng hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would hardly believe that the old man could actually be so powerful. Protector Bei's expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes. He then smiled, which was extremely rare, and said, "Oh, you have finally come back." "Yes, I came to find a new agility technique to practice," said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. "Go to the first floor. Take your time," replied Protector Bei. "Thank you, Protector Bei. Thank you for your help and sorry to bother you." Lin Feng's goal was to go to the first floor and gain advanced skills. According to the rules of the Yunhai sect, only those who had reached the Ling Qi layer or those who were elite disciples could go to the first floor. The disciples who had reached the Ling Qi layer but not yet joined the elite disciples would have a limited time when selecting skills. They could not take their time. They would also not have access to the second floor without becoming an elite disciple. There was an oil lamp which was lit when they entered the room, and when that oil lamp went out, they would have to leave. During that short time frame, they had to find suitable agility techniques and martial skills for themselves. The time these oil lamps stayed on was normally not enough time to find suitable agility techniques and martial skills. There were a myriad of martial skills and agility techniques in the Xingchen pavilion. It was very hard to find something suitable for oneself in a limited time, as there was just such a large number. But rules are rules. Nobody dared violate the rules of the sect. Many Yunhai sect disciples wanted to become elite disciples to be able to fully access the skills and agility techniques on this floor and the second floor of the Xingchen pavilion. That way, they would be able to greatly improve their abilities and find the best techniques for their fighting styles. No need to thank me or be sorry for bothering me. Just don't go to the second floor. You can stay as long as you wish on the ground floor and first floor. said the old man indifferently. Lin Feng was astonished, stupefied, stunned. Right after, he had a huge smile on his face. Lin Feng definitely was very lucky to have the protector watching over him. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, esteemed protector. Lin Feng became a bit more familiar at that moment when talking to the old man. He then entered the Xingchun pavilion and immediately after moved towards the stairs leading to the first floor. Little fellow, I'm just worried that your current level of cultivation wouldn't match those skills and techniques on the higher floors. Otherwise, I would have told you to go to the third floor. Thought Protector Bei while looking at Lin Feng's silhouette and then shaking his head and smiling. He then whispered, "The precipice of Zhanggu, 8 drums. You have changed the history of the Yunhai sect. You will always be able to enter my humble Xingchun pavilion as you please." Protector Bei had a great impression of Lin Feng, but the other disciples of the Yunhai sect didn't think that way. When they saw Lin Feng, who was wearing the robes of the ordinary disciples and immediately went up to the first floor of the Xingchun pavilion, many people were stupefied. Who's that guy? How can he go past the ground floor of the pavilion? I don't know, but he's clearly an ordinary disciple, and he is not one of the disciple known for breaking into the Ling Qi layer. Many people were envious and jealous. Not only could higher-level agility techniques enable cultivators to greatly increase their speed and benefit cultivation, but it also enabled them to greatly increase their overall fighting strength. It enabled them to use movements of a higher difficulty. In a battle, it could enable them to have a clear advantage in speed over their opponent. Who wouldn't want that? All the agility techniques and martial skills were divided into different levels. Sky level, earth level, Shen level, yellow level. These skills and agility techniques were spread over 4 levels in the Xingchun pavilion. On the ground floor of the pavilion were yellow level skills and agility techniques. On the first floor were skills and agility techniques of the Shen level and were extremely powerful. The first floor of the Xingchun pavilion was much more quiet than the ground floor. There were very few people on the first floor. They were all quietly looking for amazing skills and techniques suitable for themselves. At that moment, many people saw Lin Feng go upstairs and looked at him with disdain. There are less martial skills and agility techniques than on the ground floor. Lin Feng thought while looking at all the skills on the first floor. No matter what, these skills and agility techniques were extremely valuable. They were obviously very hard to find, therefore there were less skills on the first floor than on the ground floor. Let's find an agility technique, thought Lin Feng while looking at all the books and then immediately started to read them and analyze the skills. Purity technique, Shen level, absorbs the energy of the power of heaven and earth to purify the body, regulates body functions and provides greater control over the body. Practice to the highest level and your body will be faster, stronger and controlled with ease. Please note that this skill is suitable for any spirit. It cannot be practiced very quickly as the muscles and vessels must first become used to the change within the body. Improving too quickly would have the opposite effects and the body would become exhausted and possibly damaged. That was one of the techniques. There was a small note written on that book enabling those of the younger generations to understand it in more detail. I guess I will take this one, said Lin Feng in a low voice, as if he hadn't seen the warning written by hand in the book. Lin Feng immediately chose that technique. Lin Feng didn't even look at the other techniques. He knew what he was doing. Everything about that purity agility technique looked useless, but Lin Feng thought it was great. Let's find some martial skills now, thought Lin Feng while moving towards to the skill shelves. Dead forest, scorching apocalypse, deadly frost. Lin Feng was looking at all these skills but found none of them satisfying. 8 strikes of desolation, Shen level. 8 extremely powerful strikes which cover the heavens and are almost impossible to dodge. This skill drew Lin Feng's attention. I will also take this one. Lin Feng took that book but didn't leave. He needed another martial skill. It had been too long since he had practiced any new martial skills, so he needed to increase his battle power quickly. After a while, Lin Feng found a sword skill which was extremely powerful and of the Shen level, but it required a sword spirit to perfectly comprehend. It also required a perfect understanding of sword force. If someone did not understand the world and the elemental forces within, it would be impossible to comprehend this skill. It was called Sword of Nirvana. Many disciples had avoided this skill as the conditions to learn it were incredibly harsh. They would not only need to understand sword force, but the world around them and other elemental forces. They would need a great deal of comprehension. Lucky, I have found another. Lin Feng was excited. It seemed like the sword of Nirvana had been prepared especially for him, requiring understanding of sword force and also requiring a perfect understanding of the world and the forces contained within. He could gain a perfect understanding of the world and forces within by using his spirit. It was a perfect skill for him. This skill was made for him. The requirement of having a sword spirit in order to learn the skill was a joke. Was someone who had a sword spirit more knowledgeable about swords than Lin Feng? "Let me have a look at that skill book," suddenly said a voice coming from the left. Lin Feng turned around and saw two young disciples. There was a young man who looked extremely evil while staring at the other disciple. Besides, his manner of speaking sounded like he was giving the other disciple an order. That other young disciple was called Chun Chun. Lin Feng had already seen him before. He was an ordinary disciple just like Lin Feng. However, he was much more famous than Lin Feng. "This skill is mine," said Chun Chun while coldly staring at the evil-looking disciple. It wasn't rare to see elite disciples despise ordinary disciples, and this was clearly a case of an elite disciple trying to bully Chun Chun. "How insolent, for an ordinary disciple to dare refuse my request!" shouted the young man furiously while releasing an extremely strong chi from his body. "Pfff, Li Lin, don't think that I don't know who you are. You are one of the weakest elite disciples. You only dare show off in front of us ordinary disciples. This year at the upcoming elite disciple exam, I, Chun Chen, will remove that smug head from your body. I will make your head roll from the fighting stage into the dirt where you belong," said Chun Chun while emanating killing intent. "Li Lin, you are an ordinary little boy. That's all you are. Haha, you're a joke." All those who were on the second floor of the Xingchen pavilion were looking at them and laughing. Chun Chun was right. Li Lin was an elite disciple, but he was extremely weak in comparison with the other disciples of the sect. In order not to feel inferior in front of other people, he regularly went and bullied ordinary disciples, trying to use his authority and power to gain a feeling of superiority. He hadn't thought that today he would meet this kind of stubborn ordinary disciple who would actually refuse and insult him. Chun Chun was one of the top-ranking ordinary disciples within the sect. He had a flame spirit. All of his fire-based skills were extremely powerful, and he could gain insights into fire-based techniques much quicker than other disciples. Nobody could compete with him. He was extremely strong. His main objective was to participate in the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect and become an elite disciple where he could gain extra resources for cultivation. Obviously, when Li Lin heard what Chun Chen said, he became furious. He had already heard Chun Chen's name and knew exactly how powerful he was. It really was his bad luck that he chose to bully the wrong disciple. "There's misunderstanding. Alright, I'm not looking at that skill," said Li Lin, whose facial expression had completely changed. He then retreated away from Chun Chen. Laughter could be heard amongst all of the disciples who were present on the second floor. They clearly thought that Li Lin was a good-for-nothing elite disciple. He had just been terrified by an ordinary disciple. To have an elite disciple back down from an ordinary disciple was a humiliation in itself. "What are you laughing at? Laugh again and I will cripple your cultivation." Li Lin regretted his previous actions because he had humiliated himself in the end. He had the feeling that everyone was laughing at him. He needed to find someone so he could have relief from his fury. So his threat was directed towards Lin Feng. He couldn't afford to provoke Chun Chen more than he already had, but he did have the abilities required to provoke other ordinary disciple. Lin Feng was about to leave the pavilion. He was stupefied at the threat he had received. He did not even laugh and had just continued with what he was originally there for. Did he laugh without realizing? In fact, from the beginning to the end, he had remained expressionless. He had been annoyed by the confrontation that was happening but had remained expressionless. That guy didn't dare provoke the others. Did that give him the right to treat Lin Feng as a punching bag? Obviously. Fear the strong and bully the weak, thought Lin Feng with disdain. He was scared of Chun Chen and couldn't continue to bully him, so he had come to bully Lin Feng. But Lin Feng wasn't in the mood to deal with this special kind of childishness. He had chosen his agility technique and martial skills and was satisfied with them. It wasn't necessary for him to stay in the pavilion anymore, so he decided to go downstairs. Lin Feng started walking in the direction of the exit. "Stop! You worthless ordinary disciple! How dare you ignore me?" said Li Lin, looking cruel. He had now run in front of Lin Feng to prevent him from leaving. Lin Feng smiled coldly. That guy obviously just wanted to show off in front of the others as he had just lost face. "Worthless ordinary disciple? It looks like you're the one who just got humiliated by an ordinary disciple." Lin Feng had said that in a joking tone. Clearly showed that Li Lin really had no sense of shame. "You want to die." "Indeed, you're right," said Lin Feng coldly before adding, "Li Lin, is that your name? I don't have time to waste on you. Let's meet at the Stormy Gorge in the life and death arena before the elite disciple exam." When Lin Feng said these words, everybody around laughed again. Lin Feng was surprisingly challenging Li Lin as well, but that time with their life at stake. Could Li Lin reject the challenge after being humiliated to such an extent? "Interesting," murmured some of the disciples watching from the sidelines. Li Lin looked perplexed. He didn't know what to think about what had just happened. Lin Feng had surprisingly challenged him to a fight to the death, knowing full well that elite disciples could kill ordinary disciples in the gorge. Would he be strong enough? "All right, I'll wait for you there," Li Lin said. Li Lin was caught between a rock and a hard place. Chin Chin knew that too. If he had been scared of an ordinary disciple again, he would have had to hide himself forever from all other disciples in the sect. He couldn't afford to lose face again. Li Lin turned around and immediately left. Lin Feng smiled inside. He didn't look at his opponent. If he wasn't able to defeat the weakest elite disciple of the sect, it would mean he hasn't made any progress and has actually stepped backwards on the path of cultivation. He had already battled an elite disciple when he was only at the 8th chi layer. "Hee, what's your name? To be able to come to this floor, it means that you've already broken through to the Ling Chi layer." "How come I've never seen you before?" Chun Chen asked. Chun Chen was ranked first from all the ordinary disciples. He knew all of the strongest ordinary disciples by name and had measured their strength against his own. He also knew who had broken through to the Ling Chi layer within the sect and how many ordinary disciples had broken through. He was getting prepared to join the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect and hoped to become an elite disciple. He made sure to know about everyone who he would be competing against. But Chun Chen had never seen Lin Feng. "Lin Feng, I'm not popular, so it's normal that you've never seen me," replied Lin Feng while smiling in a friendly way. "Lin Feng, you mean the rumored piece of trash?" Chen Chun was stunned. He had never seen him, but he had already heard Lin Feng's name many times. "Haha, it seems like one shouldn't believe rumors. How could a piece of trash have broken through to the Ling Chi layer?" said Chun Chun while smiling and shaking his head. Then he added, "But even though we are both fellow ordinary disciples, there is still a big gap between you and me. Actually, there's a gigantic gap between you and me. There is nothing comparable. Soon I will become an elite disciple. We are not the same." Lin Feng was a bit surprised. Lin Feng understood what Chen Chen meant. He was referring to the fact that Lin Feng had said to Li Lin that he had been humiliated by another ordinary disciple. In Chun Chen's eyes, Lin Feng's sentence meant that he was saying that they were on the same level. Chun Chen thought that they had nothing in common. He was of course the strongest and Lin Feng was not strong enough to be his equal. "It seems like you are very self-confident," replied Lin Feng, not losing his temper and still smiling in a friendly way. "Indeed, at least when I am amongst ordinary disciples. I am the #1 ranked ordinary disciple," replied Chun Chun. "All right, I see. It is said that ordinary disciples need an oil lamp when they are on the first floor, and then when it goes off, they must leave. You are indeed very strong, but do you dare exceed that amount of time?" said Lin Feng while laughing. "You don't need to flatter me. Indeed, all of the ordinary disciples need that oil lamp on the first floor. However, I am an exception. Because of my strength, I am not bound by the rules. Who would dare say otherwise? Said Chun, mocking that the rules were only meant for the weak. Is that so? Lin Feng was smiling and seemed to be very interested. Well, actually, I also can stay as long as I wish on the first floor, but I try to follow the sect rules. You are the first-ranked ordinary disciple, you are so strong. It's no problem for me to stay here as long as I wish, so of course it would be even less of a problem for you, right? Are you joking? You plan to stay longer than the time allocated by the oil lamp? Said Chun with a cold smile filled with disdain. Can you not see with your own eyes? Said Lin Feng with a meaningful smile on his face. He then stopped paying attention to Chun. He then started looking at another skill. He didn't intend to practice it, but looking and learning was a wise thing to do. That guy must be crazy. Continuing to stay on the floor. All the elite disciples on the first floor looked at him with interest. They all started to pay attention to the scene that appeared before them. They wanted to see how long he was going to stay. Humph! Chun groaned. Lin Feng had arrived before him, so he wasn't in a hurry. Lin Feng's oil lamp would burn out before his, and the lie would be exposed. The time for half a lamp to burn had already passed. Chun was looking at a skill. He was frowning, he didn't have much time left on his lamp. He looked at Lin Feng and saw that, as before, he was leaning against the bookshelf looking sluggish and still looking at a skill book. He looked like he was absolutely unaware of the time that was passing. He didn't even pay attention to it. How long can you keep playing your little game? Chun wasn't even in the mood to look at skills anymore. He was soon going to be an elite disciple anyway. He would be able to spend as much as he wished on the first floor and could look at as many skills as he wanted. He was watching Lin Feng and waiting for him to make a fool of himself. But Chun was disappointed. Some time passed again and Lin Feng didn't seem to be reacting at all. It seemed like he had completely lost the notion of time. He just continued to read the skills leisurely. Are you not leaving yet? Asked Chun, unable to remain calm. He had almost no time left on his oil lamp. If he didn't leave, he would be severely punished by the sect for breaking the rules. I'm not worried. Why are you worried? You are the top-ranked ordinary disciple of the Yunhai sect. You are a genius. Lin Feng said in an indifferent tone, but everybody understood that he was making fun of Chun. Chun suddenly became furious and said, You want to die? I'm not staying here with you. When you come out, I hope you can explain everything to me. After threatening Lin Feng, Chun turned around and left the Xingchun pavilion. Top-ranked ordinary disciple? He is just a fool, nothing more. Thought Lin Feng while sneering at him, which made Chun, who was looking at him, even more furious, and killing intent had appeared in his eyes. Chun actually hadn't left the pavilion. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he was waiting at the entrance door. You slightly exceeded the time limit. Next time, please pay attention, said Protector Bay while looking at Chun and shaking his head. I slightly exceeded the time limit, but there's another guy who's been in there for ages, way over the time limit. I want to see what will happen to him, thought Chun waiting for Lin Feng to come down. Lin Feng didn't make Chun wait for too long. A short time after, he also came down looking relaxed as if there was no problem at all. Protector Bay, here are the skills and agility technique that I chose, said Lin Feng while glancing at Chun. Lin Feng handed skill and agility technique books over to the Protector Bay while smiling in a friendly way. Purity technique. It will help you consolidate your agility basics. It is definitely worth learning, said Protector Bay while looking at the agility technique and skills which Lin Feng had chosen. He was nodding with agreement. He then added, 8 Strikes of Desolation is at the bottom of the Shen level skills, yet it is an extremely powerful skill. It is hard to learn and practice, but considering your abilities, it should not be too much of a problem. Concerning the Sword of Nirvana, which is a triple strike attack, everybody can learn it, but only a real genius can master it to perfection. People who manage to master it to perfection are really rare. You will have to make great efforts to achieve such a mastery of this skill. Protector Bay was still looking at the agility technique and skills that Lin Feng had chosen and continued to give his opinion. If someday by any chance you manage to carry out these 3 hits using the Sword of Nirvana at full strength, then don't learn another skill which is at the bottom of the Shen level or even an average Shen level. Directly move on and learn a high Shen level skill. However, if you manage to master the skill, you will not have a problem even if it collides with a high-level Shen skill. Lin Feng was smiling when he heard what the old man was telling him. The gap between the different sublevels of the Shen level was colossal, but if Lin Feng managed to master that skill, he would still be able to carry out amazingly strong attacks which could match a high-level Shen skill. At the side of the pavilion, Protector Bei and Lin Feng were talking and laughing cheerfully. The more they talked, the uglier and angrier Chun Chen's face looked. It looked like Lin Feng and Protector Bei were actually friends. No wonder Lin Feng took such liberties. He was on the first floor for a long time, more than that allocated within an oil lamp, said Chun Chun, interrupting them in the middle of their conversation, which made Protector Bei smile. He then turned his head and looked at Chun Chin. I know, said Protector Bei calm and unperturbed. Since you know that he violated the rules of the sect, shouldn't he be severely punished? Chun Chun hadn't expected Protector Bei to admit it in such a straightforward way while looking like he was feeling completely at ease. He was feeling even more furious. Protector Bei looked at Chun Chun with a strict look. He shook his head and then said, I've been here for many, many years. No matter who, elite disciples or even core disciples, have to go through me when they want to enter the Xingchen Pavilion. What do you think? Are you implying that you are trying to teach me, with my many years of experience, how to do my job? Protector Bei was an extraordinary person. The patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling, showed a lot of respect to him when he saw him. In his eyes, common ordinary disciples were tiny individuals with no power, nothing more. Even if it was the top-ranking ordinary disciples, it was still a tiny individual with no power, a nobody who was not worth his time. It would even be a struggle for elite disciples to be considered less than a tiny insignificant power in front of this protector. Lin Feng was an exception. The first time he had met Lin Feng, he had had an extremely good first impression. He immediately had the impression that Lin Feng was polite and wise beyond his years. Later, he had also found out that Lin Feng was extremely gifted, especially when he had made the 8 drums beat. Therefore, he held Lin Feng in the highest of esteem. What did Chun Chin think? How could he allow himself to interrogate the old man like he had done? How could Protector Bei treat him with esteem? When Chun Chun heard Protector Bei's words, his face started looking demonic. He then said in an extremely cold way, Your only job is just to guard the Xingchen Pavilion. You dare not apply the rules of the sect. That is a very serious crime against the sect. How dare you? Lin Feng was speechless and shocked by Chun Chen's words. No wonder he was such an imbecile when it came to cultivation and relied on his spirit to achieve minor results. That guy didn't have the least bit of wisdom in his heart. What did that guy think he was doing when threatening Protector Bei and accusing him of having committed a serious crime? The top-ranked ordinary disciple. That guy was living in a dream. He was so used to thinking he was a valuable and noteworthy talent that he had forgotten his place. Protector Bei looked at Chun Chun in a way which clearly showed how ridiculous he thought Chun Chun was. The old man had worked there for a great many years and had never experienced such a thing. He also never got angry. And then at that moment, an ordinary disciple had dared come to him and interrogate him, and then tell him that he had committed a crime. Protector Bei was shaking his head. He started opening his mouth, but looked like he was still thinking about what to say when his facial expression suddenly changed and shouted, Get lost! After saying these 2 words, an insane strength burst out and crashed onto Chun Chen's body. At that moment, Protector Bei's eyes were filled with a sharp, killing light. His body was unleashing an extremely strong qi. Chun Chun had just felt the extremely strong power against his body and had ended up kneeling down on the ground, shaking from head to toe. Chun Chun wasn't the only one who was shaking from head to toe with fear. People inside the Xingchen Pavilion had also been shocked by the loud shout. Some of them had come to see what was happening and saw the protector's body surrounded by such a strong and powerful qi. They all kept quiet with fear. As it turned out, that old man who looked sluggish was actually as strong or even stronger than the elders within the sect and looked like a powerful deity to the disciples. The old man's strength was genuinely powerful without question. It was well known that when breaking through to the Ling Qi layer from the Qi layer, cultivators acquired a mysterious and profound strength. When breaking through to the Xianxia layer from the Ling Qi layer, it was said that the cultivator's three energies, the Qi, the Shun, and the Jing, fused together, which enabled the cultivator to acquire a genuinely pure and immense power. The Qi inside the body became genuinely pure like the Qi of heaven and earth. A tiny bit of that pure power contained an extremely condensed Qi, and when it was used in an attack, it could destroy an entire mountain. Protector Bei's shout had actually released that genuinely pure power. The power that had crashed onto Chun Chen's body wasn't immensely strong because Protector Bei had controlled his power perfectly, but it had revealed the fact that he was an extremely strong cultivator who had broken through to the Xianxia layer. Xianxia layer, that was an incomparably strong cultivation level. He could easily become an elder in the Yunhai sect. "I will be taking my leave," said Chun Chun while pale but still looking at Lin Feng with an evil look, and added, "Piece of trash, relying on other people's strength. If you join the elite exam, at that moment, I will take good care of you." When saying those words, Chun Chun turned around and left with his head held high. Lin Feng shook his head while looking at Chun Chin. Even though that guy was the top-ranked ordinary disciple, he was extremely arrogant and thought he was better than others. He didn't know anything else but the small place in which he lived and thought he had seen and knew everything. He really did not understand how large the world was and did not know that hidden dragons lay everywhere. Protector Bei's strength was immense. He wouldn't even spare a glance at a cultivator like Chun Chun who was ranked at the top of ordinary disciple. Why would he go out of his way to do favors for Lin Feng? If Chun Chun had even the slightest wisdom, then he would come to the conclusion that he had met someone he could not offend. Besides, everything that had happened was all part of Chun Chun attempting to show his dominance over Lin Feng. By attempting to show off, he had humiliated himself several times. "It's been a long time since I had to do something like this. I am much too old for things such as this," thought Protector Bei. Then he said, "Shui Yu, when I leave, you'll be in charge of the Xingchun Pavilion." After he finished talking, his body started shaking and wings of a crane appeared. Then he flew high up in the air and disappeared. The crowd was stupefied. They had seen how he had suddenly vanished into the horizon. What a terrifying power. He could even fly. What kind of power was this old man hiding? That old man could travel over 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. That required an extremely profound power. The crowd had the feeling they were in a dream. The sluggish-looking old man who guarded the Xingchen Pavilion had suddenly shown his real power. At that moment, they hated themselves for not noticing and never asking the old man for advice. They had all ignored him. They had eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Lin Feng was stupefied as well. His heart was pounding in amazement. Protector Bei was 1,000,000 times stronger than he was. Much stronger than he had originally thought. A middle-aged man entered the Xingchen Pavilion. That was the one Protector Bei had called before leaving, "Shui Yu?" At that moment, on the highest mountain on the Yunhai sect, in the room of a temple, a gigantic qi was filling the atmosphere. Many people had gathered in that room and it looked like they were debating about something. "Fei Fei, I will consider this with great attention. You should stop worrying," said the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, Nan Gongling, while smiling. He was speaking to Lu Fei, who was sitting next to him. Behind Lu Fei were a multitude of people wearing the same attire. They were all wearing noble red armor. They were precisely the people Lin Feng had seen at the foot of the mountain. They were the troops who were riding Qi Shui armored horses. When she heard Nan Gongling's answer, Lu Fei's beautiful eyebrows frowned. Nan Gongling hadn't replied happily. In fact, it could be seen that he was not happy in the slightest. But Lu Fei could understand him. Letting some of the best disciples of the Yunhai sect leave with her was a difficult decision. Each of the Yunhai sect disciples would go on to have children who represented a great future for the sect. How could Nan Gongling abandon any of them easily? "Uncle Nan Gongling, you know that my father is not a selfish person. It is fate and it is for the benefit of the Shuiyu country. He will definitely let them come back to the Yunhai sect. He will treat them well. At that moment, they will all be able to assume a high status and will become pillars of the sect." Lu Fei continued her argumentation. Your father and I practiced cultivation together, grew up together. We love each other like brothers. If he stayed in the Yunhai sect, he could have become the patriarch of the sect. How could I, Nan Gongling, not know what kind of man he is? The thing is that now, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, everything I do, I must do it considering what is good and bad for the sect first. I cannot selfishly decide things myself. Nan Gongling didn't elaborate more at that moment. He remembered all the things he and Lu Tsonglan used to do together without thinking of the consequences of their actions. They were two geniuses of the Yunhai sect. But these days, as the patriarch of the sect, he couldn't act irresponsibly anymore. When Lu Fei heard Nan Gongling's speech, she heaved a sigh. Actually, she could understand the difficult position in which Nan Gongling found himself. Yet, she was concerned about her father, who also had to bear huge responsibilities. She was really trying her best to help him by any means possible. Patriarch Nan Gongling, building the holy courtyard of Shuiyu is an order of His Majesty. Could you refuse to obey His Majesty's orders? Said a young man who was next to Lu Fei while staring at Nan Gongling. When did I say that I wanted to disobey His Majesty's orders? Nan Gongling replied coldly while glancing at the young man. He then said, building the holy courtyard of Shuiyu is a project which I support wholeheartedly. I have no choice but to let a few outstanding disciples go and practice there. He paused for a moment and then continued in a cold tone. Besides, since when did you start to think it was good manners to poke your nose into other people's affairs and make criticisms? A little prince like you, what do you intend to do? Do you want me to call your father, Duan Tianlang, and have him teach you some manners? In the continent of the 9 clouds, elders had to be respected. Nobles also had to be respected, which was especially true of those with high status, as they were extremely strong. These days, the Duan clan had become the imperial clan because they were extremely strong. The Duan clan had become the strongest clan in the entire Shuiyu country. It wasn't just a matter of how much territory was controlled, it was a fact that they were the strongest. However, the Duan clan still had to humble themselves to the sects and act politely when speaking with them. Nan Gongling wasn't going to submit himself to a little prince of the Duan clan. It did not matter to him how strong the Duan clan was. His sect was not something that could be looked down upon by anyone. You, Nan Gongling, I will tell my father about this, said the young man coldly while giving a glare filled with evil intentions. Tell him whatever you like, replied Nan Gongling while looking relaxed and not surprised. I heard that little Fei Fei came back. At that moment, a voice came from outside of the room in the temple. It was Protector Bei, who had just arrived while striding forward with head high. Grandfather Bei. When Lu Fei saw Protector Bei, she stood up. Protector Bei was actually her father's master. Little Fei, how's your father doing? Protector Bei was looking at Lu Fei with affectionate eyes. The great elders and protectors of the sect rarely had direct disciples. When they did, they developed deep and strong ties with them which would last a lifetime. He's still in Duanren City? Said Lu Fei, making a wry smile. Phew, sighed Protector Bei, shaking his head and making a wry smile as well. Little Fei, what brings you here? If you are looking for disciples, then I have an amazing person in mind. You will definitely be happy. One person? Said Lu Fei, making a wry smile again. Didn't your father leave the sect alone in the past? You don't need too many people. It's useless to take too many, said Protector Bei while shaking his head. Grandfather, who are you talking about? Lu Fei's eyes had a glimmer of hope. When she heard the old man, she had the feeling he was talking about somebody extremely important. Could it be? You will know when the right moment comes. Make those guys leave first. After the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect, I will personally accompany the person to the imperial city, said Protector Bei while looking at the crowd of troops behind Lu Fei. All right, said Lu Fei while nodding. In the mountains where he had first met Lu Fei, Lin Feng was sitting in a cave and cultivating. The qi of heaven and earth looked like a cocoon which was surrounding him as he continued to cultivate. Lin Feng's body was wrapped up in the cocoon-like qi. That white-colored qi looked like an extremely dense fog which had almost become solid. At that moment, A terrifying attractive force emerged out of the deepest parts of Lin Feng's body, which enabled the qi of heaven and earth that's surrounding his body to penetrate into his dantian. Inside Lin Feng's body, a powerful milky white qi was circulating and looked as if it was boiling. The strong qi which circulated in and out of Lin Feng's body was extremely pure. After a long time, the qi of heaven and earth was still uninterruptedly revolving around Lin Feng's body. At that moment, Lin Feng stopped cultivating. He opened his eyes and had a big smile on his face. This purity technique has such strange effects on the body, but it definitely helped consolidate my cultivation basics. Now I am much stronger than before. I can utilize my power much better than before. I can control my breathing much better than before as well. Lin Feng thought that thanks to his increased breathing abilities, he would be able to endlessly fight. A continuous explosive strength required a great power, and of course every fight required control over one's breathing. Lin Feng stood up, looked at a wall at the entrance of the cave, then thrust his palm forward into the air, and whispered, 8 strikes of desolation. Accompanying his words, a strong and explosive attack crashed into the wall in front of him. Boom, dot, boom, dot, boom, dot, boom, dot, boom, dot, boom, dot, boom, dot. The entire cave was vibrating. 7 clear and distinct marks could be seen on the wall which Lin Feng had taken as a target. As expected, 8 strikes of desolation is an extremely strong attack. Lin Feng was smiling. 8 strikes of desolation was one of the lowest skills of the Shen level. Could have up to 8 strikes. If a cultivator managed to achieve 5 strikes, that was already extremely strong and proved that he had great talent. If he could manage to go up to 6 strikes, he was definitely a rare talent. But achieving 7 strikes could only be done by a real genius. Lin Feng wanted to achieve 8 strikes. Achieving 8 strikes would fill the entire atmosphere with power. However, achieving the 8th strike was extremely difficult and only real geniuses could achieve it. It usually required a lot of battle experience to fully comprehend the skill and master it to perfection. Shen-level skills were not easy to practice, and the higher the level and strength, the more difficult they became. However, as far as Lin Feng was concerned, he could see no problem with practicing. When releasing his dark spirit, it gave him the amazing ability of increased comprehension and understanding. After one day, he had been able to master 7 strikes. He just had to practice a bit more, and he would be able to master the 8 strikes of desolation skill to perfection and achieve all 8 strikes when using the skill. But Lin Feng wasn't satisfied at that moment. Elite disciples had nothing in common with ordinary disciples, and Lin Feng wanted to climb above all others. During the elite disciple exam of the Yunhai sect, there could be a real genius within the disciples. Lin Feng didn't know how it was going to be, but the stronger his competition was, the better. Sword of Nirvana would greatly improve his strength in a very short time as well. The Sword of Nirvana skill was actually a sword skill with 3 strikes which would grow in strength with the higher mastery of the sword. 1 strike could mean death, 3 strikes would mean certain death. A deadly sword, a fatal sword, a lonely sword. It could annihilate everything that stood in its way, so it had annihilated everything in its path. It had nothing left that was its equal and was therefore lonely. While reading the Sword of Nirvana skill book, Lin Feng was lost in thought. He looked at the text and the stances while gradually absorbing all of the knowledge. Lin Feng could rapidly understand everything. Lin Feng had started to release his spirit. Lin Feng's world became a world filled with darkness again. The earth, the sky, not a single color or light could be seen. There was only darkness surrounding everything. Lin Feng was calm and unperturbed in that world of darkness. Nothing could disturb him, and he was extremely calm. Lin Feng closed his eyes, and the image of a person appeared in his brain. That person looked like a holy man and didn't stop wielding his long sword. 1 strike, another strike, repeating the same movement over and over again. He was practicing the Sword of Nirvana. The deadly sword. After a long time, Lin Feng opened his eyes. The twinkling sword lacerating the air disappeared. 1 step, 1 strike, the deadly sword. Boom! The entire cave was shaking and trembling. The sword had left a large scar in the wall of the cave. The cave was shaking and trembling more and more, The rocks had been crushed into nothing but dust. Lin Feng was stupefied. Lin Feng had quickly retreated from the cave, and not long after, the cave collapsed on itself with a violent rumble. The first strike was already so deadly. Combined with the 8 strikes of desolation, he had completely destroyed the cave. He had only mastered the first strike of the Sword of Nirvana and the 7th strike of the 8 strikes of desolation, yet he had already collapsed a cave. These were indeed powerful skills. Lin Feng recalled his spirit back into his body. He was very excited. Xian-level skills were definitely extremely powerful, as expected. Was the power of all his skills going to be so incredible? What Lin Feng didn't know was that the first strike was already devastating because he also knew how to control forces. He had unconsciously controlled the sword force at a very advanced level and combined it with his strike. That deadly sword required a perfect fusion of his sword chi, mastery of the skill, and sword force. These 3 elements had to be in a perfect symbiotic fusion. Ling Feng's ability to comprehend and use the sword force so freely had made things much easier for him. That is why it wasn't that difficult for him to practice the skill. If it had been someone else, it would have been much more difficult, maybe even impossible to learn the skill in such a short period. Who? Lin Feng had come out from the cave, turned around and looked around him at the mountains where the sun rays shone through. He could see someone walking in the distance. When he recognized the person, Lin Feng felt a sudden urge to take revenge which he suppressed. Lu Fei. Lin Feng was surprised. He didn't understand what she was doing there. She had had the opportunity to attack him before and she hadn't seized it. Why? Bastard, you took control over my territory. Today you and me are enemies. You are the only one who has humiliated me to such an extent. Lu Fei was staring at Lin Feng with a deep and bitter hatred for him. Since she was a child, her father had taught her to stand alone and be independent. She had always been like that. She was more of a tomboy and didn't really act like a girl in the slightest. Besides, she had gone through a lot of hardships which made her even more proud and ambitious. But Lu Fei hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so shameless. He was a voyeur and had pounced naked onto her only to be beaten back, and then when they next fought he had dared to say he wasn't interested in her anymore only because he had made great progress with his cultivation. Then, he had dared to steal her precious and beloved territory. How could she not be angry? Now, I have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. We will see if you still dare act so insolent towards me. Lu Fei thought tyrannically. I have already defeated you 3 times. Apologize to me, and I might show mercy and let you off. Lu Fei said in an ice-cold tone. Defeated 3 times? Show mercy. Lin Feng laughed, shook his head and said, just leave already before it becomes too embarrassing for you to stay. Lu Fei and Lin Feng had already met a few times. Lin Feng knew how proud and arrogant that girl was. So she would not accept others' help and would use her own power. Therefore, when Yu Hao, an elite disciple, wanted to help her to kill Lin Feng, she refused even though she just had nod once and Yu Hao would kill Lin Feng. She still didn't do it. Then, at the foot of the mountain, with these cavaliers on Qi Shui armored horses, Lu Fei had said in a cold voice that they were fellow disciples within the sect. She didn't try to get her revenge with numbers. Therefore, even though Lin Feng thought that that girl was quite detestable, he didn't think that she was evil or malicious. Maybe during the first time Lin Feng had come to her place, she had really believed that he was a pervert and that it was no accident at all. Embarrassing. Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng looking horribly self-confident now she had a breakthrough. You should go home. My father gave me a silver Xian bao. If you do not leave quickly, then I will let you taste its arrows. Lu Fei grabbed the silver bao she was carrying on her back. It diffused a dazzling light and the sun was reflecting from every inch of the bao. She put an arrow into the bao, made a small step and bent down. Her movements looked smooth and agile. Her beautiful body, her clothes and her movements were in perfect harmony. She looked very attractive, but that beauty was hiding her dangerous power. Whoosh! The sound of a bowstring vibrating could be heard as the arrow shot through the air at incredible speed. This dazzling light made it look like it was on fire. It was heading directly towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng was stupefied. The arrow was approaching so quickly that escaping seemed impossible. He quickly moved from the path of the arrow and struck his sword against the incoming arrow. The arrow flew past Lin Feng and crashed into the side of a cave which was behind him. Boom! Behind Lin Feng, rocks were falling from the cave and half of the rock face had been destroyed. It had been crushed by Lu Fei's arrow. That attack was quite violent and contained a great deal of power. Ha! Lin Feng was surprised. He could feel the power from her Ling Qi layer. So Lu Fei had broken through to the Ling Qi layer. No wonder that she wanted to fight with him again. Lu Fei was very young and had yet already broken through to the Ling Qi layer. She was a really outstanding talent. She was about as strong as Lin Qian and Na Lan Feng. Considering these things, her arrogance would be inevitable. However, she was not as vicious and petty as Lin Qian and did not look down on others like Na Lan Feng. Also, her status was much higher than that of Lin Qian or Na Lan Feng. One could notice it from the moment she was seen with the cavalry troop, which contained troops much stronger than the ones he had slaughtered during the night before the annual tournament. As expected, sword skills are indeed very powerful. Her arrows were much quicker than before. She had also become much stronger as well. Her arrows could even exceed the speed of sound as they ripped through the air. The whistling sound of the arrow could be heard only after the arrow had reached its target, or maybe the sound would be heard after the arrow had already pierced its opponent. Killing people with these arrows would be extremely easy for her. Bow and arrow techniques were terrifying, and cultivators who used them were extremely respected. Their attacks were fast and precise while carrying extremely powerful destructive force. Unfortunately for her, Lu Fei's strength was still not extremely developed. It was incomparable with that of some extremely advanced cultivators who used bows and arrows. "You're lucky," Lu Fei said to Lin Feng while looking at him. She put another arrow in the bow and said, "I'll give you another chance." "No need. I am not guilty of anything. I don't need to apologize or to beg you," Lin Feng said while shaking his head. He started walking towards Lu Fei. "You're bringing about your own destruction," shouted Lu Fei furiously. An arrow then pierced through the air. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng raised his hand and thrust out 3 strikes which collided with the arrow, and with each strike it gradually lost strength until it eventually fell helpless onto the ground. 8 strikes of desolation. Xian level skill, Ling Qi layer. Lu Fei thought while shivering in fear. When she saw that Lin Feng knew the skill 8 strikes of desolation, she understood that Lin Feng had also broken through to the Ling Qi layer. No wonder he had remained so insolent. She had realized her mistake. She immediately turned around and started running at an incredible speed in the opposite direction. Lin Feng was baffled and had no idea what she was doing. Then he saw Lu Fei bending over. Her body had a perfect arch shape. That beauty was still hiding her killing intent, and she would not let go of her revenge so easily. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air with a whistling sound, but this time it was even faster and stronger than a moment ago. Lin Feng wasn't scared. He was as confident as before. He started his 8 strikes of desolation attack again. This time he used 4 strikes. Damn! How many strikes can that guy do using 8 strikes of desolation? Lu Fei whispered as she swore at Lin Feng in her heart. She suddenly released her spirit. A beautiful and resplendent golden arrow spirit appeared. It looked very different from the last time. This time there were 3 arrows behind her back. Her spirit was emitting such a strong qi that it made Lin Feng shake. Besides, Lu Fei's spirit had been awakened as expected. Lu Fei's arrow spirit flew up in the air, and following it, Lu Fei also jumped in the air. High up in the air, the arrows were accurately aiming at Lin Feng. At the same time, Lu Fei was holding her silver bow and had loaded it with 3 arrows as well. 3 cruel and deadly arrows. Meteor fall. Lu Fei looked serene and calm. Her body floated high up in the air as 6 arrows were shot and pierced through the air. The arrow spirit definitely had great advantages. Not only was it able to automatically aim at somebody, but it was also able to aim at a specific body part. At that moment, Lin Feng had the feeling that the arrow spirit was aiming at his soul, which made him feel like his very being was being suppressed by the arrows. These arrows are so powerful. Lin Feng was feeling gloomy, and immediately he started his 8 strikes of desolation attack using both hands. 14 strikes had blotted out the sky and covered up the earth, moving straight towards the incoming arrows. Boom, boom, boom. Explosion sounds filled the air, and an extremely strong wind blew onto Lin Feng's disciple robes. After these apocalyptic attacks vanished, Lu Fei appeared again in a cloud of dust. She was crouching down and was breathing heavily. How can he be this strong? Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng and wondering how she would get her revenge. It seemed impossible. She was completely astonished. After she broke through to the Ling Qi layer, her father himself had assisted her in her training. She had been practicing every day with no rest. She had greatly increased her breathing abilities and her combat skills. She had greatly increased her strength, and her attacks now contained explosive power within each arrow. Thanks to her spirit, she was now even able to shoot 6 arrows at the same time. She was extremely talented as a disciple of the first Ling Qi layer, and not many people could defeat her, but Lin Feng was still able to block all of her attacks. She had lost once again and was unable to put up resistance. He was a genius. He could use up to 7 strikes of the 8 strikes of desolation skill and up to 14 using both hands. He had managed to master it with both hands to such a level, such a thing was impossible. Was he really only at the first Ling Qi layer? How could his attacks be that horrifyingly powerful? When Lu Fei saw that Lin Feng was moving nearer and nearer with a weird smile on his face, she could feel a shiver run down her spine, and while remaining vigilant she asked him, "What are you planning to do?" Lin Feng said nothing and just hummed as if he was thinking of what he would do. What kind of girl was she? She often used that delicate, charming and tender expression to fool others. She also looked very cute, but he knew that deep down she was violent. If Lin Feng didn't have a strong willpower and determination, he could have ended up falling for her too. Lin Feng, whose expression was barely discernible, looked at Lu Fei with an evil smile on his face and asked, "What do you think that I am going to do?" "You?" Lu Fei had the blood rush from her face and she looked incredibly pale. She took an arrow from her back and started pressing it against her own throat. She was extremely determined. Lin Feng was joking on purpose and at that moment was astonished. He wouldn't have thought that his joke would have such repercussions. He couldn't help but be completely shocked. "If I wanted to do anything to you, do you think I would have let you off last time?" Lin Feng had no choice but to speak. Could it be that he really looked and sounded like a pervert? Lin Feng's words suddenly relieved Lu Fei. She also put down the arrow that she was holding. "If you really want this place, then I will leave it to you. From this point forward, we won't need to meet anymore. It's too troublesome with you. You continue to shock me," Lin Feng explained while walking towards Lu Fei. When he arrived next to her, he stopped. Lin Feng bent over and looked at Lu Fei. He slowly sighed, amazed by the beautiful skin of the girls in that world. Lin Feng, who was above Lu Fei, looked closely and attentively at her delicate face. He looked startled. Then he smiled and whispered, "I have only just realized now that you are pretty cute after all." When he finished talking, Lin Feng left. Lu Fei was astonished for a while, but she soon came to her senses. "Ah, that bastard." Lin Feng sensed the stones of the mountains around him were shaking, and the sound of Lu Fei's voice was echoing through the atmosphere into his ears. There was no need to react that way. Holding a grudge against somebody like this wasn't a pleasant thing after all. It was even scary to a certain extent. "I guess this settles things between us." Lin Feng had a resplendent and brilliant smile on his face. He looked like a happy and well-rounded young man. Always taking things too seriously or always being too worried was pointless. Sometimes it felt good to relax and not worry. Lin Feng had left the mountains where he had just finally removed a thorn from his side. He saw some silhouettes on the horizon running at full speed, which created a dust storm behind them. "Hey, what's going on?" asked a disciple who didn't understand what was going. "You still don't know? There are too many ferocious beasts in the Black Wind Mountain. It looks like oceans of ferocious beasts have emerged. A countless number of ferocious beasts have gone into a frenzy. All the Yun Hai sect disciples are going there now to stop the disturbance." "A flood of ferocious beasts?" replied the other one, looking really excited. They immediately headed towards the crowd at great speed, while heading towards the Black Wind Mountain. The history of the Yunhai sect dated back 1,000 years, but the history of the Black Wind Mountain was even older than that. These floods of ferocious beasts weren't a rare thing, but for the great majority of them, they were weaker beasts. Many disciples were heading there for treasures and for battle experience. This was something which did not occur frequently and could not be missed. A few hundred years before, there was a flood of strong ferocious beasts. The Yunhai sect was almost destroyed by this flood. Ordinary ferocious beasts and Ling-level ferocious beasts were not a problem. They were ordinary and easy to kill, but during the apocalyptic flood from the past, there was a gigantic quantity of Xian-level ferocious beasts which were extremely strong compared to cultivators at the same level. They were incredibly hard to kill, which made them extremely dangerous. They made earthquakes with their movements and killed a multitude of people. The sect was almost completely destroyed. There were also rumors. At that time the leader of the ferocious beasts was a mutant beast which could change its shape, a celestial ferocious beast. Because it had happened such a long time before, the information that people knew about it was limited. However, everybody knew that these floods of ferocious beasts were very dangerous, but that they were also a great opportunity. Cultivators would give their best efforts to obtain as many precious items as they could. Fighting against ferocious beasts would quickly increase the battle experience of the disciples. I wouldn't have thought that the Yunhai sect disciples would go there before the elite disciple exam. Lin Feng thought. He then started walking and decided to head straight to the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng didn't walk for a very long time. Lu Fei also came out of the mountains and was also heading to the Black Wind Mountain. On the highest mountain of the Yunhai sect were sitting a group of mysterious people looking down at the surroundings. They were watching Ling Hu Hishan, the top-ranked core disciple of the Yunhai sect. How strong! It looks like this time the number of ferocious beasts is quite large. Ling Hu is extremely strong as expected. He looks like one of the 8 high officials of the country. People thought while looking at Ling Hu Hishan's silhouette. They all knew that the high official, Chu Zhanpeng, had come to the Yunhai sect. They had seen how arrogant he was. It had moved Ling Hu Hishan's heart a great deal, and he had now placed orders to control who came in and out of the Yunhai sect. The Black Wind Mountain looked like an apocalyptic battlefield. Sect elders and disciples were moving together towards the Black Wind Mountain. The entrance of the Black Wind Mountain was surrounded by the strongest cultivators within the sect. The ferocious beasts were roaring loudly at the base of mountain. There were also many disciples killing ferocious beasts on the outskirts. It was a real bloodbath. At that moment, Elder Wuxia was standing on a huge monolith. His long sleeves were fluttering in the air. Elder Wuxia, these disciples are quite strong. It looks like the ordinary disciples are all capable of advancing really quickly within the sect, said an ordinary elder standing next to Wuxia. Haha, this is actually so easy for us to handle. There is no danger that we fear on this mountain. This is just a warm-up before the elite disciple exam. It's quite fun actually. Wuxia laughed when saying this. He sounded like there was absolutely no ferocious beast flood where disciples were fighting to the death. Elder Wuxia. Elder Wuxia. At that moment, more and more people were gathering. They all came to Wuxia and were bowing in front of him. They were extremely polite. At that moment, a silhouette passed by Wuxia at full speed towards a ferocious beast. Wuxia looked pale as if he had seen a ghost. There was a loud thunderous roar, and suddenly a level 8 ferocious beast died on the spot. The thunderous roars came from Lin Feng's sword. They were making the entire atmosphere vibrate heavily. He threw himself at wild and raged rhinoceros and smashed its head. Then the beast collapsed and died. Lin Feng used his sword to remove the precious core and other valuable items while placing them in his bag. These precious items were extremely expensive and valuable for him. He would be able to exchange them within the sect for useful tools which would increase his strength and increase his cultivation. Wuxia, who was still standing still on the huge monolith, couldn't help but feel like he had a weight placed on his heart when he saw Lin Feng. That was precisely that disciple who had made him lose face in the presence of many other people. He had really humiliated him in front of everyone. He would have never thought that Lin Feng could improve his sword skills to such an extent in such a short amount of time. You have become quicker and stronger, but you, an ordinary disciple, dared to humiliate me. You should just die, thought Xianxia full of hatred. He hadn't forgotten that day. The memory of those events were still fresh in his mind. Stop! Shouted Xianxia while looking at Lin Feng. He sounded like a madman and his shout was filled with anger. He had shouted so loud that it surprised Lin Feng. He stopped what he was doing, turned around and saw Xianxia. Elder, what's wrong? Asked Lin Feng. Bastard! Stop killing all the ferocious beasts. You're doing this only so that the others don't get the precious items, you selfish bastard. Good thing that I'm here to pay attention and think about your fellow disciples of the Yunhai sect. Xianxia was still shouting with anger. There was someone standing next to Lin Feng. He was an elder who followed Xianxia. He was sent there by Xianxia as he could easily kill Lin Feng with a flick of his wrist. Elder, I don't see what precious items you were talking about, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. Last time, Xianxia had put Lin Feng in an almost fatal position. It was a death trap. He wanted to hand Lin Feng over to Chu Zhanpeng. Lin Feng wouldn't have thought that Xianxia would still hate him though. Lin Feng had never directly offended him. Xianxia had been wrong to try and frame Lin Feng. He thought this elder had already learned his lesson. Bastard! How dare you talk to an elder that way? Shouted the elder standing next to Lin Feng. He sounded furious. That elder wasn't weak and had relied on Xianxia to become an elder. Of course, he wasn't going to miss an opportunity to show in front of his benefactor. I'm saying that you stole the precious items. Do I need to repeat it once again? Said Xianxia smiling coldly. Lin Feng wasn't doing it on purpose. It was easy to misunderstand though. Xianxia was once again accusing Lin Feng of made-up crimes and then everybody would attempt to kill Lin Feng on the spot. If Lin Feng died, who would say anything? He was just an ordinary disciple. 2 elders were there as witnesses. 2 elders in charge of enforcing the rules within the sect. There would be nothing strange if they killed Lin Feng. Little boy, be very careful. Will you dare humiliate an elder? Said Xianxia. He was laughing on the inside. In his head, Lin Feng was already dead. You really are a shameless elder. Lin Feng cursed loudly. He had first accused Lin Feng of stealing items from the others and then started adding other crimes to the list. Xianxia was in charge of enforcing the rules in the sect. How could he abuse his power like this? Even if some others didn't agree, they would protect Lin Feng if he was having issues with an elder. And Xianxia was trying to create a conflict between Lin Feng and the other elder. Lin Feng had no way to defend himself. If an elder said he had committed a crime, then he had committed a crime. Xianxia, I know you want to kill me. You don't need to invent false crimes to accuse me. Just admit it honestly, like someone with a backbone. Lin Feng looked at Xianxia and smiled coldly. He sounded extremely self-confident and arrogant. Ha! Xianxia frowned. Lin Feng dared be that impertinent? Xianxia, I am just an ordinary disciple. You are an elder, what are you afraid of? If you want to kill me, then go ahead and try to kill me. I am right here waiting for you. Lin Feng saw that Xianxia was frowning and continued to talk. He didn't restrain himself at all. He didn't care about Xianxia and continued to humiliate him. No wonder. Xianxia remembered that day. He had been extremely scared of the shadow which took hold of him when he attempted to attack Lin Feng. Indeed, that shadow had protected Lin Feng during those events. How could Xianxia be sure that the shadow wouldn't protect Lin Feng again? Was Lin Feng was not acting this way to make him attack so the shadow would act? He remembered that frightening shadow as it completely dominated his body. Xianxia couldn't help being terrified at the thought. He was clearly trembling in fear. He looked at Lin Feng with an evil look. Lin Feng looked back while remaining insolent and not scared at all. Hichong, let's go. Help me capture him, said Xianxia to Hichong who was standing near Lin Feng. He didn't say kill, only capture. All right, replied Hichong. Asshole, Lin Feng said while glancing at Hichong. The insult had spontaneously burst forth from his mouth. It was completely unexpected by the people watching from the sidelines. What did you say? said Hichong, growing extremely furious. An ordinary disciple had suddenly dared insult him in front of the entire crowd. That was ridiculous, absurd, impossible. That was truly outrageous. Mo doesn't dare to touch me and wants you to attack me. Haven't you thought of the consequences? Lin Feng was smiling coldly while looking at Hichong and then added, I'm not just insulting you though. The same also applies Mo. He abuses his power as an elder. When you look at Mo trembling in fear, are you sure that you still feel like attacking me? Mo doesn't dare attack me. He wants you to do it, you're a scapegoat and you're even excited to obey his orders. Even if I say you are an asshole, am I wrong with what I say? Lin Feng's tone was cold but calm. It made Hichong furious. He didn't hesitate and immediately started moving towards Lin Feng. He secretly glanced at Mo and saw Mo was extremely furious as well, but as before, he was not moving towards Lin Feng at all. It was incredibly strange. Mo is extremely strong and influential. Does he want me to act as a scapegoat? Hichong thought. He thought about the conversation Mo and Lin Feng had had. The more he thought about it, the more he thought Lin Feng could be right. Besides, Mo's father was standing behind them, so if something happened then Mo would be helped by his father. However, if something happened to Hichong, who would protect him? At that moment, a large group of Yunhai sect disciples were surrounding them and had seen everything. They couldn't help but be stupefied. An ordinary disciple had only said a few words and had terrified 2 elders of the Yunhai sect. I tell you to hurry up and kill me, but you still don't dare. What sort of sect elders are you? Said Lin Feng, sneering at the... Then he turned around and beheaded a sly python with his sword. His sword was extremely sharp and precise. Lin Feng had an evil smile on his face which made Hichong even more hesitant to attack. He surprisingly already believed Lin Feng's words and did not want to act rashly. Mo didn't dare take risks either, so both elders were frozen in place, unmoving. The last time he made a move against Lin Feng, the evil shadow had defended him and had scared Mo to death. Even just thinking about the shadow sent chills down his spine. It had been a deep psychological trauma for Mo. The flood of ferocious beasts was getting more and more intense. There were also more and more disciples who were joining in the fights. Each of them looked crueler than the other, rushing into the multitude of ferocious beasts which actually gave the impression they were bloodthirsty beasts themselves. Lu Fei had also arrived. She saw that Lin Feng was in the middle of all these ferocious beasts and that it seemed easy for him to kill them. His sword was bathed in blood and rivers of blood flowed under his feet. Lin Feng wasn't using his full strength, so it was hard to tell he was at the Ling Qi layer. He was using the strength of the 9th Qi layer to kill the incoming ferocious beasts. However, every movement of his sword was precise, powerful, accurate, and quick. His swordsmanship was on a whole new level. Lin Feng had complete control when using his sword and every movement was perfection. He was quick, accurate, and powerful. People were unable to tell how powerful Lin Feng was, but they knew he must be strong. This damned guy again. Lu Fei insulted Lin Feng in her thoughts. She took her bow and arrow from her back and immediately shot an arrow through the skull of a ferocious beast that Lin Feng was about to kill. Lin Feng turned around and saw Lu Fei's ice-cold eyes glaring at him. He smiled at her in a friendly way and ignored her killing the ferocious beast. He believed their debt had been settled already. Railwhir. A furious roar spread throughout the atmosphere and echoed through the air. The ground started violently shaking. Everyone had the impression the ground was collapsing under their feet. Everyone's face suddenly became much more serious than before. An extremely powerful ferocious beast is coming. Many people started moving back, scared of the ferocious beast which was heading in their direction. A black fog was filling the air in a distant location and was gradually moving nearer. The crowd could just see the fog moving forward and trees getting split into pieces and blown away. How scary! The crowd was still retreating backwards. That kind of monstrous power must be at least at the Ling level of ferocious beasts. If an ordinary disciple went to try to kill it, then they would certainly die. When Lin Feng noticed that such a powerful ferocious beast was approaching, he started retreating as well. He wasn't confident that he could easily kill such a powerful ferocious beast. Until that moment, he had been killing only low-level ones and had never engaged in battle with a ferocious beast of the Ling level. While Lin Feng kept retreating backwards, a sudden oppressive force crashed onto his body. That oppressive force made his body go completely stiff and started to push him forwards and prevented him from moving back. Animal! Lin Feng shouted furiously, looking at Xianxia, who was behind him. He didn't need to ask himself who was doing this to him. It was obvious that only Elder Xianxia was able to do that, especially with such strength. He didn't dare attack him, so he just prevented him from retreating away from danger. Xianxia turned a deaf ear to Lin Feng's insults. He had an evil smile across his face. He had been humiliated by that worthless ordinary disciple a few times. He had completely lost face. But more and more he started to think that he was wrong about the shadow which was supporting Lin Feng. How was that possible that the possessor of that shadow spirit was always with Lin Feng? Besides, he had just looked around carefully and had seen no shadow at all. He had decided that if he was going to act, now would be the best chance. Of course, Xianxia wasn't absolutely convinced that the shadow wasn't in the area. Therefore, he had only tried to harm Lin Feng using sly and indirect methods. He would have the rampaging beast kill Lin Feng for him. The extremely powerful ferocious beast was moving nearer, and it seemed like there was an earthquake every time it moved. The crowd could only see a black fog filling the air. Around that black fog, there was a large group of extremely strong, ferocious wild beasts. Each of them diffused such a strong qi that the disciples who saw had felt their hearts jumping from their chests. He's dead. Elder Xianxia willingly put him in such a situation. He's definitely screwed. Everybody was running back and saw that Lin Feng was alone, unable to move backwards in retreat. Xianxia was also standing away from the crowd and had firmly placed himself behind Lin Feng. The crowd had clearly understood what was going on. They couldn't help but insult Lin Feng for his foolishness. They didn't understand what the situation was actually about. This was the result for insulting an elder of the sect. That ferocious beast is extremely powerful. If you force me into fighting it, then I will most likely die in an instant, said Lin Feng, who was still oppressed, and shouted furiously. He wanted to go back, but Xianxia had blocked him. PFFF. It seems like this time the shadow spirit isn't with him. Xianxia thought cruelly. Then he said loudly, abandoning others before a large battle. This disciple is the shame of the Yunhai sect. When Xianxia finished talking, an extremely thick vine suddenly burst out of his body, threw itself at Lin Feng at an incredible speed. Lin Feng's body was burning under the pressure of the force that was oppressing him, and in the blink of an eye, he was then constricted by thick vine plants which surrounding his body. It had moved extremely quick and looked like a boa. At that moment, Lin Feng was absolutely unable to move. Spirit? It's his spirit. Xianxia has a boa vine spirit. The crowd was shaking with roars of surprise. It looked like Xianxia was determined to make sure that Lin Feng would fall into that death trap and die. If an ordinary disciple actually dared confront an elder of the sect, he was doomed. However, there were some people who didn't really agree with such a thing. They thought it wasn't fair to attempt killing an ordinary disciple, especially when the one attempting to murder them was a powerful elder in the sect. They thought that it was quite shameless for Xianxia to act as he did, but nobody would dare to say anything. Who would dare to provoke Xianxia? Lin Feng howled furiously. His sword was glowing, but it was constricted by the thick boa vine spirit like the rest of his body. There was nothing that he was able to move. Even though Lin Feng was a genius who was extraordinary and could definitely easily defeat cultivators of the same level or even of a much higher level than him, he was unable to defeat Xianxia, who was an elder of the Yunhai sect. The gap between the two was gigantic. At that moment, Lin Feng was powerless. Impressive for an elder to bully a disciple. You're really shameless. At that moment, an ice-cold voice shouting was heard. Everybody in the crowd was surprised and stupefied. Surprisingly, the one who had said that was Lu Fei, the beautiful Lu Fei, who was desired by an incredibly huge amount of sect disciples. Huh? Xianxia frowned and looked at Lu Fei. He groaned, but he didn't dare attack Lu Fei either. He knew Lu Fei's status and background. The funny thing is that Xianxia's father, Mo Tsonglan had the same name as Lu Fei's father, Lu Tsonglan. But Lu Tsonglan was of course much more popular and famous than Mo Tsonglan. Everybody knew the stories Lu Tsonglan in the Yunhai sect. Mo Xie's father paled in comparison. The bow-wielding genius, Lu Tsonglan, and the patriarch of the sect, Nan Gongling, were extremely arrogant yet popular when they were young. They cared a lot about their fellow disciples in the sect. They were both the best cultivators within the sect. They were geniuses. Their friendship was also very deep and sincere. They were truly like brothers. Lu Fei released her spirit and grabbed her silver bow from her back. She prepared 3 arrows in addition of the 3 arrows of her spirit and aimed at the bovine spirit. Lu Tsonglan was extremely strong. Lu Fei envied her father's strength and power. Even though she bitterly hated Lin Feng, she couldn't bear the sight that was happening in front of her. Mo Xie was a very tiny personage, shameless and disgusting. Lu Fei didn't know if that attack was going to be of any use, but she still tried. As before, the bovine spirit didn't move at all. Lin Feng looked amused for a second. He wouldn't have thought that Lu Fei would surprisingly be the one trying to help him in the last moments of his life. I have taken useless risks. I was too negligent. It's my fault, thought Lin Feng depressed. He wouldn't have thought that he would come across Mo Xie, and he had even less expected that Mo Xie would do such an evil and shameless thing. Besides, at that moment, Mo Xie was much stronger than him, so nobody was helping him. Lu Fei was an exception, but she wasn't strong enough. She tried to help, but in vain. Rhea War. The roar of the ferocious beast sounded violent and fierce. The beasts around it were also extremely quick, but there was still that gigantic black fog to be careful about. Nothing could resist it. The gigantic black fog was swallowing everything on its way through the forest. It was extremely strong, unimaginably powerful. It's so strong. It must be an imaginary demon. It's at least level 7. Mo Xie could sense that terrifying power getting nearer and nearer. That monster was at the 7th Ling level, which meant that it had the strength of a cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer. That strength was coupled with its natural strength as a ferocious beast, which meant he was even more powerful than a cultivator of the 7th Ling Qi layer. Cultivators had to practice to acquire a basic strength, whereas beasts already had a natural-born strength which was added their level. Mo Xie was observing Lin Feng and looking forward to seeing him die. Mo Xie, you bastard! Shouted an extremely loud voice which seemed to be thundering through the air. The person to whom the voice belonged was nowhere in sight. Mo Xie's face immediately changed into a look of disbelief. His bovine spirit suddenly released Lin Feng and surprisingly went towards the group of ferocious beasts. "How dare you!" shouted an extremely loud voice which made the ground tremble. That extremely violent and furious shout terrified the entire crowd. They were all trying to guess to whom that voice belonged and who could be that powerful within the sect. There was a flying crane which appeared in the air above, then transformed into a bright light. Its light was so blinding that the light from the sun was completely blotted out. The light immediately began attacking the ferocious beasts. It seemed like these ferocious beasts could sense that the person who had arrived was insanely powerful. They all started neighing, roaring, and emitting other noises, but that imaginary demon didn't seem to be affected as much. Lin Feng was about to get absorbed by that black fog when the imaginary demon suddenly rolled away as if he was suddenly trying to escape. Ferocious beasts of the Ling level were not only able to absorb the qi of heaven and earth, but they were also very intelligent. They could feel and sense forces as well as powerful energies. It seemed like the imaginary demon had been affected by the force and energy emanating from the crane, which made it want to escape. The wings of the crane starting emitting a brilliant and dazzling silver light. It then immediately flew through the crowd of ferocious beasts, and suddenly, a river of blood seemed to be flowing down the mountain. These terrifyingly strong and powerful ferocious beasts had surprisingly been defeated by the mysterious person. The possessor of crane spirit was extremely powerful. It was impossible to judge exactly how powerful he was. After all these ferocious wild beasts were destroyed, the black fog of that imaginary demon started dispersing through the atmosphere and turned into gray ashes. Lin Feng had vanished. Imaginary demon, As expected, its power is incredible. Some people in the crowd thought while looking at the imaginary demon. It was turning into a multitude of smaller imaginary demons. It didn't have a real body. Even if you were stronger than an imaginary demon, it was still very hard to catch. Suddenly, the wings of the crane started shaking very violently, which created a hurricane. Everybody in the crowd was falling down onto the ground from the pressure. Right after, the crane flew away and disappeared, leaving behind a massive amount of dead ferocious beasts lying down on the ground. How strong! Everybody was speechless. Chu Zhanpeng, who had come to the Yunhai sect not so long before, was also able to fly and had a legendary rock spirit. Even though he had similar skills and was also extremely strong, in comparison with this crane spirit, Chu Zhanpeng was a weakling. In a fight between the legendary rock and the crane, the legendary rock would not be able to withstand a single blow. A great majority of the people who were present had never seen such a strength before. They were very excited. They were wondering who that person was and how he was related to the sect. He was so strong that not a single ferocious beast could have given him a hard time. Our sect has existed for about 1,000 years. We are really the sect of the millennium. Even in periods of great prosperity, there are always hidden cultivators of amazing strength which have hidden amongst us. Everybody was extremely excited after watching such a display of power. They all hoped that one day they would have the chance to become that strong. At that moment, two people were moving through the sky. Even though their agility abilities were extremely developed, they were moving through the sky in a way which gave the impression it was an easy thing for everyone to do. These two people were surprisingly the patriarch Nan Gongling followed by Mo Tsonglan. "What's going on?" asked Nan Gongling while falling from the sky onto the ground before landing in front of Mo Xie. Mo Xie has been trying to kill one of our disciples. He pushed him towards the ferocious beasts so that he would get slaughtered by the monsters, said someone who was standing next to Lu Fei, whose eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Fei hated Lin Feng, but she hoped that she could become strong enough someday to regain her dignity and defeat Lin Feng. She didn't like to see Lin Feng treated in such an unjust way. Lin Feng was a real genius. He was even stronger than her, and no one could treat him that way. Lin Feng could become a pillar of the Yunhai sect. Lu Fei was sad to see an elder treat Lin Feng that way. "Patriarch, this is untrue. There is one ordinary disciple who was killing all the ferocious beasts and stealing all the precious items. Then, when the stronger ones arrived, he deserted." "Damn him," said Mo Xie, who was, obviously, not going to admit what he had done. Lin Feng was already dead anyway. Even if he didn't admit that he had killed Lin Feng, who would say anything? "All right, today, you clearly wish to die today." An extremely loud and aggressive voice emerged. A hurricane was rolling through the air, blowing almost everyone away, and no one was able to stand steadily on their feet. Mo Xie's face changed drastically. A terrifyingly powerful qi appeared and was surrounded by a radiant light. It then flew through the air and crashed into Mo Xie's body. Boom! 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 The rock on which Mo Xie currently standing exploded into 1,000 pieces, and Mo Xie's mouth spurted blood like a fountain. That single attack was extremely powerful. The elder Mo Xie had been defeated in a single strike. He was bleeding endlessly, and all of this was done in the presence of his father, Mo Tsonglan. The crowd had the impression they were watching a dream. They couldn't believe that it was really happening before their eyes. Then, the crowd looked again to see who had done that attack and saw an old man. Everybody recognized him. "Huh? That's the old man who is the entrance guard of the Xingchun Pavilion." Everybody was stunned. As a disciple of the Yunhai sect, everybody had already been to the Xingchun Pavilion. It had to be the old man. Who couldn't recognize Protector Bei? They were not used to seeing him like this, though. They were used to seeing him looking almost asleep or lazy at the entrance of the Xingchun Pavilion. They would have never imagined that he could be so monstrously strong. At that moment, Protector Bei's eyes were filled with murderous intentions, and he was moving slowly towards Mo Xie. He then said in an ice-cold tone, "You're an elder of the Yunhai sect in charge of enforcing the sect rules, and yet you dare to kill a young disciple, a junior of the sect? If I don't kill you, it means that the sect holds no place in my heart." Xia's face was deathly pale. He wouldn't have thought that, suddenly, someone would kill him just because of a simple disciple. A silhouette appeared before Xia and seemed to be vigilant. It was precisely Mo Tsonglan. Protector Bay, don't you think that you are exaggerating a little bit? Exaggerating? Mo Tsonglan, have you not educated your son? Said Protector Bay extremely sharply, which made Mo Tsonglan completely lose face. He then shouted, "Get the hell away! Protector Bay, do you have to be this furious?" Asked Nan Gongling, who came in front of Protector Bay at the same time. Nan Gongling, of course, knew what kind of person Xia was, but when it came to the sect, he was still an important person. Besides, there was still Mo Tsonglan. He was extremely strong and in charge of the elders. Therefore, attacking Xia would cause trouble amongst those standing at the top within the sect. "Patriarch, let me handle this business. I am about clean up the sect today," said Protector Bay, ignoring everything which had been said until that moment. He regarded Lin Feng as the bright future of the sect. He thought Lin Feng was a gift bestowed upon his sect by the gods, and Xia had fed him to the ferocious beasts. "Protector Bay!" shouted Nan Gongling extremely loud, attempting to make Protector Bay regain his calm. "Don't kill Xia. Think about the sect above all," said Nan Gongling to Protector Bay. "Think about the sect above all?" said Protector Bay with a sort of smile on his face. He thought that killing Xia was particularly important for the sake of the sect. "Nan Gong, do you know who that young man was?" Protector wasn't shouting anymore. His voice was low and sounded it was filled with emotions. Nan Gongling was stupefied. He had no idea. There were so many young disciples in the sect. "If Protector Kong was here today, Xia would be dead already," said Protector Bay. That sentence was filled with meaning. His eyes were filled with pain and sorrow. He then said, "Think about the sect first, Nan Gong. In your life as patriarch, we will never be blessed with a talent like that again." When he finished talking, Protector Bay transformed into a crane again and suddenly vanished, leaving a hurricane behind him. "Protector Kong?" Nan Gongling couldn't believe he had heard the old man pronounce that name. He was shaking from head to toe. Nan Gongling obviously remembered and understood everything. That shadow which had protected Lin Feng last time was precisely Protector Kong's spirit. He had protected Lin Feng. He then remembered the 8 sounds of drums from the precipice of Zhanggu which had filled the entire atmosphere of the Yunhai sect. Boom! Nan Gongling's heart started pounding. His thoughts were flowing at full speed. He was getting more and more furious. He was starting to find himself being overwhelmed with murderous thoughts. Xie. Mo Tsonglan could feel that the patriarch wanted to kill his son and that he was growing furious. What had happened? What had Protector Bay told Nan Gongling? Mo Tsonglan glanced at Xie. That bastard of a son's behavior was really worse and worse. He was insolent and acted selfishly and relentlessly without thinking. Lin Feng had been wrapped up in that black fog, and immediately after he had gone through a mystical event. It had seemed like his body had been transported through the universe. He didn't know where he had landed. An extremely cold chi started to oppress his body and to dig into his flesh and bones. He wanted to struggle, but he didn't know what or how to fight against this chi. He realized he was extremely weak in comparison. When confronted with death, Lin Feng released his twin spirits. His eyes became pitch black and he became aware of all the universe that was surrounding him. However, as before, he was immersed in a world of darkness. "Celestial spirit," Lin Feng said in a low voice. A brilliant and resplendent light appeared. It was dazzling and mystical. Lin Feng suddenly saw 2 piercing cold eyes of a ferocious beast which was staring at him as if he was a prey. "What's that? Is that a real ferocious beast?" Lin Feng saw cruel eyes and a hideous face. It looked truly horrible. Many tentacles were approaching him as if they wanted to wrap themselves around him. At the same time, a tentacle had touched his spirit. His strange small snake spirit as well as his celestial spirit were being swallowed. Lin Feng was feeling so weak that he even thought that some of his vitality was slowly being consumed as well. At that moment, something very strange happened to Lin Feng. Something that had never happened before happened. His small snake spirit had moved for the first time. The snake was starting to move. The small snake was moving. It slowly started to open its mouth, and the black fog suddenly started to pour into its mouth. Swallowing the black fog, Lin Feng could obviously feel and sense that his spirit had changed and was still changing. That small snake was becoming full of black fog. His snake spirit continued to swallow the black fog. The more it ate black fog, the bigger it grew. It was gradually growing larger and larger. Tentacles started to move towards the snake, but it didn't have any effect on the snake spirit. Strangely, the snake was swallowing them as well. Lin Feng was astonished. His snake spirit was consuming everything. Lin Feng had been utterly helpless when facing the ferocious beast of the Ling layer and thought he was about to die. He would have never thought that his small unawakened spirit, which was the reason for his nickname as Trash, would start moving so suddenly. There was something strange about the ferocious dark eyes, as if there was something wrong. There was a small twinkle which appeared in the eyes, which were half filled with worry. Then a formation of dark tentacles and the black fog started to move away, but the snake threw itself towards them. Rora! Lin Feng was utterly stupefied. His snake spirit looked excited. It opened its huge and ferocious mouth. Inside, there were a multitude of tentacles and black fog in the process of being swallowed. It was not enough for his snake spirit. The previously little snake was growing bigger and bigger. From an initial size of 1/3 of a meter, it had grown to a meter in length. It seemed like it was a gluttonous snake trying to consume the world. The imaginary demon groaned and roared as it was fighting against the snake, but its body was still being gradually eaten by the snake spirit. The imaginary demon released Lin Feng and the black fog slowly disappeared. Roar! The snake made the same sound as the imaginary demon had made. It then swallowed as much black fog as it could and went back to Lin Feng's side. The snake spirit had become small again but was still much bigger than before. Then it rolled itself around Lin Feng's shoulder and fell asleep. It swallowed the imaginary demon? Lin Feng's eyes were wide open with shock. The black fog of the imaginary demon had completely disappeared without trace. That was the trash spirit? Lin Feng was speechless. At that moment, he had the sensation an immense strength was invading his body, and a loud buzzing noise was resonating in his brain. He felt his vision grow blurry and he collapsed, completely losing consciousness. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed when he regained consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he was in a cave. It looked like that of a ferocious beast. Boom! Suddenly, Lin Feng's body seemed like it was being crushed, which terrified him. Panic filled his face and he felt pain that was indescribable. His heart was pounding. His dark spirit appeared along with his celestial spirit, and suddenly, his mind began to become clear and undisturbed. His celestial spirit was also floating before his eyes in the form of a book. Immediately after, the small snake spirit also appeared. It was about 1 meter in length. Its body was becoming more solid and rigid. As before, it was still small and looked like it was asleep, curled around Lin Feng's shoulder. It looked like it had a lot of affection for Lin Feng. From a glance, they seemed to be very close and looked to have a deep connection. He had awakened his snake spirit. Something extraordinary happened which made Lin Feng tremble from head to toe. On his back a face had appeared. It had 2 ice-cold, pitch-black eyes. Imaginary demon! Lin Feng was still shaking and still trying to understand what had happened. How was this possible? At the moment when he had been swallowed by the imaginary demon, his snake spirit had suddenly appeared. A 3rd spirit? Multiple spirits? He was a real genius. He was truly gifted from the gods. On the continent, there was almost nobody who experienced such a thing. Out of 1 million of people, there was maybe 1 who happened to have 2 spirits. Surprisingly, Lin Feng even had 3. Was he a supernatural existence? A god? 3 spirits. He would be able to terrify everyone at the mere mention of it. He would scare his enemies to death. There was an unceasing milky white light circulating in and out of his body. It seemed to be the powerful chi from heaven and earth. It was encircling him and circulating through his body. Did I just break through to the 2nd Ling Chi layer? Lin Feng's brain was somehow short-circuited with the shock of all these events. Even if he had released his spirit and was still able to remain calm to a certain extent, it was hard not to get excited considering the circumstances and the terrifying power of the things happening within his body. Lin Feng was using all of his mental focus to try and understand all the things that had occurred. It looks like that small snake is able to swallow ferocious beasts and enables me to use them and their power. It also seems like it is able to absorb them into itself and use them to increase my strength. Lin Feng was just conjecturing what was happening, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Trash spirit? People laughed at him because they thought his spirit was useless, but it was actually extremely powerful. If all those people who constantly laughed at him, bullied him and called him a piece of trash because of spirit, knew that he had such a powerful ability granted from his snake spirit, how would they react? Damn, I only narrowly climbed from my own grave. I have escaped from the pit, and this will be the end of all the hardships I have suffered until now. Lin Feng recalled his spirits back into his body. He looked up to the sky and uttered a long cry. He didn't know where he was at that moment, though. He could only analyze the situation considering all of his past experiences and knowledge. Celestial fangs. These fangs can devour anything. That's a good name. Lin Feng whispered. That's the best name Lin Feng could think of to refer to his spirit, to that small snake. Celestial fangs. Emocia. If I don't kill you, I swear, I will make your life not worth living, or my name is not Lin Feng. Lin Feng stood up and his eyes filled with incredible killing intent. Lin Feng took a deep breath, and as he did, the air in his throat tasted filthy. Tasted like a ferocious beast. Lin Feng looked carefully around him, and it seemed like he was in the cave of a ferocious beast, which made him feel extremely uncomfortable and nervous. Lin Feng quickly moved outside of the cave. Outside was a huge forest. Its trees were crushed into pieces. It seemed like its trees had been crushed by ferocious beasts that had trampled through the area. The smell of ferocious beasts still filled the air. He could even sense the ground shake under his feet at times. He could hear them roar and neigh in the distance. It seems like the flood of ferocious beasts hasn't stopped. Lin Feng had just encountered a large group of ferocious beasts where the imaginary demon was, but he knew that there were still other groups filled with extremely powerful ferocious beasts. The Black Wind Mountain was full of extremely strong ferocious beasts. He released his dark spirit. His eyes became pitch black. His sense of hearing and his vision became extremely well developed. He could see and sense everything in his surroundings. His brain was also processing all the data it received very quickly. It was as if he could sense and understand the whole area around him, as if he was looking down on a strategy map. At the same time, the strong qi of ferocious beasts was revolving around Lin Feng's feet on the ground. It had started enveloping Lin Feng's body until it completely covered it. Lin Feng entered into a transcendent state of mind. Wrapped inside that qi, it became impossible to see Lin Feng from the outside. It was the imaginary demon which had given Lin Feng its power. That imaginary demon was extremely powerful and its impression was enhanced. This was why it was impossible to see the imaginary demon's real body. It was just a gigantic black fog as far as anyone could see. Lin Feng, thanks to his spirit consuming the imaginary demon, now had that ability too. The imaginary demon skill was imprinted onto Lin Feng's mind and could be used naturally. In the Black Wind Mountain, there was an incredible amount of ferocious beasts. They were not only in one place but were everywhere in the territory. Because some ferocious beasts were extremely strong, Lin Feng had to be very careful. He could use his qi to pretend he was a ferocious beast himself thanks to his new ability. These ferocious beasts were running madly everywhere in the Black Wind Mountain. As the number of ferocious beasts had greatly increased, they were running towards the outskirts as if trying to conquer new territory. At that moment, the qi which surrounding Lin Feng really seemed to be that of a ferocious beast. Lin Feng started to walk. Some small and weak ferocious beasts passed by Lin Feng. Surprisingly, all these small ferocious beasts emitted small and cute sounds indicating that they were submitting themselves to him. The world of the ferocious beasts was even rougher than that of cultivators. It was ruled by the law of the jungle. the weak would become the food for the strong. Even some Ling-level ferocious beasts were running away when they sensed Lin Feng's presence. Adult ferocious beasts of the Ling level were at least level 5, which was quite terrifying. However, ordinary ferocious beasts of the Ling level could not compare themselves to the imaginary demon. The depths of the Black Wind Mountain are really frightening. Lin Feng realized how terrifying the depths of the Black Wind Mountain were, and he couldn't help but think about before, when he was still at the Qi layer and dared come here without being scared at all. How ignorant was he? If they had met any of the ferocious beasts of the Ling level, they probably would have died. Of course, in the eyes of a ferocious beast of the Ling level, a cultivator of the Qi layer was like an ant. Maybe these ferocious beasts wouldn't even have looked at them, just like Lin Feng looks at ordinary low-level ferocious beasts. This is a great opportunity. Why am I not hunting and killing ferocious beasts to gather precious items? Lin Feng started being both nervous and excited. Ling-level ferocious beasts were not like ordinary ones. They could absorb the qi of the earth, and the precious items he could get from them were extremely valuable. If he gave these items to the elders within the sect to trade, they could produce profound pills or weapons for the Ling Qi layer. Besides, some of the energies these ferocious beasts absorbed were also extremely useful in increasing a person's cultivation. Good profound healing pills could cure injuries, including broken bones. It was even said that some pills could resurrect the dead. Good weapons could help greatly enhance one's attack and defense skills in battle. All of these items could be acquired and bought in exchange for precious items recovered from these ferocious beasts. This is why so many people took the risks to travel here and kill ferocious beasts. They wanted to acquire precious items to trade. Lin Feng had the feeling that he was far too poor. Apart from the soft sword, which was given to him by Protector Bei, and the profound healing pills which Protector Kong had given to him, he actually had nothing of value. He had indeed never taken the time to consider his wealth and equipment. Some people have a high status in society and do not have to worry for money. It's also possible to use some profound pills to increase one's strength and move up in the hierarchy. I could use profound pills and trade for better weapons to increase my strength. As far as I am concerned, I do not have an influential background and I can only rely on my own strength, thought Lin Feng. His future on the path of cultivation was too important to him. There were many commitments he had in this life. If Lin Feng wanted to succeed, he had to put in more effort than anyone else. Effort was not all he needed, though. Some luck was also necessary. He also needed people supporting him if he wanted to advance quickly. It seemed like life was going to be full of hardships. In life there would be a great deal of injustice. Not everyone and everything could be partial and fair. However, to someone who put in more work than anyone else, it would eventually show its rewards and eventually make life easier. If your natural abilities were too low, hard work coupled with perseverance and willpower could be enough to lead a luxurious and comfortable life. However, not only were Lin Feng's natural abilities not low, he was an incredible genius with latent potential hidden within his body. Since this was the case, how could he not acquire great power and wealth to one day live a comfortable life? While thinking of all these things, Lin Feng started moving. Not so long after, he encountered an abominable rhinoceros eating a small ferocious beast. There was blood everywhere on the ground, and the whole scene was painted red with blood. It was a gruesome scene. The ferocious beast qi which was surrounding his body vanished, and Lin Feng started walking slowly and carefully towards the scene. As if it was aware that something was approaching him, the abominable rhinoceros turned around. Its bloodthirsty eyes were staring at Lin Feng. It looked brutal, ferocious, and bloodthirsty. Its pupils were huge and dark as its gaze pierced through Lin Feng. There was surprisingly someone in the world who was foolish and dared to step within its territory. The abominable rhinoceros was naturally strong, cruel, and bloodthirsty. Once it had reached adulthood, it was a first-class Ling-level ferocious beast. Could reach a length of 2 meters and a height of 1 meter. It was a giant but sturdy ferocious beast. That abominable rhinoceros looked like it had just reached adulthood. It was thus a first-rank Ling-level ferocious beast. The abominable rhinoceros is quick. Its horn is extremely sharp, but its strength lies in its natural defense abilities. An ordinary cultivator who is at the first Ling Qi layer could never defeat it. Lin Feng was trying to remember all the characteristics of an abominable rhinoceros. It was impossible to easily break through its defense. Only with enough speed and a precise strike could a cultivator hope to defeat this ferocious beast, otherwise fighting it would lead to their death. At that moment, the abominable rhinoceros was stamping its foot on the ground. A hole appeared under its feet. It was getting ready to charge forward at any moment. Lin Feng was still incredibly relaxed as he watched the situation. A strong sword qi was released from his body and had begun to fill the atmosphere. Before the ferocious beast could even start its charge, Lin Feng had already thrown himself towards it. Following each of Lin Feng's step, the sword qi which he was releasing increased and became stronger. A few steps later, the air was filled with a whistling sound. The hair which was covering the body of the abominable rhinoceros stood completely on end, and suddenly it roared loudly and retreated. Ling-level ferocious wild beasts were very intelligent and had advanced instincts. It sensed the incredibly powerful sword force which was hidden and knew that the human in front of him would be extremely dangerous to fight. Moonlight feather agility. Lin Feng couldn't let it escape. He dashed through the air at full speed and his sword was glowing with a radiant light. One strike, one life. The sword force completely filled the atmosphere. A white light was being emitted from the tip of the sword. The running abominable rhinoceros had a cut which had appeared on its body, but it continued to run forwards. Blood was rushing out of its body and left a long thick trail of blood behind it as it ran. It was badly injured and was losing large amounts of blood. Some poisonous qi started flowing out from the body of the rhinoceros. Lin Feng thrust his sword into the qi and in an instant the qi had vanished. The abominable rhinoceros was dead. Ferocious beasts were extremely sensitive to blood. In the Black Wind Mountain, there were too many extremely strong ferocious beasts. Therefore, Lin Feng would need to quickly kill the abominable rhinoceros and would then leave, otherwise the blood would attract too many ferocious beasts who would be attracted by the blood. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with his sword skills and the power unleashed with each strike. Even though the abominable rhinoceros was extremely strong and its body was tough, its body had suffered lethal injuries from a single strike with Lin Feng's sword. As Lin Feng continued to move through the mountain, Lin Feng killed another Ling-level ferocious wild beast, but this time it wasn't the abominable rhinoceros but an earth-shaking bear. As before, Lin Feng killed it in one strike. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the Black Wind Mountain, a young man had appeared and all of his clothes were torn and dirty. He was filthy from head to toe. He was carrying a sword in his hand and in front of him, there was a gigantic snake. That snake was about 20 meters long. Its extremely thick body was slithering on the ground towards the young man. Its head was 5 meters up in the air. It looked hideous and ferocious. It looked like it was ready to strike at any moment. Its gigantic eyes were green and were filled with murderous light. Poison and blood was endlessly spraying from its mouth. A second-level Ling ferocious wild beast is incredibly hard to deal with as expected. Lin Feng's robes had a large hole through which one could see his skin where he had been struck. He was bruised and the area had turned dark purple. Lin Feng was worn out from this fight. Lin Feng had been injured by fighting with that python of darkness. During these 2 days, Lin Feng had killed around 100 ferocious beasts, all at the Ling level. He had killed a few second-level Ling ferocious beasts as well, but it was the first time that he came across such a strong and dangerous ferocious beast. SSSSSSS. SSSSSSS. Its huge tongue was flickering through the air while it continues to hiss. The snake was spitting out poison and Lin Feng would have to constantly avoid the poison from the snake. But at that moment, the huge python of darkness fell down and its head crashed into the ground. This was because its tail had been damaged and pinned by a tree which had fallen down onto it. The snake couldn't avoid it. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind had filled the air. If Lin Feng didn't have good agility techniques, he would have already been killed. The second-level Ling python of darkness was incredibly strong and powerful. Suddenly, the space in front of Lin Feng filled with light and slashed down onto the python before vanishing from sight again. The snake emitted an extremely loud moan. Lin Feng had felt like he was being oppressed by the power of the snake. The python of darkness kept moving towards him. Boom! Boom! Oh, The trees were cracking as the python was crushing everything on its path. Lin Feng was like a shadow in the sun and was too fast for the snake to catch him. If there was an observer, he would think that the snake had gone mad and was chasing an illusion. Even though the python of darkness was only the second level of the Ling level, even an extremely strong cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer would find it difficult to escape with his life. They knew it would be extremely difficult to kill the snake and would never directly confront it. However, Lin Feng had just reached the second Ling Qi layer 2 days before and was not aware of how dangerous the python was. "Deadly sword!" shouted Lin Feng. At that moment, his extremely strong and powerful sword thrust towards the python of darkness, which cut through its body, leaving it severely bleeding. But this time it seemed like the snake hadn't felt the strike connect with its body. It wanted Lin Feng's life and had gone into a complete frenzy. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Lin Feng had almost gotten killed by the python of darkness multiple times already. After 2 days continuously fighting within this mountain, his sword skills had already become much stronger than before. He had even more confidence in his own ability. He was convinced that he would be able to defeat almost any cultivator in the second Ling Qi layer. After all, how many cultivators of the second Ling Qi layer were stronger than the python of darkness? Lin Feng released the first layer of his celestial spirit. His eyes became pitch black and he was surrounded by a world of darkness. Nothing could escape from his vision, he could see and feel everything. Even if the snake was extremely quick, its attacks seemed slow to the Lin Feng that now stood before it. The snake was about to attack from the side. Lin Feng was firmly holding his soft sword, which emitted an ice-cold light. A deadly sword qi emanated from Lin Feng's body. It looked like it could destroy anything it touched. Lin Feng raised his head. He calmly looked at the python of darkness that was moving towards him. Lin Feng's eyes looked like that of a brutal demon. At that moment, he was extremely heartless and there was not an ounce of mercy left inside him. "Deadly sword." Lin Feng had faintly said those words. His mouth had barely moved. He wielded his long sword which was releasing a strong qi as well as a strange gray qi. It was a deadly qi. TSS. The extremely powerful gray qi moved very quickly and was accompanied by a long and painful screech. That strike had cut the snake cleanly into 2 halves. A cloud of dust rose into the air and the snake hit the ground. The body of the python of darkness was still writhing on the ground as if it did not believe it was dead. Lin Feng used his long sword to pierce through the python's skull, and with that action it had completely stopped moving. The atmosphere had become calm once more. Lin Feng had managed to kill the python of darkness. A second-level Ling ferocious beast. Deadly sword. Lin Feng's sword could truly be called deadly after being bathed in blood these 2 days in the Black Wind Mountain. Lin Feng stepped forward and picked up the precious items from the body of the python of darkness, then left towards the sect. 2 days and the flood of ferocious beasts had already strongly decreased to the point that it wasn't a flood anymore. It also seemed that the elite disciple exam was about to start in the upcoming days. The sudden ferocious beast flood had disappeared as fast as it had come. At the edge of the Black Wind Mountain there were only a few Qi layer ferocious beasts and a great quantity of dead ferocious beasts. Of course, there weren't only carcasses of ferocious beasts. There were also human corpses which showed that some disciples had lost their lives while fighting against the flood of ferocious beasts. Streams of blood were flowing endlessly on the ground, making a river of blood which was flowing down the mountain. It showed how terrible and fierce the flood of ferocious beasts had been to have caused such a scene. It had been mostly weaker ferocious beasts in that flood. If there had been a flood of stronger ferocious beasts, what would have happened to the sect? At the base of the mountain there was still a great deal of Yun Hai sect disciples. The majority of these disciples were ordinary disciples who were fighting against Qi layer ferocious beasts. They were using the battle to develop their skills while also gathering precious items. Haha! There is a ferocious beast of the Ling level. Try to prevent it from leaving and then I will kill it. At that moment, A clear and bright voice spread throughout the atmosphere, followed by an extremely loud laughter. Some people saw that there were two Yunhai ordinary disciples were fighting together against a ferocious beast of the Ling level. Actually, they had an abominable rhinoceros in front of them. Between them and the abominable rhinoceros, there were carcasses of ferocious beasts. The two ordinary disciples seemed to be ignoring them. They were focused completely on the opponent in front of them and were filled with greed from the precious items they could receive from its body. The abominable rhinoceros is extremely strong, and its strongest point is its defense. "Do you think you can kill it?" said a thin young man. His name was Pajun. He was staring at the abominable rhinoceros, whose eyes looked bloodthirsty and violent. "Don't worry, Pajun. Don't you believe in my abilities?" The thin young man named Pajun simply grinned at the other disciple. The other disciple seemed really confident in his abilities. "The only person I trust is myself," said Pajun. But at the same time, he grabbed two rattans that he was carrying and threw them at the abominable rhinoceros to bind it in place. RRRRHMMPPH. The abominable rhinoceros was enraged and tried to move around, but it seemed to be unable to move freely. It was growing more and more furious over time. Pajun was being whipped back and forth by the beast, but he still had a calm composure. He was holding the rattans steadily, trying to use them to bind the abominable rhinoceros. He was managing to lock the abominable rhinoceros in place. "Attack now!" yelled Pajun. There was no need to shout this, as his friend was already there, attacking the abominable rhinoceros within the blink of an eye. The abominable rhinoceros was stamping on the ground heavily, which made a cloud of dust rise into the air. It was going into a frenzy. Pajun's friend carried out an extremely strong attack on the rhinoceros using both his palms. The abominable rhinoceros roared extremely loudly. One strike had been enough for the beast to meet a brutal and instant death. "Pajun, how was that? Was it a mistake to cooperate with me?" asked the strong young man while smiling. At that moment, Pajun had already stepped forward and started removing all of the precious items from the corpse. When you've broken through to the Ling Qi layer, it's really a different level. Your spirit gives enough strength to deal with some opponents, thought Lin Feng, who saw that Pajun had used rattans. Obviously, that was his spirit. It was similar to Xianxia's spirit. Of course, Xianxia's strength and Pajun's strength were not on the same level, though. I would have never thought that this guy's strength had improved so much. Lin Feng was smiling. He then moved forwards to the two young people who were picking up their precious items. "Who?" At that moment, Pajun quickly turned around. An extremely strong qi quickly burst out of his body, and his two rattans started moving towards Lin Feng. "Ha!" Lin Feng was surprised. He hadn't thought that Pajun's defense perimeter was so wide, and that he'd attack so quickly upon sensing someone moving closer to them. Lin Feng stepped aside really quickly, and a strong sword qi emerged from his body, directly crashing down onto Pajun, making him almost suffocate from the intense pressure. "Pajun, stop it, he's my friend," the strong young disciple said quickly as he had turned around and saw the scene in front of him. At that moment, Pajun recalled the rattans back, and the qi which was suffocating him had vanished as well. He remained vigilant and kept watching Lin Feng very closely. "That guy, he is incredibly strong. Haha. Lin Feng, you're finally showing yourself. I came to look for you more than a dozen times and I couldn't find you anywhere. I thought you had left the Yunhai sect forever." It turned out that that strong young disciple was Lin Feng's friend, Han Man. "I just came back a little while ago," said Lin Feng while smiling before adding, "Han Man, you're now able to kill a ferocious beast of the Ling level. You have progressed so fast." When Lin Feng had left for Yangzhou City, at that time Han Man was only at the 8th Qi layer. In that short amount of time, Han Man had surprisingly broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Lin Feng was astonished. He was, of course, also extremely happy for Han Man. He did not have many friends, but he would definitely count Han Man as one of them. "Haha. I've broken through to the Ling Qi layer, but I was just lucky this time," Han Man said while scratching his head, and then continued, "Oh, anyway, how about you, Lin Feng? You used to be much stronger than me. How strong have you become now?" "I'm just an average disciple," said Lin Feng with a big teasing smile on his face. Lin Feng was looking at Han Man's friend, Po Jun. That guy had an ice-cold expression on his face. He looked like he was ready to strike Lin Feng if he made the wrong move. If that was the case, it could make things complicated and unpredictable for Han Man. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce the two of you. Lin Feng, this is Po Jun. He's extremely strong, but he's discreet and very reserved, unlike the ordinary disciples who consider themselves the best because of some ranking. He is also much stronger than them, Han Man said as he was smiling while introducing them to each other. Po Jun, this is Lin Feng. He is like a brother to me. I hope you can become good friends with him as well. I'm first taking the precious items we have just obtained, said Po Jun while looking cold and indifferently. Then he turned around and continued what he was doing. He took out a dagger and split the beast open to harvest the materials which could be traded into the sect. Lin Feng, don't worry. Po Jun just has that kind of personality. He's a very cold person, but he is a good guy. Lin Feng ignored it and kept smiling. Po Jun and Lin Feng were not friends, so it didn't matter if Po Jun did not interact with him. There was no need to get offended by a stranger's behavior. Han Man, everybody has started to leave. How come you are still out here fighting? Many of them have left because of the elite disciple exam. As we were already here, we thought we should get some more precious items to trade with the sect. We are the only two remaining Ling Qi layer in the surrounding area, so there should not be a problem. All that remains are Qi layer disciples. Are you not getting ready for the elite disciple exam? Lin Feng was stupefied and couldn't help but ask. Of course I'll join. I'm not late yet. I still have some time to collect more riches. Hehe. Han Man was the same guy as before, always smiling and positive. Lin Feng sometimes had the impression he was talking to a simple-minded person, but at least these kinds of people were honest and true to themselves. They were not the kind of people to have evil intentions in their hearts, and they are easy to get along with. Po Jun, it's all right. There is nothing of value in the area, and I doubt we have missed something. Han Man said while looking at Po Jun. All right, let's leave, Po Jun said while nodding. He picked up the bag full of precious items and stood up. Lin Feng, you should leave too. Let's go back together, said Han Man to Lin Feng and then asked, Lin Feng, come on. Tell me, how strong are you now? Lin Feng thought for a while and then shook his head. He was actually unable to clearly identify his own strength. Maybe he had to fight against someone of the third Ling Qi layer to correctly judge his current level of strength. You really enjoy being mysterious and keep so many things secret from me. Can you cope with an abominable rhinoceros or not? Asked Han Man, whose curiosity had become unbearable. He needed to know. Cope with an abominable rhinoceros alone? Thought Po Jun when he heard Han Man ask that question. Lin Feng's strength was certainly of the Ling Qi layer. A moment ago, the qi from Lin Feng's sword had almost made him suffocate and created immense pressure on his body. Po Jun would have probably been defeated by Lin Feng in an instant if they had fought, and Po Jun was sure that he would not even be using his full strength. Po Jun could not measure how strong this young man was. Even though the abominable rhinoceros had extremely high defense abilities, Lin Feng had had no problem killing one using his sword. I should be able to handle it, said Lin Feng while touching his nose. Dealing with an abominable rhinoceros? He had required only one hit to deal a lethal blow on one previously, but even then it did not require him to use his full strength. You obviously have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. This time, we three will probably pass the elite disciple exam and all become elite disciples. After that, we will be able to work hard and become pillars of the Yunhai sect, said Han Man joyfully with a big smile on his face. 3 disciples of the Ling Qi layer, they would probably be able to accomplish great things if they work together. Work hard for the sect? Whose decision is that? Asked Po Jun tactlessly. He thought that Han Man was really naive. We should let Lin Feng decide. He's a real genius and he has a much greater potential than me. Even though he may be weaker than me now, he will probably surpass my power later. He's always been there to protect the weak. He saved my life. Whatever he says, I will always listen to him, said Han Man, sounding extremely simple-minded. What about me? Asked Po Jun. You and I are very strong, but since I listen to Lin Feng, you should obviously listen to Lin Feng as well, said Han Man, which sounded extremely simple and completely illogical. Lin Feng was speechless and was looking at him while stupefied. That guy was so naive and his thoughts were so simple. Pajun would never be convinced by such naive statements. Who would? In the stormy gorge, a huge crowd had gathered which almost seemed endless. The crowd had gathered in front of the life and death arena. They were all young disciples of the Yunhai sect who were excitedly talking amongst themselves. There was such a larger number of disciples that they were all standing shoulder to shoulder. Looking down from above, it looked like thousands upon thousands of ants. On the top of the cliffs surrounding the gorge, there was also a large crowd of people looking down at the gorge. They were all staring at the people in the arena. These people all had sharp expressions on their faces. There was a powerful chi which was filling the atmosphere around the arena. There were some people within the gorge who were extremely strong compared to the average disciple of the sect. They were the high-level disciples of the sect. Nan Gongling many years ago was one of those disciples. Nan Gongling sat in the middle of the high-level Yunhai sect disciples and elders. Those participating in the elite disciple exam were some of the most important disciples of the Yunhai sect. It was the first time in many years that there were so many ordinary disciples who would attend elite disciple exam. Some of them were going to become elite disciples within the sect, and some of the strongest participants could even become core disciples. Of course, some of them were going to be eliminated from the exam altogether. That was the rule. Fight and win or be eliminated. Ordinary disciples who sat the exam might have to fight with the current elite disciples. The battles were randomly arranged. If the ordinary disciple won, he would probably be chosen to become an elite disciple. If an elite disciple lost, he lost face and reputation. On the same basis, if an elite disciple wanted to become a core disciple, he would then need to fight a core disciple and win. If an elite disciple could defeat a core disciple, then he could become one of the core disciples and would definitely gain a lot of prestige and recognition from the high-ranking members of the Yunhai sect. The rules were very simple. You would have to fight repeatedly. Fighting an elite disciple would enable an ordinary disciple a chance at promotion. There were people at the elite disciple exam who had big arrogant smiles on their face from winning, and there were others who looked depressed as they were eliminated. It was the first time in the year that all of the ordinary disciples, elite disciples and the core disciples were present in one place. It was the second time this year that the ordinary, elite, and core disciples were going to be ranked. No matter if it was an ordinary, an elite, or a core disciple whose ranking was in the top 10, he would gain an infinite amount of prestige within the sect. Furthermore, the disciples who showed the most potential and placed at the top would receive great rewards such as precious stones, weapons, profound pills, or maybe even extremely powerful skill books. Obviously, the elite disciples and core disciples who would get eliminated or not obtain a good ranking would be humiliated. If the disciple had bad luck, then the opponent could be very strong and humiliation would be inevitable. This is why all disciples would fight with their utmost power if they wanted to achieve the best results. Losing because of underestimating an opponent would bring shame and humiliation. Lin Feng and his group had arrived at the life and death arena. When they arrived, the elite disciple exam had already started. Coincidentally, ordinary disciples were challenging elite disciples. At that moment, two people were fighting on the rocky stage of the life or death arena. The fight was very intense, and the crowd continued to discuss the battle as they watched it very closely. "It's Lu Fei," she said earlier that she had broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Obviously, it's true. She's very pretty, and on top of that, she's incredibly strong and powerful. "I wish she could become my wife in the future," said Han Man, who was looking at the battle of Lu Fei while laughing. Lu Fei was a dream for many of the young disciples. They all wanted her to become their lover. Lu Fei was famous for being extremely beautiful in the Yunhai sect. Many of the young disciples would spend their entire lives within the sect and would even take a wife from the sect. This is why many men were courting her, including some geniuses and even core disciples. The rumors said that Lu Fei was pretty and that she was a real genius. In other words, she was amazing. Haha. Go ahead and ask her to become your wife, Lin Feng said while laughing at Han Man. That simpleton had even dared to imagine such a thing. Lu Fei was too much of a tomboy for him. She was violent and stubborn, he would not last a second. Hee, I think that I'm pretty strong, but I don't think I'd manage to court her, said Han Man while laughing and scratching his head. He then continued, while looking at Lin Feng, and said, "By the way, Lin Feng, I heard that you got along quite well with Lu Fei. She's very beautiful and you're very handsome. You are both geniuses. You would definitely be a perfect couple." "Me?" asked Lin Feng with a shiver running down his spine. He shrugged his shoulders and shook away the feeling from that shiver. He was so scared that it may become reality that he would have trouble sleeping later that night. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at the people around. His attention focused on a particular person. "Xia, during this elite disciple exam, I will take care of you," thought Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He had precisely rushed to the exam because of Xia. It looked like Xia could feel a dark premonition and felt like darkness itself was staring at him. He stopped looking at the arena and observed the crowd. He was glancing at everyone trying to find the source of his premonition. At that moment, Lu Fei released her spirit and effortlessly won the battle. Her bow and arrows were radiating a brilliant light as she stepped out of the arena. Lin Feng was looking at her with news eyes. For Lu Fei, joining the elite disciples wouldn't be something which would make her extremely proud. She looked around her and heaved a sigh. She had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and her spirit had awakened. She had the same spirit as her father in the past, but she still couldn't beat the person on her mind. Unfortunately, Lin Feng had gone to gather some precious items and had been killed because of Xia. If he was still here, I could learn so much from him and I would certainly be able to greatly improve my strength. She didn't know why, but Lu Fei suddenly missed Lin Feng. That unconventional and unrestrained genius, but he did have some detestable aspects. If she had the choice, Lu Fei would prefer to be fighting against Lin Feng and winning against him to that of participating in the elite disciple exam and becoming an elite disciple. At the same time, back at the pavilion was Protector Bei, who was staring blankly at the horizon while watching Lu Fei, who had just won her battle. "Not bad, Lu Fei. A real genius, but you still have a lot to do before reaching your father's level. It will be hard to achieve his power while not growing in the Imperial City." Protector Bei's thoughts were flowing at full speed. Imperial City. These two words made him shiver, but they were very clear to him. It was a very crowded place. There were lots of political strategies which were involved in the day-to-day life of the city. This was a gathering place for many strong cultivators. Song Lan was still there to protect her, but if he wasn't, maybe Lu Fei would get into trouble. I wanted to let Lin Feng go to the Imperial City. Not only would he have become more important by moving up in the hierarchy, but it would have also enabled him to fight against stronger cultivators. At the same time, he could have helped Song Lan, and maybe he would have met his destiny there. While Protector Bei was thinking these things, he started to grow furious and wanted to kill Xia yet again. Because of Xia, who had killed Lin Feng, Protector Bei slowly realized that his dream was impossible, and these painful thoughts flowed like a stream of blood as his face turned red with anger. Lin Feng didn't know that there were so many people that missed him. At that moment, he noticed someone else. "Lin Feng, you're here as well. What a coincidence." Jingyun was walking towards Lin Feng. Her expression looked fresh and pure like spring. "What a great coincidence," said Lin Feng while looking at Jingyun and smiling. Han Man, Jingyun and Lin Feng were finally together again after what seemed like an extremely long time. "It's not a coincidence, it's called fate," said Han Man smiling. "Jingyun, I am the biggest person in the group. How come you only saw Lin Feng and not me?" "Eh?" Lin Feng was glaring at Han Man. "That couldn't be true. Who would know someone like you?" asked Jingyun while pouting. "All right, if you don't know me, then I should just go. I am starting to remember that there was a young girl who was waiting for Lin Feng every day, wondering when she would see him again," said Han Man with a fake smile on his face. Lin Feng was speechless. Since when was there a girl like that? "How would I know something like that?" replied Jingyun while blushing. She looked so delicate and charming that it was touching. Han Man couldn't help but burst into laughter. Pajun, who was standing next to them, looked at Lin Feng with a wry smile on his face. He was truly heartless to join in and laugh at Lin Feng. "You guys, can you shut your filthy mouths?" At that moment, a cold voice had shouted at them which had destroyed their good mood. They all looked at the person who had spoken. It was an elite disciple carrying a sword on his back, and he was looking at them with a look of disdain. "Does it look like we were talking to you?" Han Man said furiously. That guy was incredibly impolite, so Han Man could not hold his temper. "You are courting death," said the disciple carrying a sword on his back. A strong chi suddenly emerged from his body. "It's you," said Lin Feng. It was really a huge coincidence. Lin Feng recognized that disciple. It was the elite disciple who had helped Lu Fei during their fight in the Stormy Gorge. It was Yu Hao, the one who said he would kill Lin Feng if Lu Fei asked it of him. He had actually almost killed him twice with that sword on his back. He was extremely strong. Yu Hao was stupefied when he heard Lin Feng. He attentively looked at Lin Feng and then remembered him. He then smiled and said, "Last time, you were lucky that I didn't kill you. Are you that impatient that you want to die now?" "Impatient?" said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. He just regretted that he hadn't broken through to the Ling Qi layer on their last meeting, otherwise he would have unsheathed his sword and beheaded Yu Hao. "I am very impatient when it comes to living my life. I have such a long life to live after all," said Lin Feng, smiling coldly with a strangely evil look on his face. He have met many pieces of trash in the past, but I've never met a piece of trash who was so impatient to die," said Yu Hao with extreme arrogance. He then added, "Since you really want to die, I will help you achieve your goal. Wait until the end of the elite disciple exam, and then I will deal with you." An ordinary disciple was worth nothing to most people within the sect. They could be killed at a whim and nobody would care, especially when in the life and death arena of the Stormy Gorge. "I will give you an opportunity to kill me before the end of the elite disciple exam," Lin Feng said while nodding his head as if he had come to a decision. Yu Hao was lost and didn't know what Lin Feng meant. Immediately after, Lin Feng started walking towards the life and death arena. "Lin Feng, what are you doing?" Jing Yun shouted as she could feel the fear gripping her heart. "Jing Yun, you have to trust Lin Feng. That guy is always full of surprises," said Han Man to Jing Yun, trying to reassure her. Even though they hadn't been friends for a very long time, Han Man really admired Lin Feng. He was beyond insane, but he was truly a genius. He would fight anyone at the drop of a hat when it came to his friends. Each time they met, Lin Feng did something unpredictable. Jing Yun tried not to worry, but she could only make her heart grow slightly calmer. She looked at Han Man and nodded. That's right, it looked like Lin Feng was going to do something dangerous and unpredictable again. Jing Yun couldn't help but be worried about Lin Feng. Going into the life and death arena and challenging an elite disciple wasn't something one could do easily. If you wanted to become an elite disciple within the sect, then you first had to have an incredible strength. Luck was of no use. To become an elite disciple, the only way was to be stronger than a former elite disciple. "Ha!" Yu Hao frowned. He hadn't replied yet. Han Man and Jing Yun understood what Lin Feng wanted to do because they were friends with him and could understand him. Besides, Yu Hao was extremely arrogant. How could he imagine what Lin Feng wanted to do? Yu Hao smiled at Lu Fei, who had already made her way out of the arena. He moved towards Lu Fei. Such a beautiful girl needed attention, and who better than him to give it to her? The life and death arena was huge. Disciples could fight against other disciples on different rocky fighting stages. While the battles were randomly picked, they could also fight each other as they wished. However, it seemed like there was an unwritten agreement between everybody to not step onto a fighting stage if there were already too many people fighting. This was also beneficial for the observers, as they could only focus on a certain amount of action at once. If everyone started to fight, then it would quickly become chaos. Of course, no one had any plans to step onto the highest stage. Ordinary disciples didn't want to seem too self-confident in their abilities. Overestimating their own powers would give the seniors of the sect a bad impression. Only real geniuses, the most talented disciples, would dare climb onto the highest stage and amaze the entire crowd. At that moment, Wang Mang stepped onto a stage within the life and death arena. But at that moment, he saw that someone else wanted to get onto it as well. "Hey friend, shouted Wang Mang while smiling at Lin Feng to get his attention. He was the third-ranked ordinary disciple. He was extremely strong and had the arrogance of a ranked disciple who had not seen the world. He assumed that Lin Feng would notice he wanted to get on the stage and would let him go first. But what Wang Mang hadn't planned is that Lin Feng stared at him and nodded to return the greeting while looking indifferent. He then continued walking towards the fighting stage. It really did look like Lin Feng wasn't going to let him go first. Wang Mang frowned. He was extremely famous amongst all the ordinary disciples. He wouldn't have thought that Lin Feng wouldn't give him face and let him go first. He wanted to open his mouth, but he was speechless. He was too stupefied at what had happened. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words could come out. "Crazy moron," said Wang Mang in a low voice filled with anger. He immediately went back to where he was standing before. That other disciple was heading towards the central fighting stage. How insolent! This was the first time that someone dared to go onto it. Wang Mang wasn't the only one who was surprised, but the entire crowd was stupefied to see someone go on that particular fighting stage. Their eyes were wide open. The crowd burst into an uproar and was wondering who that guy was. It's him. So he wasn't devoured by the imaginary demon? He's surprisingly still living, said someone who had seen Lin Feng at the moment when he had been consumed by the black fog of the imaginary demon. The person was stupefied to see Lin Feng living and breathing before him. Oh my! He is insane. Han Man, Jing Yun as well as Pajun were all astounded. Lin Feng did not fail to surprise them. However, Han Man had a big smile on his face. He had the feeling that Lin Feng was stronger than him, much stronger than him. He even had that feeling when he hadn't seen Lin Feng. He really admired Lin Feng and believed that he held an incredible strength. In the stormy gorge, Wuxia was stupefied. How was this possible? How could Lin Feng still be alive? He was just an ordinary disciple and he had been eaten by an imaginary demon. How could he come back alive? It's him. Like everybody else, Nan Gongling was also astonished. His face showed how relieved he was. Now he would be able to tell Protector Bei and Protector Kong that Lin Feng was all right and the punishment of Wuxia would not be so harsh. "Ha-ha! That young man never dies," said a voice coming from the pavilion where an old man was sitting. It almost sounded like he was cursing, but he was actually very cheerful. "You continue to surprise me, young man," thought Protector Bei smiling. The first time that he had met Lin Feng, he had already had a good impression. The second time, Lin Feng had made the drums of the precipice of Zhanggu beat, which had stupefied Protector Kong and Protector Bei, and this time, he had been eaten by an imaginary demon and then returned without a single injury on his body. He really was the king of miracles. At that moment, Yu Hao arrived next to Lu Fei. He looked at Lin Feng, who had stepped on the fighting stage, and said while laughing, "Fei Fei, that piece of trash surprisingly dares go onto the fighting stage. He really wants to die." Lu Fei frowned. She didn't like Yu Hao calling her by a nickname. She was in a bad mood because of this. Then, she looked at the fighting stage and her expression immediately changed. Her beautiful eyes were filled with delight. "He is not dead." Lu Fei was astonished, and then a beautiful and resplendent smile appeared on her face. "You're not dead. That's a good thing. I will beat you myself. I will humiliate you." Yu Hao saw that Lu Fei was smiling and looked enchanted, but he didn't seem to understand. Then, thinking that he could be her hero, he said, "Fei Fei, just like last time. You just need to open your mouth and I'll go kill the piece of trash when he's done with his challenge." "You'll kill him?" Lu Fei asked while looking at Yu Hao. Even though Yu Hao had a sword spirit and was quite strong, he hadn't progressed for a year because he hadn't been practicing. He was still at the first Ling Qi layer. If he fought against Lin Feng, did he even stand a chance? Besides, what Lu Fei wanted the most was to defeat Lin Feng herself. "Yes, you only have to nod your head and I'll put an end to his life," said Yu Hao while smiling. "Yu Hao." Yu Hao was still smiling when the sound of an annoyed voice went straight into his ears. "Yu Hao, where have you run away? Come and fight me. Damn you." Lin Feng was standing on the highest fighting stage. He raised his head and looked at everyone who was observing from above on the cliffs of the stormy gorge. He wanted to go to the highest place, the most craziest of places, and look down on the world. Yu Hao was still smiling. He hadn't gone to the fighting stage. He hadn't understood what Lin Feng had meant a moment ago. He did not understand that Lin Feng was actually challenging him to a fight. However, he really wanted to fight with Lin Feng. During the Elite Disciple exam, being challenged was a humiliation because it meant you were weak. If you were weak, people wanted to fight against you. But at that moment, Yu Hao was being challenged. On top of that, he was being challenged by the one he wanted to kill to win the affection of Lu Fei. However, he hadn't thought that Lin Feng would challenge him right after he finished talking. Obviously, he had just been humiliated in front of a countless number of people. He had the feeling he had just been slapped in the face. Yu Hao's expression looked like that of a demon. He was staring at Lin Feng with a cruel expression. Fei, that guy wants to challenge me, that's great. I'm gonna kill that shitty piece of trash. As before, Yu Hao had no doubts about his own strength. He started walking towards the stage while still looking evil. The entire crowd was amazed. Lin Feng was truly insane. Not only had Lin Feng immediately stepped on the highest fighting stage, but he was also challenging Yu Hao. Yu Hao was far from being one of the weakest elite disciples. Before the Elite Disciple exam, ordinary disciples had already checked the profiles of the different elite disciples. They had access to a list which contained detailed information on their strength levels. Yu Hao was far above the weak elite disciples. He had a sword spirit and he was very talented and strong. He was much stronger than most of the average elite disciples. Nobody would have thought of challenging him. Yu Hao hadn't expected someone to challenge him either. As he moved onto the fighting stage, Yu Hao, while still looking like a demon, said, "I wanted to let you live a bit longer, but you already want to die. So impatient. I'm in no hurry to deal with you. Wait until I am done," said Lin Feng while smiling. He stopped looking at Yu Hao and turned to the crowd. "Li Lin, get your ass onto the damn fighting stage as well." Lin Feng continued to spit insults in the faces of elite disciples. Li Lin, while in the Xingchen pavilion, hadn't dared to confront Qin Chun. So he had decided to take it out on Lin Feng. Lin Feng still remembered and planned to settle his grudge. Everybody in the crowd was astonished at his actions. Li Lin, that was the name of another elite disciple. What did he intend to do by challenging two elite disciples at the same time? During the first round of the Elite Disciple exam, everyone had to be in attendance, elite disciples as well as core disciples, because they could be challenged at any time by another disciple within the sect. Li Lin was no exception to this rule. When Li Lin heard that he was being challenged by Lin Feng, his heart was pounding. That guy had probably broken through to the Ling Qi layer and wanted his revenge. But then Li Lin tried to relax because Lin Feng hadn't only called his name, instead he had called two. His name and Yu Hao's. Yu Hao was infinitely stronger than Li Lin. He had an overpowering sword spirit and he was known as a genius. Lin Feng had even dared to challenge him, but he was probably going to die because he could not fight against Yu Hao. When entering the life and death arena, Li Lin started to get nervous. When he saw that everybody was looking at him, he could feel his heart pounding in his chest. "What are you doing? Why are you making him come onto the fighting stage as well?" asked Yu Hao, glancing at Li Lin. He was puzzled. Besides, he despised being associated with a weakling like Li Lin. "I will fight both of you at the same time." Lin Feng didn't reply to Yu Hao and just said these words in a cold tone, which made Yu Hao frown in anger. Insanity. Madness. In the entire history of the Yunhai sect, which dated back 1,000 years, nobody had ever dared challenge two higher-ranked disciples at the same time during the Elite Disciple exam. Lin Feng, a simple ordinary disciple, had challenged two elite disciples to fight against him. To make things even more shocking, one of them was an extremely strong cultivator who had a sword spirit. Lin Feng had broken a new record of insane behavior. That ordinary disciple is so arrogant and clearly overestimates his own power. Even if he is incredibly strong, is it right to act in such a way? Xianxia had said that in a cold and belittling tone. Not only was Xianxia very strong, but he also had a high status within the sect. Besides, his father Immortal was standing behind him. Therefore, he was trying to regain some of the face he had already lost. Nan Gongling was coldly looking at Xianxia but remained expressionless. It was impossible to tell what he was thinking. Regarding Protector Bay, he was just laughing and shaking his head. This young man really has no limits. Together? Who do you think you are, you piece of trash? Yu Hao's face twisted in anger and revealed a hideous expression. What kind of person was he after all? A sword master with a strong sword spirit, and he was an elite disciple? Yu Hao despised Lin Feng. He thought that Lin Feng was an insolent piece of trash. He thought that comparing the two was the difference between earth and heaven. Yu Hao thought that it was an honor for Lin Feng to call a noble person such as himself onto the stage. But Lin Feng had not only called him onto the stage. He had also called someone else. Surprisingly, he wanted to fight against two people at the same time. Wasn't Yu Hao being humiliated from his actions? Exactly. What are you thinking? Suddenly challenging both of us at the same time. Yu Hao has an extremely strong sword spirit. He's very powerful and can kill you with a single strike. How can you be so arrogant? Li Lin was licking Yu Hao's boots and trying to gain favor from Yu Hao. Then, Yu Hao would do all the work alone and defeat Lin Feng while he could just stand and watch. Then he would not have to fight at all. This was obviously the best choice for someone like him who was incredibly weak for an elite disciple. Yu Hao seemed to enjoy being complimented by others. A big smile had appeared on his face and he then said, "Haha, Li Lin, you're entirely right. It's not worth unsheathing my sword for such a worthless ordinary disciple. You helped me take care of him. Of course. But for such a worthless ordinary disciple to dare to challenge Yu Hao, he should be humiliated. Fellow disciple Yu Hao should show him how big the difference is between you and him." When Li Lin heard Yu Hao's words, he got frightened that he would have to fight. He didn't know if Yu Hao wanted him to fight, so he did his best to lure Yu Hao into fighting alone. He really did not want to engage in a battle with Lin Feng. That guy is such a disgrace for our mighty sect. He's making all of the members of the Yunhai sect lose face, said members of the crowd while looking at Li Lin. He was so shameless. But that guy actually had to defend his point of view. You are so pathetic. Lin Feng was sneering at Li Lin. Li Lin, when I was looking for skills in the Xingchen pavilion, you attacked Chen Chen and then you ended up being scared to death by him, causing everybody to laugh at you. Coincidentally, there was another ordinary disciple there, so you decided to pick a fight with me. You also threatened me that you would kill me. You insulted me several times and called me a piece of trash. Now, I challenge you and you seem to be terrified. How come? Yu Hao, you who have a mighty sword spirit, what a genius. You attacked me without any reason on that day. You said that you could kill me any time, but it seems like you were just bullying me and trying to humiliate those weaker than yourself. Now, I am standing in front of you willing to fight, but where is your sword? Lin Feng said in a very cold tone. Everybody in the crowd understood what had happened. These two elite disciples were very pretentious. They had both provoked and bullied that ordinary disciple, but now that he had become stronger, he wanted to get his revenge. Yu Hao's face grew vicious and he said to Li Lin, I will give you 3 seconds. If you don't attack him within that time, I will cripple your cultivation. Li Lin was furious. He was gnashing his teeth in hatred for Yu Hao. On that day, Yu Hao had bullied Lin Feng and treated him as if he was an insignificant existence. At that moment, Lin Feng's behavior towards him was strangely similar. All right, I will start and then you finish him, Li Lin said against his will. He was really forcing himself to fight. He then started moving towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng shook his head. His style looked incredibly laughable. Lin Feng really wondered how that guy had managed to become an elite disciple. Get lost? Lin Feng then thrust his palm into the air and used his 8 strikes of desolation. 4 strikes immediately broke through the air and crashed onto Li Lin's body. Boom! 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 Li Lin was one of the weakest elite disciples. His strength was so low that he could not match some ordinary disciples. Lin Feng had hit him with a single skill while not even using his full strength, and that had made him fly through the air and heavily crash outside the life and death arena main stage. Lin Feng ignored Li Lin after that and said to Yu Hao, So what are you waiting for? I thought you were going to kill me. 4 strikes. That's all? That's only half of 8 strikes, how laughable. Yu Hao knew what attack Lin Feng had used. In the Yunhai sect, many people had learnt and practiced it to a similar level. Most elite disciples who had practiced it had managed to do 4 strikes, and some talented individual had done 5. But there were very few people who managed to do more than 4 strikes within the elite disciple. It was extremely rare to see someone talented enough to break through 4 strikes. Lin Feng had only used 4 of the 8 possible strikes, but he could freely control how many strikes he used. He did not want to use his full strength when dealing with Li Lin. Even though I said I would kill you, today is the elite disciple exam. Even though we are in the life and death arena, we are not allowed to directly kill. So today I will just cripple your cultivation and break both of your arms. You will be half dead when we finish this battle. Yu Hao was already very cruel to begin with, and now he had hatred towards Lin Feng. While talking, Yu Hao was unsheathed the sword that he was carrying on his back. His sword was already glowing and its light was radiant. The glowing light looked like the water of a river as sunlight shone down upon it. It was a truly dazzling light. An intangible qi started spreading through the air. That wouldn't be enough though. Yu Hao released his sword spirit. It was an extremely sharp sword shadow which appeared behind him. It was pointing towards the heavens as if it was about to cut down the heavens themselves. Even though those who possess a sword spirit are not weak, Lin Feng is also dangerous. The disciples in the crowd who were close to the arena could sense the strength and power contained within the sword qi. They had the sensation that they were being pressured by the power of Yu Hao, which made them feel dizzy and uncomfortable. However, Lin Feng, who was standing much closer, had no reaction. I know that you like to rely on your sword spirit, so I will show you what it really means to be a sword master, Lin Feng said with a voice filled with killing intent. He then unsheathed the sword he was carrying on his back, and a powerful qi spread through the atmosphere, moving towards Yu Hao's sword. The pressure within the atmosphere suddenly increased greatly. What, he's also a sword user? Does he have a sword spirit? Everybody was shaking when they sensed the qi contained within Lin Feng's sword. Yu Hao was also stupefied. Everyone was shocked because Lin Feng had unleashed this pressure without releasing a sword spirit. Lin Feng had a faintly discernible smile on the corner of his mouth. Why would he use sword skills if he doesn't have a sword spirit? Yu Hao made a step forwards. Suddenly, a whistling noise spread throughout the atmosphere. The devastating sword qi was growing more and more powerful. The sword spirit behind his back was also glowing brighter and brighter. Yu Hao's sword qi was getting stronger and cutting through the atmosphere, moving straight towards Lin Feng. Do you necessarily need to have a sword spirit to use sword skills? Can the cultivators who possess a sword spirit only use sword skills? Asked Lin Feng, looking extremely calm. He stepped forward and said, even with your sword spirit, you don't understand the basic principles of wielding a sword. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely strong qi shot towards Yu Hao. Even his own qi was retreating from the qi which had been unleashed. Lin Feng had started to gather sword force into the tip of his sword. The power which was released was incredible. Force, he is using sword force. People in the crowd seldom saw cultivators who had knowledge of forces, and when they saw some, they were usually battles between elite disciples and core disciples. Everyone had started to sense the immense power that was contained within his sword. The crowd was growing more shocked. So that's sword force. How powerful! There was an infinite amount of qi which was also released from the sword. This had allowed Lin Feng to utterly suppress Yu Hao. Oh my! He's only an ordinary disciple who just broke through to the Ling Qi layer, and he already controls his sword force to perfection. What a genius! Some people knew that forces were extremely hard to understand and control, especially at Lin Feng's level. Even some cultivators who had reached the peak of the Ling Qi layer were not necessarily able to control forces to the extent of Lin Feng, but Lin Feng seemed to master the forces to perfection. Of course, some of the ordinary disciples didn't even know what a force was, and were asking other disciples how Lin Feng had such a powerful and oppressive sword. He's the one who beat the drums at the precipice of Zhanggu. He's so young and already extremely powerful. I could only dream to be that strong at his age. He definitely deserves a high status within the sect. He truly deserved the title of a true genius. We should take good care of him and honor him. He will become the future of the sect. Nan Gongling understood what Protector Bei had been talking about previously and now understood why Lin Feng was so important. He was a pillar of the sect. A solution had to be found so that Wuxia wouldn't attempt to kill him again. That young man was a genius. Nan Gongling felt happy, but Wuxia was not happy in the slightest. He had an evil look covering his face. That young man is too outstanding. He should have been killed at birth. Wuxia thought evilly. Lin Feng had humiliated him, so even if he was a genius, he had to be killed, and Wuxia couldn't afford to wait until Lin Feng grew up, as he would become too strong. In the middle of the crowd, Han Man felt at ease. He had a smile on the corner of his lips. He really has become so strong already. He even managed to convince me that I might be stronger. When he saw that Lin Feng was stronger than him, he was really happy for his sworn brother. Jing Yun, who was standing next to him, also had a brilliant smile on her face. She looked like a lotus flower in blossom. Her smile looked so pure and innocent, it could charm any man who saw. Pajun, who was standing next to them, had a sparkle in his eyes while looking at Lin Feng on the fighting stage. He thought, no wonder he was able to react so quickly against me, and with such a terrifying strength. He was this powerful. Inside the life and death arena, Yu Hao's face was turning deathly pale. His face had become so pale and cold that he already looked like a corpse. Even with your sword spirit, you don't understand the basic principles of wielding a sword. Lin Feng had destroyed his honor and dignity. He had no choice but to agree with his statement, and he was not the only one. Everybody in the crowd had agreed. Yu Hao didn't understand basic sword principles. Compared with Lin Feng, he looked like a child holding a toy sword. Who was it that said, only those who had a sword spirit could become amazing sword masters? Every single trace of sword chi emerging from Yu Hao's body was vanishing as fast as it had appeared. It was crumbling and disintegrating each time he tried to release it. Controlling forces like he did, Lin Feng wasn't consuming much energy, and the sword force was growing extremely powerful. I give up. You can become an elite disciple. Yu Hao had been struggling with his pride, but had finally said those words. He just had the feeling that he had been truly humiliated, and that the entire crowd was laughing at him for thinking he was so powerful. Give up. Lin Feng was smiling coldly. Could he really be let off so easily? When Yu Hao thought his victory was certain and he would easily overpower Lin Feng, he had wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation. He wanted to break his arms and leave him half dead. It was impossible for him to be crueler than that. At the moment when Yu Hao found out that he couldn't compete with Lin Feng, he thought that one sentence was going to be enough to purify the hatred between them. Was that how things really worked? Well, Lin Feng didn't agree. Do I need to accept? Said Lin Feng, making fun of his actions. Lin Feng continued moving forwards, and the sword force became even more powerful. It was oppressing Yu Hao's body so much that he could no longer breathe. I said I give up. What do you want me to do? Yu Hao's face changed. Lin Feng didn't stop moving closer. How terrifying. What do I want? That is very simple. I want you to do to yourself what you had said you would do to me, said Lin Feng with an ice-cold smile on his face. Yu Hao was shaking from head to toe. Lin Feng wanted him to cripple his own cultivation and break his own arms. This was a death sentence. He wanted him to commit suicide. This is the elite disciple exam of the Yun Hai sect. How dare you? Shouted Yu Hao. You may not dare to kill me, but shall we see if I dare to kill you? Lin Feng was moving closer while replying to Yu Hao. His sword slightly shook. A terrifyingly strong sword chi invaded the entire atmosphere and shot towards Yu Hao while piercing through the air. A deadly sword which existed solely to take the life of others. In the blink of an eye, Yu Hao's blood sprayed everywhere. His body collapsed lifelessly on the stage. His eyes were still wide open, as if he was shocked at his own death. It looked like he couldn't believe that Lin Feng had actually dared to kill him. Phew! It seemed like the atmosphere had become tense. The entire crowd was holding their breath in shock. The arena had become so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeat. Lin Feng had set a new record in the entire history of the Yun Hai sect. He had challenged and defeated 2 elite disciples at the same time. He had then ruthlessly killed one of them in front of the entire sect. Lin Feng had violated the rules of the Yunhai sect in the presence of every disciple, every elder, and even the patriarch of the sect Nan Gongling. He had killed his opponent during the elite disciple exam. Audacious! An extremely loud shout spread throughout the area. It sounded like it was coming from above. The entire crowd was surprised and had the feeling they had been awoken from a dream, as they could barely come to grips with what had just happened. In the presence of every member of the Yunhai sect, you really have no respect for the rules and no respect for the patriarch either. You are guilty of crimes for which even death cannot atone. There was a loud shout. It sounded like that person really wanted to kill Lin Feng on the spot. The disciples in the crowd raised their heads and saw Xianxia. Some people didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw Xianxia, it had become clear. Xianxia and Lin Feng were enemies, and Xianxia wanted to take advantage of the fact that Lin Feng was still weak. He could not let that young disciple become someone important and grow stronger than himself. If he did, then he would surely be killed. Therefore, he directly accused him of various crimes and then said that he had to die for his grave crimes. Lin Feng raised his head and saw Xianxia. He just glanced at him for a second and then ignored him. He had joined the elite disciple exam, stepped on the highest fighting stage, and had amazed the entire crowd. He had challenged 2 elite disciples at the same time. He had used sword force and had killed Yu Hao on the spot. He had done all of this for Xianxia. Lin Feng had willingly given Xianxia an opportunity to find excuses to kill him. He had hoped that Xianxia would use these excuses to confront him. It was clear to Lin Feng that if he didn't do it himself, Xianxia would continue to plot against him. Lin Feng had just delivered himself to Xianxia with a neat ribbon. This was all part of his plan. When Xianxia saw that Lin Feng was ignoring him, he became so furious that he was shaking from head to toe in anger. However, in his heart he was smiling coldly. He shouted, "Everybody, arrest this traitor, and if he tries to resist, kill him on the spot." When the crowd heard Xianxia's words, they were disappointed. He was really beyond shameless. That elder's behavior was really impudent and cruel. It was clear that he was using his power in the sect to settle personal grudges. "Bastard!" cursed Han Man. Everybody had heard him. Yu Hao wanted to cripple Lin Feng's cultivation, then break his arms and leave Lin Feng half dead. Was anything that Lin Feng had done unjustified? Jing Yun's face also turned livid. She was so scared for Lin Feng's safety. PFFF. That elder is really shameless. What a disgrace, cursed Lu Fei. Xianxia had already used this trick once, yet was he going to give it another try? A few silhouettes flashed through the air towards the fighting stage, ready to catch Lin Feng. "Wait! Wait!" shouted a voice which made the silhouettes, who were heading towards Lin Feng, immediately stop. The one who had stopped them was Nan Gongling. Everybody turned around and looked at Nan Gongling. They were all curious to see how Nan Gongling was going to handle the situation. Was he going to punish Lin Feng? "Patriarch, that young disciple is presumptuous and arrogant. You don't exist in his eyes. You must punish him. It will be a warning for others as well." Xianxia had come next to Nan Gongling and was slightly bowing, showing him respect with the intention to persuade him. He also quickly glanced at the people standing next to Nan Gongling. "Elder Xianxia is right. That ordinary disciple is too aggressive. He does not give the sect any respect. He will ruthlessly kill all his fellow disciples. We must kill him. Patriarch, his punishment should be death. We should kill him." A few elders were supporting Xianxia. Zhonglan had served the sect for a longer period than Nan Gongling. In the Yunhai sect, all these elders wanted to give him face, so they would obviously jump at the chance to support his son, Xianxia. Nan Gongling raised his head. He looked at Xianxia and all the elders who were getting involved. He then said indifferently, "Have you finished talking yet?" All the elders were stupefied. They didn't know what Nan Gongling meant by those words. "Xianxia, are you the patriarch of this sect? Or is it me, Nan Gongling, who is the current patriarch of this sect?" He said that while paying no heed to anyone else but Xianxia. Xianxia was speechless. He then hastily replied, "You, of course. You are the patriarch. I wouldn't dare." He was then interrupted again. "What about all of you? Am I the patriarch of the sect, or is Xianxia the patriarch? Asked Nan Gongling to the elders who were supporting Xianxia. You, of course, replied the elders, feeling a slight chill run down their spines. Nan Gongling was a moderate person and never lost his temper. He had never talked to them in that way, but it was clear at this moment that he was angry. Oh, said Nan Gongling while nodding. Then I would like to ask you, who is in charge of the elite disciple exam? The patriarch, of course, replied Xianxia and the others elders in unison. Their backs were soaked with a cold sweat. They had really picked the wrong time to support Xianxia. So you all know. Since you all know, then I would like to ask you, Xianxia, you say that in this young disciple's eyes the sect is of no importance. Then what about you? In my presence, in the presence of every member of the sect, you are shouting loudly and trying to act like the patriarch. And you even want to handle things of which I am responsible. How imposing. Elder Xianxia, you tell me, do you even attach any importance to me or the sect? Nan Gongling's voice dropped in volume. It seemed like there was a cold breeze blowing in the air over the crowd. Xianxia and the other elders felt that they were in a very bad position. The elders who had been supporting Xianxia a moment before didn't say anything, which was their only option at this point. Xianxia thought that because his father was Immortal, that he could usurp all powers of the sect for himself. Xianxia's behavior and words had finally made Nan Gongling furious. Crack! A loud noise pierced the silent atmosphere of the arena. The chair on which Nan Gongling sat had shattered under the pressure. Speak! I want to ask all of you elders, do you still see me, Nan Gongling, as the patriarch of the Yunhai sect, and am I of any importance in your eyes? Nan Gongling stood up and shouted coldly at the elders. He had gone completely insane with anger. The elders felt their hearts drop and fear spread throughout their bodies. What role did they play in the sect anyway? Could they compare with the patriarch? Everybody was looking at Nan Gongling, who was furious. His eyes looked like he was calm, which made it even more terrifying. His temperament was actually very good, and he was never usually angry. What could have caused him to act in such a way? He had suddenly lost temper, and on top of that, it was because of Xianxia. Xianxia had never been as shocked and scared as he had been when he saw Nan Gongling growing furious. He had to think carefully about what his next words would be. He bowed respectfully, then said, Patriarch, Xianxia admits his mistake. Xianxia and Immortal had power in the Yunhai sect, but Nan Gongling was the patriarch. Nan Gongling had become furious at Xianxia's actions. Xianxia had no choice but to admit his mistake. Maybe I am too aggressive and too arrogant. Maybe I've been disrespectful to the patriarch, said Xianxia while insulting himself and acting humble. When Nan Gongling saw that Xianxia acknowledged his mistakes, he started to calm down. He coldly glanced at Xianxia and said, Since you acknowledge your mistake, let's forget about it this time. If this happens again, then there will be no more chances. Regarding the disciple on stage, Yu Hao was the first to provoke him and state his intent. He threatened that he would cripple the cultivation of this young disciple, then planned to break his arms. He showed no intention of having any mercy and only gave the impression of cruelty. This was then returned onto him. But Patriarch, Xianxia wanted to speak again. He hadn't understood the reason why Nan Gongling was furious after all. Ha! Nan Gongling glanced at him furiously. Xianxia swallowed his previous thoughts and forced himself to say, Patriarch, you are wise and brilliant. Nan Gongling groaned. He didn't really care about what Xianxia had to say. He then looked at Lin Feng and said, What's your name? Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Nan Gongling. He looked incredibly calm at this moment. Lin Feng. Lin Feng, good job. You are now an elite disciple of the Yunhai sect, declared Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling was really impressed by Lin Feng's abilities and actions. He personally asked Lin Feng his name and personally gave him the status of an elite disciple. Many others would never have that privilege. The other disciples would need to check the results with the elder in charge of the elite disciple exam. Lin Feng was smiling from ear to ear. His smile seemed to be filled with a strange feeling which wasn't gratitude. His smile contained the feeling of accomplishment. Only those who are strong enough can demand respect. Nan Gongling hadn't forgotten that Lin Feng had once said words in that respect. At that moment, Lin Feng had showed that he held an extremely strong power and everyone had witnessed it. The question was as to how Nan Gongling was going to answer Lin Feng's actions. He had given Lin Feng the answer he had wanted. Wuxia had tried to hand Lin Feng over to Lin Qian and Chu Zhanpeng. He hadn't gotten involved in the incident at that time. He had thought that an ordinary disciple wasn't worth creating a dispute with an elder. So he had just watched from the sidelines. But this time was different. Wuxia had wanted to kill Lin Feng again, and Nan Gongling had stopped him. It was only because Lin Feng had shown that he was truly a genius and proved it by returning with such an incredible increase in power. Nan Gongling now knew about the precipice of Zhanggu, so he was always going to value Lin Feng. Protector Bei had told him about it when he had wanted to kill Wuxia. Wuxia had been humiliated, but Nan Gongling had actually helped him in a way. Did Wuxia really want to continue making this talented young disciple his enemy? But was that enough for Lin Feng? Obviously it wasn't. Lin Feng was not satisfied at all. Would he really let someone who had made so many attempts on his life get away with only a slap in the face? When the ferocious beasts had attacked the sect, Wuxia simply handed Lin Feng over to them without hesitation. Lin Feng didn't believe that Nan Gongling was not aware of these actions. Nan Gongling may have been able to overlook these incidents, but could the same be said about Lin Feng? Just a moment ago, while in the presence of everyone, Wuxia had wanted to kill Lin Feng again, and Nan Gongling had seen it with his own eyes. Had Nan Gongling punished Wuxia? Everyone had the impression that he had, but in Lin Feng's eyes, he had just humiliated Wuxia. Was Nan Gongling just trying to make Lin Feng feel grateful for this minor kindness and make him serve the sect? Lin Feng had never been a servile person. This was his second life, and he had almost died at the hands of Wuxia too many times. Were Nan Gongling's words enough? They were too far from being enough. An elder was an elder, and an ordinary disciple was just an ordinary disciple, but because Lin Feng had proved to everyone that he was a genius, he was now an elite disciple. There is only one solution to this problem. If Wuxia remains in this sect, then I will make my own path. However, if he is no longer within the sect, then I will stay, thought Lin Feng. He knew that Nan Gongling and the Yunhai sect had to choose one person. If they chose him, then he would dedicate his life to the Yunhai sect. If they chose Wuxia, then not only would he leave the sect, but he would return one day to take his revenge. Because of the hatred that he held for Wuxia, there was no longer a peaceful solution. If the Yunhai sect was unable to choose him over Wuxia, then he had no other choice but leave the sect. Lin Feng didn't say what he was thinking. He had hoped that Nan Gongling would choose him when the time came. This was only the beginning of the grudge between them. During the elite disciple exam, Lin Feng had already planned how to take care of Wuxia. Lin Feng stepped down from the fighting stage and looked determined. Each of his steps were filled with firm determination. Nan Gongling was observing Lin Feng's eyes and thought that he looked very mysterious. It was not surprising that this young disciple would have some secrets, as many exceptional talents did. How strong and mysterious! If I was that strong, I would act the same way that he does. Even if there were 10 disciples who would join me to fight against him, we wouldn't be able to win. Lin Feng, I'll remember that name. Why would you remember his name? He wouldn't even recognize you. He's on a completely different level to us. We are just ordinary disciples. Even the highest-ranked Chun Chun is nothing in comparison with him. None of the ordinary disciples are as strong as him. Lin Feng and Chun Chun are worlds apart. Two disciples were talking loudly amongst themselves, but didn't know that not far away was someone who looked furious. That person was precisely Chun Chun, who was the top-ranked ordinary disciple. He was the one who had provoked Lin Feng in the Xingchen Pavilion and who had been humiliated by Lin Feng. I'm the best amongst all the ordinary disciples. Chun Chun was thinking about the words he had said to Lin Feng in the Xingchen Pavilion. Chun Chun had nowhere to hide from the shame he felt from saying those words to Lin Feng. Even though these two disciples were harsh with their words, it was the truth. Chun Chun was nothing in comparison with Lin Feng. Yu Hao was an elite disciple with a sword spirit, and he had been killed in a single strike. Maybe he has forgotten about me completely? thought Xianxia, feeling hopeless while trying to understand his situation. He was terrified that Lin Feng would seek him out and kill him. Lin Feng didn't attach any importance to Xianxia and had actually forgotten about him. An ordinary disciple who kept repeating that he was the best amongst all the ordinary disciples probably had limited mental abilities. You're so much stronger than me that it's actually incredible, said Han Man, who saw Lin Feng. Why was Han Man always so enthusiastic? Lin Feng, you are really incredible, said Jingyun, impressed. She was wondering how Lin Feng practiced and hoped she would get the chance to join him. The disciples surrounding them envied that little group of friends. Han Man and the others were all ordinary disciples, but they were very close friends with Lin Feng. They were probably going to mutually benefit from Lin Feng's rise in status. Han Man and the others also felt happy to have such a friend. They were thinking that it was too bad that they hadn't met him sooner. Lin Feng shrugged and asked Han Man while smiling, "When are you getting onto the fighting stage?" Hee. Good thing that there is nobody on the fighting stage because of your display. It seems like now it's my turn, said Han Man while smiling. He then moved towards the life and death arena. Because Lin Feng had just created a huge uproar when he unleashed his power, Han Man felt less pressure to go onto the stage. Everybody was waiting to see what Han Man would do once he got onto the stage. The thing which shocked the crowd even more was that Han Man, like Lin Feng, had no clue how to be subtle. He surprisingly stepped onto the highest fighting stage. Everyone, including Lin Feng, was shocked. What a brave guy! I did not really think about these things beforehand. Does anyone of the first Ling Qi layer want to come and fight me? Han Man was standing on the fighting stage as he asked the crowd. His manner of speaking sounded so rude that everybody was speechless. He was either completely clueless or he was indeed another genius. Lin Feng had challenged two elite disciples at the same time, but he knew what he was doing and he had chosen his own opponents. Han Man was the complete opposite of Lin Feng. He didn't know any elite disciples' names and was challenging anyone who wished to fight against him. This was the first time that such a thing had happened in the whole of the sect's 1,000-year history. Lin Feng was speechless as he stared shocked at Han Man. His jaw had hit the floor and he was stupefied by Han Man's actions. Jingyun couldn't help but giggle. That big goofball was hopeless. The entire arena was completely silent for a while until an elite disciple stepped onto the fighting stage and said, "All right, I'll fight against you. Thank you. My name is Han Man. I'm Wang Han. I like people who are quick to accept a challenge. Let's fight," said Han Man while laughing loudly. An extremely strong qi emerged from the earth beneath his feet. In the blink of an eye, Han Man's body had transformed and looked like it was made completely from compact earth. In the life and death arena at this moment, he was one with Mother Earth and Mother Earth was one with him. He had completely fused with the earth and become a symbiotic force. Boom! Han Man took a step forward and the entire arena began to shake under his feet. It sounded like a 1,000-foot giant was walking and each of his steps made the ground tremble. The disciples who were watching from the crowd felt their hearts begin to race, some with excitement and others with fear. An incredible force suddenly crashed onto Wang Han's body, and it felt like he was being crushed. He has mastered his use of force too, thought Nan Gongling, whose eyes were sparkling with delight. There were no words to describe his shock and joy. It wasn't surprising that Lin Feng could use forces, but that unknown ordinary disciple could use forces as well. Even though he had to rely on his spirit and clearly didn't understand forces to the same extent as Lin Feng, he could use and control them with an extraordinary strength. He could be regarded as another genius within the sect. Haha! It's incredible. It's fantastic. The Yunhai sect hasn't seen such strong young disciples for many years, and now two shocking geniuses have appeared at the same time. Nan Gongling felt an incredible surge of joy in his heart. This was without a doubt his best elite disciple exam. The sect would actually rise to new heights within his generation. In the Shuiyu country there were a great number of sects and clans fighting for supremacy. Achieving power was not an easy thing to do as the competition was fierce. The imperial clan was the strongest clan that existed in the whole Shuiyu country. They were so powerful that nobody dared to challenge their authority. There was no room to question the authority of the imperial clan. Apart from the imperial clan, there are also some other extremely powerful clans in the imperial city. There were the Yu clan of the imperial city, the Yu clan and the Wanshou Men clan. Outside of the imperial city there were also the extremely strong sects which held a great deal of power. The Yunhai sect and the Haoyu sect were both strong sects which were outside of the imperial city's borders. There was also the Luoxia sect as well as the Ice and Snow Mountain village. There are 8 high officials of the Xueyu country who represent the strongest and the most gifted young cultivators within the country. Everyone who is within those 8 officials is incredibly strong and has advanced to a high level of cultivation. The future of the country was held by these 8 young cultivators. The Yunhai sect was a great power, but it did not have anyone who qualified for a position as one of the 8 high officials. Even though a high official was extremely powerful and had an incredibly high status, it wasn't enough to affect the foundation of a sect. However, in 10 or 20 years that may not be the case. The foundation may be strong, but over time it can be shaken. Nan Gongling clearly understood how things worked with the politics of the country. Even if there was no sign of a sect declining in power, what about its future prospects? What if there were no suitable successors to take the place of patriarch? What if the general power of the sect members declined? If these events happened over an extended period of time, then the end of the sect was inevitable. The effects would not show in the short term, however in the long term it was clear that the sect would fade from existence. This was the case of the Yunhai sect at the moment. The general level of strength that the young disciples of the Yunhai sect possessed was clearly in decline. Over the years they were attracting less and less talented individuals. How could Nan Gongling not be worried in such circumstances? This was something which troubled him for every second of every day. The fact that Lin Feng and Han Man stood before him and unleashed such spectacular talent. He has once again regained hope. He could feel that the fate of the Yunhai sect was changing and it could possibly have a prosperous future. Lin Feng had incredible fighting power and his talent was truly unfathomable. He was a genius. With more time and dedication to practice, he could become one of the 8 high officials. This would create a bright new future for the Yunhai sect. With him they would rise in power once again. The Yunhai sect was going through a period of prosperity during these peaceful times. However, if a conflict came about then, they would be in a very dangerous position. The sect was currently in decline and its strength paled to that of the past generations. I hope that they can both climb to the top of the hierarchy within the Yunhai sect, thought Nan Gongling while looking at Han Man on the fighting stage. In the imperial city, the construction of the holy courtyard of Xueyu had already started and he now had these talent to nurture. Wasn't this a good omen? Boom! Han Man took another step. In the life and death arena there were waves of yellow sand which were surrounding and covering Wang Han. He was struggling to breathe under such immense pressure. The qi which was being released was so powerful that Wang Han felt like he was being buried alive where he stood. You win. Congratulations on joining the elite disciples, said Wang Han. Wang Han suddenly was able to breathe again. His body felt light and the pressure which was burying him had completely vanished. His eyes were half closed and voice was filled with disappointment in his lack of strength. He had been defeated. He had been humiliated, but he had also gained valuable insight thanks to the battle with Han Man. Haha, brother. Don't be so disappointed. I just exploited the fact that my spirit is very powerful, said Han Man while the qi around his body was slowly disappearing. Han Man looked and sounded honest. It was very hard to find a grudge against such a simple person. He could instantly become friendly with anyone. Thank you, said Wang Han while nodding at Han Man. He turned around and left the fighting stage. The final result was his defeat. That was a humiliation for any elite disciple and he did not want to stay in the spotlight any longer. Han Man quickly rushed back to Lin Feng and while looking incredibly happy with himself he said, "How was it? I earned everyone's respect, right?" "Not bad," said Lin Feng while smiling and nodding. Han Man had a good grasp of forces which he could control with the help of his spirit. Against somebody of the same level, Han Man clearly had a huge advantage in power and understanding. It would be very hard to find a cultivator on his level which could fight equally with him. Only those who possessed incredible talent would have a chance to defeat him. Lin Feng and the others stayed at the stormy gorge and continued to watch the other battles. There was always the chance for a cultivator to gain insight from watching a battle. There is not always such a great opportunity to watch so many battles at once. I would like to challenge Tu Fu today. He is extremely strong. I hope that with my power I will be able to defeat him and join the ranks of core disciples. Han Man had eyes filled with awe at the end of the first round, and he wasn't the only one. Many disciples were amazed at the battles they had the opportunity to watch. Tu Fu's battle was too amazing. Tu Fu was much too powerful. He had only used one punch which made even the heavens shake, and the fight was already over. Lin Feng, do you have anyone that you would like to defeat within the core disciples? Asked Han Manmi? Asked Lin Feng, surprised. He then shook his head while smiling and said, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Lin Feng really hadn't thought that far ahead. A great majority of the ordinary disciples of the Yun Hai sect were only at the Qi layer. If they wanted to become elite disciples, then they would at least need to have broken through to the Ling Qi layer. The first Ling Qi layer was the minimum requirement for elite disciples. The elite disciples who had broken through to the third Ling Qi layer were exceptionally strong individuals. Those who had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer would have the qualifications to join the core disciples. However, the core disciples of the fourth Ling Qi layer were considered weak compared to the other core disciple. Those who joined the core disciples also had to go through the same process of defeating one of the current core disciples. However, who were the core disciples? They were the foundation of the sect, and defeating even the weakest of them was not an easy task. Every year, many disciples tried to advance during the elite disciple exam. There was only a single chance for a disciple every year. This exam was the only chance they had to move to a new disciple ranking. There were many elite disciples between the first and the fourth Ling Qi layer. Only the ones with incredible talent or battle power could join the core disciples. Lin Feng had 3 spirits thanks to all the suffering he had been put through. He was thinking about difference between elite disciples and core disciples. Even if he joined core disciples, so what? Wuxia was still an elder and held a huge advantage over him. The first round of the elite disciple exam came to end, and there were many lively discussions happening within the crowd. It was hard for many of the disciples to hold their excitement for the second round, which would be in 3 days' time. All the elite disciples and the core disciples would use all of their power in the upcoming battles, as it would decide their rankings within the sect. Holding the highest ranking within the disciples was an honor for any disciple. Lin Feng didn't want to wait around any longer. He immediately headed towards the practice area for elite disciples. He was now an elite disciple. He needed to get his new disciple robes as well as a certificate of entry into the elite disciples. These were symbolic of the status a person held within the sect. Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng heard a voice coming from behind which made him stop. He turned around and saw such a beauty running towards him. What's wrong? Asked Lin Feng to Lu Fei, who was walking towards him. He was a bit surprised to see her. Can I talk to you in private? Lu Fei looked embarrassed when she looked at Han Man and the others. Talk in private? Lin Feng was really puzzled. What could Lu Fei have to tell him that required to talk in private? Even though Lin Feng's opinion of Lu Fei had completely changed since she had tried to protect him against Wuxia, his opinion had not changed to such an extent. Were they close enough that they could talk in private? Haha, of course there would be no problem. Lin Feng, we have an important matter to handle now. We will head off first and you can join us later. Lin Feng hadn't said anything yet, but Han Man had already replied for him. He also hastily pulled Pajun and Jing Yun away from the couple. Lin Feng was speechless. Since when had Han Man become so cunning? They had an important matter? What did he mean? Going to receive the elite disciple certificate and a new set of robes? Lu Fei was already standing next to Lin Feng and had become very embarrassed. She quickly said, "Let's move to somewhere private where we can talk." Lin Feng slightly nodded. He was really curious to know what Lu Fei could have to tell him. Lin Feng, do you remember the first time we met? I remember. You almost killed me for no reason on that day, said Lin Feng. That girl's strength was incredible and there was something hidden deep within her. However, she was really too rash and viscous. If you hadn't tried to peep on me and do perverted things, then would have I tried to kill you? Said Lu Fei, who was suddenly in a bad mood. I never peeped on you or had any perverted intentions, replied Lin Feng, who was also growing angry at Lu Fei. On that day, when he had gone into the mountains, it had really been a coincidence. How could she categorically state that Lin Feng was a pervert? You! Lu Fei saw that Lin Feng wasn't going to admit it. That bastard was really evil. Lin Feng actually thought that Lu Fei was really beautiful, but he did not even know she was there. That was a fact. She really was one of the most beautiful girls in the sect, though, so it was understandable that many people wanted to peep on her. All right, I admit that I was wrong. I misunderstood you. I would like to apologize. Lu Fei was gnashing her teeth and had forced the words out from her mouth. If it was not for her father, she would never have come to Lin Feng. Lin Feng couldn't understand Lu Fei. He stared blankly at her while trying to understand what had just happened. What are you looking at? Asked Lu Fei. Lin Feng was still staring at her. She was embarrassed and she was blushing, which had caught Lin Feng by surprise. Could it be? Did you? Lin Feng was strangely looking at Lu Fei. He was gazing deeply into her beautiful eyes. Did you fall for me? Lin Feng had finally managed to say what had come into his mind. He could not stop all of the thoughts that were rushing through his head. Lu Fei was incredibly strange and tomboyish, but she was beautiful and had an interest in Lin Feng. Lin Feng had never had a girlfriend, so he couldn't help but feel very embarrassed at his current situation. Lu Fei was stunned. She had finally lost her temper and shouted, "You bastard!" Lin Feng simply shrugged and smiled. He couldn't be blamed for thinking that way because Lu Fei was acting so strangely. Lu Fei was looking at Lin Feng and her heart was pounding in her chest. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth. She had never been so furious, but she had to control herself. "There is something I would like to discuss with you," said Lu Fei. She then fell dead silent. Her face had turned red and she tried to open her mouth, but there were no words coming out. "What do you want to talk about?" asked Lin Feng, surprised. "Do you know who the strongest people are in the Shuiyu country?" asked Lu Fei. "Of course I know, it's the Imperial clan." Lin Feng replied immediately. Lin Feng knew that the Imperial clan were the strongest and there was not a person who would dare contest that. This is why they so easily ruled over the country. Only the strongest person could become emperor and only with power could they control the country. This was a fact. Lu Fei was surprised. She didn't know that Lin Feng was so knowledgeable about the subject. He had responded so quickly without even taking time to think. That's right. In the Shuiyu country, the Imperial clan is the strongest. Even though there are extremely strong clans and sects within the country like the Yunhai sect, there is not a single power that would dare to face against the Imperial clan. Lu Fei explained. However, now the Emperor has requested some of the outstanding disciples of the Shuiyu country to help develop the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. They will receive the best cultivation resources available and the best teachers will be available to them. They will develop into incredible powers for the country and they will become leaders in the future. At that moment, Lu Fei stopped talking and looked at Lin Feng's reaction. Lin Feng looked at Lu Fei while smiling and asked, "What does that have to do with me?" Lu Fei looked at Lin Feng with anger building up inside her. She was cursing at him under her breath. He was extremely smart and she didn't believe for even a second that he didn't understand what she wanted. "So you're not interested in going there? Are you not interested in getting the best profound pills, the best weapons, the best martial skills and agility techniques?" said Lu Fei while trying to convince him. Lin Feng had understood what Lu Fei meant. She was being very obvious with her intentions. However, what he was trying to figure out was Lu Fei and exactly what was in it for her. What was her relation with the Imperial clan and why would she need to come and recruit on their behalf? When he thought of the day when he had seen Lu Fei with the Qishui armored horses, he believed even more than Lu Fei held an extraordinary status within the Imperial city. Lu Fei saw Ling Feng's eyes were sparkling with intrigue. She then smiled and said, "So, how does it sound? Are you excited?" Lin Feng scratched his head while looking at Lu Fei and said with a giggle, "Are there any girls as beautiful as you there?" When Lin Feng saw that Lu Fei was blushing, he laughed and started walking away. Even though the Imperial clan is extremely strong, there are also other clans who are very ambitious. The Imperial clan wants them to hand over their best disciples and go to the Holy Courtyard. Do you really believe that it will be so simple? After these words left Lin Feng's mouth, it caused Lu Fei to stare at him with a stunned expression. He really was much smarter than she had initially imagined. No wonder he had managed to advance his strength in such a short period of time. He was a real genius. But this bastard was making her lose face. Lu Fei was in a bad mood because of what Lin Feng had said. If she had the chance, then she would definitely defeat that bastard and make him regret everything. That would be her revenge for constantly getting ridiculed by him. She had started following him as he left. Nine Frost Mountain was the name of the place where the elite disciples lived. In the Nine Frost Mountain, there was a gigantic cave which was popular with the elite disciples because of a certain cliff. At the top of the precipice, engraved in the stone, were a list of names. Those names were the names of the strongest elite disciples. There were 80 names in total which were carved into the stone. What intrigued people the most is that it looked like a chessboard. Each of the 80 names was like a chess piece which could be moved across the board. Some names would be eliminated, while other insignificant pieces would cross the board and transform into powerful pieces. All of the elite disciples within the sect hoped that their name could be engraved on that board someday. It would mean that they had finally reached the top and would be respected by all. At that moment, Tu Fu's name, which was at the top of the list, was removed. They all understood what was happening. He was one of the first people to become a core disciple, and he had even defending his right to be a core disciple. Then, a new name replaced Tu Fu's name on the list of the elite disciples. Wen Ren Yen. His name had appeared there suddenly like a comet which had crashed through to the top position. He had only needed a year and he was already at the top of the elite disciple rankings. Everybody knew of his strength. He had the power to join the core disciples, but he decided to stay as an elite disciple. Everybody knew the reason why he had done such a thing. He did not want to join the core disciples because he was too arrogant and refused to be lowly ranked amongst the core disciples. He would rather rule over the elite disciples than be kicked around by the core disciples. When Ren Yen was 16 years old, there were many young disciples in the Yun Hai sect who were exceptionally talented. He had never been an ordinary disciple because he had directly joined as an elite disciple. Once he joined the elite disciples, he had been fighting intensively and his name had constantly been rising up in the rankings. A year had passed and his name was already carved into the top stone on the board. Many people trusted Wen Ren Yen and believed in his power. He had achieved a great deal of accomplishments in the year he spent fighting his way to the top. He could even be compared to people like Ling, Hu Hishan, or Fu Tuesday. Outside of the cave, a group of people had arrived. All of the disciples there were looking at this group with respect filling their eyes. Wen Ren Yen has arrived. Amongst the group was a young man wearing a white Chong Pao. He looked incredibly arrogant yet powerful. He had deep blue eyes and had a strangely cold-looking face. This young man was Wen Ren Yen. Wen Ren, congratulations, said a disciple standing next to him while smiling. The top ranking amongst the elite disciples. That's all I have achieved, replied Wen Ren Yen expressionless. He glanced at his name on the stone and said, Chun Xing, considering your current strength, you should also have your name carved onto that ranking list. Yes, I will do my best, said Chun Xing while nodding. Chun Xing was the elite disciple that had been defeated by Lin Qian in front of everybody when she came to the sect. Since then, Chun Xing had been practicing harder than he had ever practiced before. He wasn't far from breaking through to the second Ling Qi layer. He was also considered a young genius. He was quite respected amongst the elite disciples. Even Wen Ren Yen respected him and his determination. Hee. When Ren Yen smiled. Immediately after, he glanced at the crowd. His blues were sparkling with a strange light. From today, I declare that Lu Fei is officially mine. If anyone tries to flirt with her, then do not blame me for being ruthless. Everybody sighed when they heard what Wen Ren Yen had said. He had been interested in Lu Fei for a while, and now that he was the strongest within the elite disciples, He had wanted to prevent others from approaching Lu Fei. When Renyen was actually insane to say such a thing because everybody knew that he had only refused to join the core disciples because he wanted to remain as the top elite disciple. However, there were many strong core disciples who were interested in Lu Fei. In Lu Fei's eyes, when Renyen didn't even exist. The entire crowd was speechless when suddenly a loud voice was heard within the crowd. How can you say that Lu Fei is yours when what you say is of such little importance? We want to hear Lu Fei say it herself. Han Man knew that Lin Feng and Lu Fei were together at that moment. He got angry when he heard what Wen Renyen had so boldly declared. Huh! Everybody was surprised. Who was that audacious guy who dares provoke Wen Renyen? Does he want to die? The crowd was whispering amongst themselves. Not only was Wen Renyen extremely strong, but he was also respected within the Yunhai sect. Even some of the core disciples didn't dare provoke him. Very good, said Wen Renyen while turning around. His blue eyes revealed his murderous intention. Immediately an image of a poisonous snake shot from his hand. Boom! Han Man's body was thrown against the wall of the cliff. Blood was spilling out of his mouth. His eyes had an insolent expression as if he wasn't going to obey. If you say another word, I'll kill you where you stand. Wen Renyen sounded calm and serene but also firm. Piss off, Han Man said while spitting out blood. He was staring coldly at Wen Renyen and said, Don't think that you're strong because you needed 1 year to reach the top of the ranking. When my brother arrives, he will wipe your name from the list in no time. Huh? Who's your brother then? Tell me. Wen Renyen said as his words were filled with disdain. Lin Feng, Lu Fei's boyfriend. Han Man had said this on purpose. After what happened during the exam where Lin Feng had dared to kill an elite disciple in front of everyone including the elders, Han Man was convinced that no one would dare provoke Lin Feng so easily. He was also sure that Lin Feng would not need much time before he had surpassed Wen Renyen. Han Man was convinced that Lin Feng could defeat him in less than a year. Who's Lin Feng? Wen Renyen said that indifferently. He hadn't bothered to go to the exam on that day. He knew that nobody would dare to challenge him because he was one of the strongest elite disciples. Someone who has just broke through to the Ling Qi layer but has already mastered forces. He is nothing compared to you, Chun Xing said full of disdain. Oh, is that really what you think? Suddenly a voice echoed through the silence as 2 figures appeared in the distance. Suddenly, everybody gazed into the distance and tried to make out the figures of the people who were approaching. The beautiful Lu Fei was approaching. But who was that young man that she was following? What shocked everybody at that moment is that Lu Fei together with this young disciple and they had been alone together. This young man was actually Lin Feng. Many people had seen Lin Feng in the life and death arena as he killed an elite disciple in cold blood, and they made sure to remember his face. Many had made a mental note to not offend this young disciple in the future. The voice which had interrupted them was actually Lin Feng's voice. Could it be that it was true and Lin Feng is actually Lu Fei's boyfriend? Everybody was thinking about the words of Han Man, and they were paying close attention to Wen Renyen. But Wen Renyen still had a calm look on his face as if he was not affected. His blues, however, were revealing his evil intentions. It was clear he would not let this matter rest. So, you are the new little elite disciple, Lin Feng? Said Wen Renyen with a hint of disdain in his voice. He was talking down to Lin Feng and attempting to humiliate him. What surprised him is that it seemed like Lin Feng had completely ignored his presence. He just glanced at him for a second and continued over to Han Man, who was still in a bad condition. Are you all right? I just have a small injury. Don't worry about it, said Han Man while smiling, and now he was also ignoring Wen Renyen. Don't start so many fights. I do not want to see you die, said Lin Feng glaring at Han Man. This simple-minded disciple was a troublemaker. He could not stop himself from causing trouble. A moment before, he had said that Lu Fei was Lin Feng's girlfriend. Lu Fei would be furious after hearing such a thing. That guy is insane. He's saying to everyone that Lu Fei belongs to him, said Han Man, sounding angry. Lu Fei was furious and quickly glanced at Wen Renyen. At that moment, Wen Renyen was frowning. He could not believe that a disciple who had just broken through to the Ling Qi layer could be as insane as to ignore him. Within the Yunhai sect, nobody had ever dared to provoke him. Not even the elders of the sect would ignore him when he spoke. "Let me ask, have you been listening to what I have said?" said Wen Renyen. It suddenly seemed like the entire area was growing colder. Everybody was looking at Lin Feng. That guy was an incredible genius who was able to control sword force, but he was far from being able to challenge Wen Renyen. It looked like Wen Renyen was going to have to teach him how large the world truly is. Let him continue to talk with himself. He has a big mouth, so it is easy to ignore him when he speaks. It's unfortunate that you can only ignore him. It would be better if he would stop talking, said Lin Feng to the others while ignoring Wen Renyen. He continued talking to Han Man. When he says that Lu Fei is his, so what? That is none of my business. Han Man was staring at Lin Feng and was shocked speechless. Han Man was doing this out of loyalty for Lin Feng. He knew that they were secretly a couple and he was still trying to hide it. "I want to ask you something?" When Renyen had said this sentence very slowly, emphasizing each word with a voice filled with anger, a strong qi was spreading through the air. In front of the whole crowd, Lin Feng was still ignoring him and causing him to lose face in front of such a large crowd. "I heard you," said Lin Feng, turning around his head. He then looked at Wen Renyen and said, "You're asking me if I'm Lin Feng? Is that right?" "Humph. So you're not deaf," said Wen Renyen while smiling coldly. "Since you ask me who I am, it means you don't know me, right?" When Renyen was staring at Lin Feng confused, he was asking such an obvious question. Did Lin Feng have a defect in his brain? "Such nonsense," said Wen Renyen. "Nonsense? Maybe, since we do not know each other. Why should I waste my time speaking with you?" said Lin Feng as he looked at Wen Renyen and added, "What are you going to do about it?" When he finished talking, an immense qi emerged and filled the atmosphere. Madness. Everybody was stunned. Lin Feng was actually insane enough to fight with Wen Renyen. That guy was really crazy. He was courting death. Wen Renyen looked deathly pale. It was the first time that someone had dared to talk with him like that. "Lin Feng, you are dreaming. If you think you can fight against Wen Ren, you will die for sure. You shouldn't have provoked Wen Ren," said Chen Xing while staring at Lin Feng. "Chen Xing, do you think you are a top-ranked disciple? You obviously think that you're a genius, but not so long ago you were defeated by Lin Qian when she had just broken through to the Ling Qi layer. Everybody watched how you lost so pitifully, and yet you call yourself a genius? You are far from a genius in my eyes," Lin Feng said with a calm face, as if he was talking normally, but it had made Chen Xing furious. He had been badly humiliated by a nobody disciple. That guy really has a big mouth, thought Lu Fei while looking at Lin Feng, who had made both Wen Renyen and Chen Xing furious with his words. She was wondering why Lin Feng acted in the ways that he did. "You are insulting me and attempting to bully me because I only recently reached the Ling Qi layer. Well, let's solve this problem in the Stormy Gorge in the Life and Death Arena." "Do you dare?" Stormy Gorge? Life and Death Arena? Did he dare? Lin Feng was challenging Chen Xing to a battle in the Life and Death Arena where the rules were more relaxed. In the arena they would forfeit the protection granted by the sect and could really lose their life. A strong qi was constantly emerging from Lin Feng's body, and he sounded extremely confident. Chen Xing was stunned at such actions. Chen Xing was at the second Ling Qi layer and was so strong that he would soon have his name engraved onto the ranking list. But Lin Feng's words had stunned him. How could Lin Feng be so self-confident and arrogant? In the Life and Death Arena, did he dare? He was trying to relax, but his heart was pounding. "How can you be so confident in challenging me? Is it because of your sword force?" asked Chen Xing. "Sword force is indeed extremely powerful. Yu Hao wasn't weak, but he had been killed from a single strike. Even if Yu Hao had been stronger, the result would have still been the same. I cannot be sure that he used all of his strength during that fight. If he is much stronger than what he has already shown during the fight against Yu Hao, will I be able to fight against him?" Chen Xing's thoughts were racing, and he was considering every possible situation. He had a weird expression on his face. He was straining his face and he looked like an idiot. He had already lost against Lin Qian in front of a large crowd. He could not afford to lose face again. So ridiculous. And you used to be the top-ranked ordinary disciple. You think you're important because you became an elite disciple with such little strength? You haven't made any progress and you are still weak in cultivation and willpower. A strong cultivator is firm and persistent. A strong cultivator takes the path of cultivation seriously. On the path of cultivation, relying on other people's success will never allow you to reach the top. Lin Feng saw how ugly Chen Xing's face looked. The qi surrounding Lin Feng's body shot towards Chen Xing and started to apply pressure on his body. Lin Feng started walking slowly towards him. He was walking very slowly, one step after the other. Chen Xing was scared to death. He could barely breathe under the pressure of Lin Feng's qi, and he could feel a deathly chill running down his spine. A strong cultivator is firm and persistent, strong, and takes the path of cultivation seriously. These words were resonating in Chen Xing's head. He used to work harder than anyone else to cultivate, and everybody used to think he was a genius because of that. Then when he started to associate with Wen Renyan, his speed had dropped and he was slacking. He felt inferior to Wen Renyan and had lost his motivation to grow stronger. Was he able to regain his former glory and self-confidence that he used to hold so dear? Chen Xing wasn't the only who felt affected by Lin Feng's words. Other disciples in the crowd who had heard his words were feeling bad about their own choices. He is speaking very wise words, and his words are having a profound impact on everyone who hears him. Lu Fei was also affected by Lin Feng's words. He really was a genius in so many ways. He was so unconventional and unrestrained. He really had nothing servile in his personality. Chen Xing, come on. Are you not ashamed of yourself? Provoking others while being rude and then not daring to fight? If you refuse, then not only will you prove that you are not a genius, but you will also prove that you are a coward. Lin Feng said while he continued walking towards Chen Xing. An incredible force was oppressing Chen Xing's body and soul. Coward. Coward. That word was resonating in Chen Xing's brain, and it was like torture for him. His face was completely distorted in pain. Ah! Suddenly, Chen Xing shouted loudly. Some disciples had to cover their ears. Everybody was staring blankly at the scene that was occurring in astonishment. How powerful was Lin Feng? Lin Feng didn't even need to fight. Chen Xing had only said a few words and was already about to collapse because of the pressure that Lin Feng was applying. How could he fight when he could not even speak under the pressure? At that moment, the entire crowd was looking at Lin Feng and only saw that he had a cold smile on his face. He looked like a dangerous, ferocious beast. His eyes looked so dark that it gave the impression that he was no longer human. Lin Feng had abilities similar to that of the imaginary demon. He had a mystical power. He had used that power on Chen Xing, piece of trash, said Wen Renyan. His azure blue eyes were staring angrily at Lin Feng. Even though you're a little bit stronger than Chen Xing, you're still extremely weak in comparison with me. You are nothing but a bug which I can crush at any time. Now, kneel down and beg me for mercy, or I will crush you here and now. When Ren Yen said in an ice-cold tone filled with killing intent. Lin Feng had said that it was useless to rely on somebody else's power. He was going to teach Lin Feng a lesson and make him kneel down before him. It seemed like Lin Feng hadn't heard Wen Ren Yen. He actually didn't care about what he was saying. Lin Feng was used to people who talked big but in the end did not have the strength to match their arrogance. Han Man, is he the one who injured you? Asked Lin Feng to Han Man when Ren Yen was indeed the person who had attacked Han Man and caused him to be injured. Yes, said Han Man while nodding. He then whispered in Lin Feng's ears. When Ren Yen is not even close to the strength of Tu Fu. So now that Tu Fu has become a core disciple, he is currently ranked first within the elite disciples. He's strong and has a fierce temper. I'm not in a hurry to get my revenge on him. I believe that in a short time, you will definitely be able to defeat him. He was strong. An elite disciple who had broken through to the third Ling Qi layer could be ranked amongst the top disciples with no difficulty. Those who had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer were strong enough to fight against the core disciples of the sect. If Wen Renyan had broken through to the fourth Ling Qi layer, then he definitely wouldn't have stayed as an elite disciple and would have become a core disciple. So at that moment he was most likely at the peak of the third Ling Qi layer. He would not have had a breakthrough yet to the fourth Ling Qi layer. A cultivator of that level was indeed very powerful, but that did not mean that he was invincible and could provoke who he wished. Lin Feng was confident that if he had to fight with him, then he would be able to win, and if he was not able to fight against him, then he could retreat unharmed. No need to discuss any more. This is the only chance I will give you. Even if you're a genius, I can take your life at any time. Now kneel before me. When Ren Yen thought that he was the strongest and his arrogance was clear, he truly did not know how vast the world was. He thought that because Lin Feng had just become an elite disciple that he was weak and could be bullied. To one Ren Yen who would even dare to fight against some core disciples, he was really nothing but a bug. Even though Lin Feng understood a lot about forces, he was too weak. There would be no problem to defeat Lin Feng with a single thought. When Ren Yen had an extremely strong spirit, it would in no way be weaker than the sword force of Lin Feng. When Ren Yen had an unbreakable faith in the strength of his spirit. There is no need to think it over, said Lin Feng while shaking his head, and then while giving a cold smile, he said, even though you want me to kneel down and beg you for mercy, I have no reason to obey you. Everybody was stupefied by Lin Feng's words. He was aggressive and would not retreat no matter who he faced. He truly had the demeanor of an emperor. When Ren Yen was the top-ranked elite disciple, he was respected by everyone and feared for his strength. What did he think of Lin Feng? He only just become an elite disciple and was no better than those bugs called ordinary disciples. Hee. Alright. When Ren Yen said with an evil smile which was filled with hatred, his azure blue eyes were emanating a strong killing intent which made other disciples tremble in fear. This is terrible. When Ren Yen has become furious. Some disciples in the crowd knew that this had become a very dangerous situation. They were very scared of one Ren Yen. Nobody dared provoke him because of his strength and also because of his temper. Lin Feng also sensed the cold air which was emanating from one Ren Yen's body. Lin Feng didn't sense it in the same way though. He felt that there was a diabolic and evil intention held within his eyes. One Ren Yen, what do you intend to do? You are not in the life and death arena, said Lu Fei while moving in front of Lin Feng to block the way. When Ren Yen said that Lu Fei was his and declared that no one else could attempt romance with her. In fact, they hadn't known each other for a long time, but Lu Fei had already come to an understanding of what kind of person he really was. He looked strong and confident on the outside, but he was like a venomous snake. He did not have the honor and morals which other had. Lu Fei still wanted Lin Feng to go to the holy courtyard of Xueyu. Therefore, she didn't want him to die from his current situation. In Lu Fei's opinion, Lin Feng wasn't weak but could never fight against one Ren Yen. If he fought against him, he would surely die. You are mine, and yet you protect this young man. Are you not afraid to make me angry? When Ren Yen looked hideously evil at that moment. It looked like his azure blue eyes alone could kill if you gazed into them for too long. They clearly revealed his murderous intentions. I've never said that I was your girlfriend or that I was your property. Stop dreaming. I would never be in a relationship with a guy like you. It's actually the opposite. Lin Feng is my boyfriend. If you touch him, I will never let you off. Lu Fei was staring at one Ren Yen looking extremely serious. Oh my, so that's how it is. Lu Fei admits that she is Lin Feng's girlfriend. What a lucky bastard. He captured the heart of the most beautiful girl within the Yunhai sect. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng and were filled with envy and jealousy. Han Man, who was still injured, was looking at Lin Feng with eyes revealing an immense amount of respect. He looked like he truly worshipped and adored Lin Feng. He knew that Lin Feng not only had a strong body but his heart was the strongest that he had ever seen. Core disciples had never been able to conquer Lu Fei's heart, and then suddenly Lu Fei admitted to being the girlfriend of his sworn brother. What great news! Lin Feng had no idea what was going on and had been confused by this whole situation. When had this all happened? When had they become a couple? Lin Feng then looked at the crowd who was surrounding them. They were looking at him with evil eyes. Damn it, that girl! Once again she had caused him trouble. "Well, I will just have to kill him," said Wen Runyen, who looked even more furious than before. "Do you dare?" shouted Lu Fei furiously. "In the Yunhai sect, there is nothing that I, Wen Renyen, don't dare." Wen Renyen then laughed an evil laugh as if he cared for nothing in the world. "Is that so? We will see about that," said a firm and steady voice. A silhouette which had appeared in the distance suddenly shot towards the cave of the elite disciples. "How presumptuous! Wen Renyen, do you think that you're the patriarch of the sect?" said a voice which was coldly laughing. The man who had just arrived was looking at Wen Renyen with a look filled with disdain and anger. "You Shui, this none of your business and doesn't require you to get involved." Wen Renyen was also looking at the man with disdain in his eyes. Wen Renyen is really presumptuous and audacious. How dare he disrespect an elder? Some disciple who were watching the scene were shocked. Shui Yu was an elder of the ordinary disciples. There were not many within the elite disciples who dared to disrespect him. PFFF, Lin Feng and his friends came to receive their elite disciple certificate and their new disciple robes, and you suddenly threatened to kill him. What would other people think of our Yunhai sect? I am an elder, how could I not care? Indeed, this territory is under my control, so you have nothing to do here. An ice-cold voice was heard inside the cave, and then a middle-aged man wearing an indigo Chong Pao suddenly appeared from the shadows. "Elder Lu," said Wen Renyen to the man wearing the indigo Chong Pao. He was also an elder. He was responsible for giving the elite disciple certificates as well as the elite disciple robes to the new disciples. He was also in charge of the rankings within the disciples. Lu Yuan nodded at Wen Renyen in a friendly way, but he wasn't as friendly to Shui Yu. "Shui Yu, you should stay where you belong. What are you doing here causing trouble?" "What do you mean?" asked Shui Yu while staring at Lu Yuan. "What do I mean? This is my territory. We don't need you to concern yourself with our affairs." "You mean that within your territory, Wen Renyen can kill other disciples as he wishes, including other elite disciples? Even if he killed a few weak ones, who would even care? Here the weak do not deserve to live and only the strong can survive. Shui Yu, you're causing too much trouble by being here." Everybody was surprised. They wouldn't have thought that the issue between Lin Feng and Wen Renyen would lead to an argument between two elders of the sect. However, Elder Lu's words were harsh and cruel. According to Elder Lu, Lin Feng was inferior to Wen Renyen, so even if he got killed by him, it wouldn't be a problem at all. He was even saying that Lin Feng did not deserve to live. How laughable. Lin Feng also understood what Elder Lu meant. The though had made him smile, but his heart grew colder than ice. He had become an elite disciple and had to come pick up his certificate and his robes, but the one who was in charge of giving him these things ended up saying he wasn't strong enough and deserved to die for being inferior to Wen Renyen. What was that supposed to mean? Regarding Shui Yu, the first time Lin Feng had seen him was when Protector Bei had passed the responsibility of protecting the Xingchen Pavilion onto him. He was clearly one of Protector Bei's trusted friends. "Elder Shui," said Lin Feng suddenly. Shui Yu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. "Thank you," said Lin Feng while smiling. Lin Feng then looked at Wen Renyen and Lu Yuan and said, "Elder Lu." Lin Feng came to pick up his certificate and new disciple robes. Lu Yuan glanced at Lin Feng with a look of disdain. He then looked at Wen Renyen. Not only was Wen Renyen very strong, but his background was also terrifying. Because he appreciated Wen Renyen, he also decided that he was Lin Feng's enemy. "Elder Lu." Lin Feng came to pick up his certificate and new disciple robes. Lin Feng said it even louder than before, sounding extremely strict and firm. "You really don't know who you were talking to?" said Lu Yuan while glancing at Lin Feng, and then shouted, "Get lost! Audacious! Lu Yuan, you're really being unfair. Lin Feng is now an elite disciple of our Yunhai sect. You must give him his robes and his certificate. This is a rule within the sect. Would you be daring enough to break the sect rules so blatantly?" said Shui Yu in an ice-cold tone. "Elder Shui," Lin Feng said in a soft voice. Shui Yu turned around and looked at Lin Feng. "Today, I have come to pick up my certificate and robes as an elite disciple, but Elder Lu doesn't want to let me. He insulted me and told me to get lost. Elder Shui had witnessed all these things as they happened, right? Asked Lin Feng. Indeed, said Shui Yu nodding. He didn't understand Lin Feng's point. Since I now have a witness that I am being treated unfairly, I have had enough, said Lin Feng while smiling coldly. If they refuse me entry into the elite disciples, it means that the sect has chosen to abandon me. When he finished talking, Lin Feng quickly turned around and went towards Han Man. The whole crowd was stupefied and didn't understand what Lin Feng meant. PFFF, don't think that you can run away because Shui Yu is here to defend you. Next time that I see you, I will kill you. When Run Yen knew that he couldn't kill Lin Feng in front of Shui Yu, but next time they'd meet alone, he'd definitely kill Lin Feng. I'll wait for you to try. Lin Feng's words were clear even though the distance between them had grown. He had already started walking away and his silhouette was gradually disappearing. Shui Yu frowned. He looked at Lu Yuan with an ice-cold glare and said furiously, Lu Yuan, I cannot believe your ignorance today. You will truly regret your actions today. You will do nothing but regret these actions. When he finished talking, Shui Yu brushed the dust from his sleeve and left. How ridiculous was Lu Yuan acting? Did he really think that supporting Wen Renyen was the right thing to do? That it would be useful to him in the future? Did he not understand how greatly the protectors and the patriarch valued Lin Feng? If he had truly known the situation then, he would not have had the same attitude when dealing with Lin Feng. I never regret anything that I do, said Lu Yuan, showing everyone that he was not scared of any repercussions, and then said to Wen Renyen, What a pity that we had to let him go. Don't worry, he will die sooner or later, said Wen Renyen. His words were like those of a venomous snake. He was gazing with a venomous stare into the distance where Lin Feng had left. When Lin Feng left, Lu Fei had surprisingly followed him, saying that Lu Fei was his girlfriend and his possession had caused him to be humiliated after everything that Lin Feng and Lu Fei had said. Lin Feng! Lu Fei quickly caught up with Lin Feng and shouted out to him, Haha! I just remembered that I had things to do, and that I had to leave with Pajun. When Han Man saw that Lu Fei was coming towards them, a huge smile appeared on his face. Then he quickly pulled Pajun and ran ahead to give the couple some privacy. Judging from his actions, you would hardly believe he had been injured only moments ago. Lin Feng's eyes rolled. That sneaky guy! How could he suddenly have become so crafty? Lin Feng, please be careful next time. If you see Wen Renyen, please avoid a conflict with him. Stay away from him at all costs. That guy is very dangerous. Lu Fei warned Lin Feng. She knew that Wen Renyen would try to kill Lin Feng if he had the opportunity in the future. I thought that you hated me. How come you suddenly care about me now? Said Lin Feng while laughing as if he had ignored Lu Fei's warning. Lu Fei was speechless. That guy was surprisingly in the mood to make jokes. She knew how terrifying Wen Renyen was and the status that he held. I just don't want you to die because you have to go to the holy courtyard of Shui Yu. That's all, said Lu Fei while staring at Lin Feng. Is that so? But I have never said that I was going to the holy courtyard of Shui Yu. Lin Feng continued. Now that I think about it, I do remember that you said something about you being my girlfriend. I just said it because of the situation, said Fei resolutely while staring at Lin Feng without blinking. That guy had dared to bring up an embarrassing situation again. She just wanted to show to everyone that Wen Renyen was a liar. She wanted him to stop creating lies about her and humiliate him at the same time. Can you really just say such things just because of the situation? Asked Lin Feng, whose eyes were rolling. His hands started moving towards Lu Fei. What are you doing? Lu Fei felt a chill down her spine and vigilantly looked at Lin Feng. That guy! You're my girlfriend now. I should start behaving like a proper boyfriend would with his girlfriend. As your boyfriend, I have certain duties to fulfill, said Lin Feng as he was moving towards Lu Fei in a peculiar motion. You bastard! Dream on! Lu Fei's face was flushed completely red. She was furious and embarrassed. She immediately stormed off. That bastard! What did he mean by a boyfriend has duties to fulfill? And he then dares say he's not a pervert. Lin Feng observed Lu Fei as she walked away. Her body was incredibly graceful with each movement. He had a tender smile on his face. His impression that Lu Fei was a bad person was disappearing with each day. He now had a very good impression of her and had started to grow fond of her. She was actually very cute. There was no one who could deny that she was incredibly beautiful and grew more attractive with each day. How come I never noticed this before? Lin Feng thought with a smile on his face. When he had first arrived in this world, he thought it was a very cold and ruthless world. His determination, willpower, and strength were the only things he could rely on. Now he was beginning to feel familiar in this world, and he was gradually becoming more relaxed. Sometimes he was a bit unconventional or a bit insolent, but he had to make others respect him through force or he would be bullied for the rest of his life. He has chosen to never serve beneath anyone and be bullied again. Lin Feng's determination and willpower was truly incredible for a cultivator. He was proud of his sword skills, and there was a determination to improve his sword skills while growing stronger. He wanted to grow stronger. A pleasant and warm light was illuminating the ground. On that day, the Yunhai sect looked absolutely desolate. There was almost nobody that could be seen. But in a distant place it wasn't desolate at all. Within the Stormy Gorge. The Stormy Gorge was filled with all members of the Yunhai sect. Again they looked like a colony of ants. They were all being pushed shoulder to shoulder. The elite elders and the ordinary elders were not sitting inside the gorge. They were now upon a high seating area which could see the life and death arena from above. This seating area was grand and imposing to all those who looked upon it. It was entirely made out of stone. The view made Lin Feng sigh in admiration. He remembered the stadiums in his previous life and thought that the seating area in the Stormy Gorge was even more fantastic. The Yunhai sect usually didn't use this seating area often, but this time they wanted to show everyone how important the Elite Disciple exam was. It was the beginning of the second round of the Elite Disciple exam. The Ordinary Disciple ranking list had 100 names, the Elite Disciple list had 81 and the Core Disciple list only had 36 names. But it was clear to everyone that the Ordinary Disciple ranking list would lose a great deal of power when the strongest Ordinary Disciples joined the Elite Disciples. Indeed, the Ordinary Disciple ranking list would lose the strongest disciples. This is why people particularly enjoyed watching the Elite Disciple and Core Disciple ranking. By looking at the ranking lists, it was possible to understand how powerful each of the disciples were. By understanding how powerful the disciples were, it was possible to know how strong the sect currently was. After all, the disciples were the future of the sect. Nan Gongling had suddenly stood up. Everyone had quickly become completely silent. Nan Gongling slightly smiled and then started talking. But at that moment, he looked surprised and frowned. He was staring into the distance at a storm of violent clouds on the horizon. There was a strangely violent air approaching. The sea of violent clouds rushed across the sky like a wave crashing into the ocean. Nan Gongling, that is Chu Qing from the Haoyu sect. He is carrying a group of people with him. The clouds were crashing through the sky and making terrifying booms. The air was shaking with the pressure. The sound of crashing was so loud that it entered the ears of the disciples and seemed to pierce through into their souls. How terrifyingly powerful! Everybody was staring in amazement, looking at the group of people who were approaching. They looked like they were surfing on the violent clouds. At the same time, the sky was growing cloudy and snowflakes seemed to be falling from the clear sky above. Han Shuetian of Ice and Snow Village Mountain has come to pay a visit. There was a powerful voice which was echoing through the snow. The voice was accompanied by a sudden strong snowfall. Everyone started feeling cold. Han Shuetian was the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Duan Wutian and Teng Wushan have also come to pay a visit. More voices were heard within the snow. A storm of raging clouds was heading towards them on the horizon and snow was filling the atmosphere around them. Everybody was shaking from the cold and also the fear of the power which was being displayed. The scariest was that cold air was filled with a terrifying sword chi. It was extremely sharp and seemed like it was ready to pierce through flesh at any moment. However, the source could not be seen. In the distance there was a black shadow moving through the sky. It was a colossal monster which was completely black from head to toe. With each flap of its wings it created a vacuum in the air. That colossal pitch-black monster had a length of a few dozen meters and about 4 meters thick. The people who were riding it were wearing chongpaos which blew elegantly in the wind. That wild beast was a python fish which could fly through the sky and swim to the deepest ocean. Its scales were pitch black and it had gigantic wings on its back. It was a very strange creature and mysterious creature. What a horrible-looking monster! Everybody was stupefied, staring blankly at that python fish. It was swallowing clouds and blowing out a dark fog with each breath. What terrified the crowd even more was that around his huge wings was the same incredible amount of sword chi. No one knew where this terrifying sword chi was coming from. Suddenly everyone could see a gigantic sword flying in the air. There was a silhouette standing atop the sword with an arrogant smile. Nan Gongling's expression was gradually becoming ice-cold. The expression in his eyes was as sharp as a sword as he looked at the crowd in front of him. Chu Qing was the patriarch of the Haoyu sect. He was Chu Zhanpeng's father. Han Shuetian was the patriarch of the Ice and Snow Mountain village. Tung Wushan was the vice-patriarch of the Mo Shou sect. Duan Tianlang was the prince of the imperial family, and was also Duan Han's father, who had come to the Yun Hai sect recently and been thrown out. All these people belonged to some of the most powerful sects and clans. They had come during the elite disciple exam and it did not feel like they had come with good intentions. Patriarch Nan Gongling, all of these people coming to visit on the same day. This is a bit strange. Duan Tianlang was the person standing on the gigantic sword. He was wearing a magnificent plate of armor which made him look like a majestic ruler. The gigantic sword began to lose altitude and moved towards the viewing platform, accompanied by the sound of the atmosphere tearing under its pressure. At the same time, Chu Qing and Han Shuetian were also slowly moving down to the platform while looking extremely condescending. Next to Duan Tianlang, Duan Han was staring at Nan Gongling looking indifferent. Nan Gongling had recently humiliated him and told him to leave the Yun Hai sect. Now he held a grudge against Nan Gongling and wanted to teach him a lesson. Oh he, it is an honor for me to receive Duan Tianlang within the Yun Hai sect. Please feel at home, said Nan Gongling with a cold smile across his face, and he then added, It is only that we didn't expect you to bring so many people. What brings you all to my Yun Hai sect? Not so long ago that boy, Duan Han, already visited you. The purpose of his visit was also very clear to you. His Majesty sees the things that we cannot. Therefore, he is preparing to finish building the holy courtyard of Shuiyu. Thus, he requires some of the most outstanding disciples within the country. All of the sects have already replied and chosen some of their disciples except for the Yun Hai sect. When he finished talking, Duan Tianlang smiled and didn't add anything else. Ha! Nan Gongling was making a strange face. Chu Qing, Han Shuetian, and all these people were extremely powerful. Their children were also extremely talented. If they sent disciples there, then they would be under the control of the imperial clan and, as a consequence, would not belong to the Yun Hai sect in the future. But Chu Qing noticed that Duan Tianlang had been talking in a very calm and soft tone, which was why Nan Gongling hadn't understood what he meant. All right, what does Duan Tianlang propose to do? Asked Nan Gongling. Since Nan Gongling hasn't been willing to hand over some of his best disciples, I personally came on behalf of His Majesty to select some myself. Today is the day of the elite disciple exam within the Yun Hai sect. I'll be able to see your strongest disciples with my own eyes and select them one after the other, said Duan Tianlang in a strict manner. The facial expression of every member of the Yun Hai sect suddenly changed. How savage! What kind of place did they think the Yun Hai sect was? What gave them the right to choose geniuses as they pleased? What happens if I don't agree? Said Nan Gongling as his voice grew colder. Nan Gongling will agree just like all the other patriarchs had to agree, said Duan Tianlang as he was filled with confidence. He was talking as if his word was law and no one could refute him. Nan Gongling isn't hurrying to select disciples because of the elite disciple exam, but he shouldn't disagree too fast either. The holy courtyard of Shuiyu will not accept mediocre disciples. It will only accept the best and most outstanding disciples of the entire Shuiyu country. They will give them access to the best profound pills, the best weapons and the best teachers available. Resources will be almost endless. There will also be the possibility to learn the most powerful skills available. They will be able to choose between an enormous amount of martial skills, and they will truly become the pillars of the country. Duan Tianlang was saying those words to all the disciples of the Yun Hai sect. He was trying to tempt them with the vast wealth. Gaining access to an unlimited quantity of weapons, pills, and skills, all disciples of the Yun Hai sect would obviously tempted. Who would refuse such a wonderful opportunity? They came to the Yun Hai sect for the sake of cultivation. They wanted to become powerful. If the holy courtyard of Shui could provide them with a better cultivation environment as well as much better cultivation facilities, what reasons did they have to stay in the Yun Hai sect? At that moment, many disciples became restless. Many disciples were prepared to give their utmost to be accepted into the holy courtyard. How despicable! Nan Gongling cursed. Duan Tianlang, who was trying to cause a rift within the Yun Hai sect. It was truly a cunning and ruthless plan. What Nan Gongling found even more intolerable is that they were clearly provoking the Yun Hai sect with these actions. I'm curious to see who would dare to oppose the Yun Hai sect, thought Nan Gongling. He then looked at Duan Tianlang and said, since Duan Tianlang wants to watch the elite disciple exam, I will allow you to stay and watch. The ranked battles for the ordinary disciple and the core disciples are postponed for another day. Today, only elite disciples can fight. The crowd burst into an uproar when they heard Nengong, but a short instant after, they understood why he had made that decision. The ordinary disciples were too weak, so the Yun Hai sect would lose face. The core disciples were the heart of the Yun Hai sect, and he could not afford to lose these disciples. There wouldn't be much time before a core disciple could become a new pillar within the sect. In addition, it wouldn't be wise to show the strength of the core disciples to the unwelcome guests. Therefore, showing the elite disciples was the most suitable decision. Duan Tianlang was smiling. Would Nan Gongling's actions make any difference? Elite disciples, go into the life and death arena and make a line in the order as indicated by the ranking list, said Nan Gongling. The elite disciples, whose name was in the list of the ranking list, composed of 81 disciples. The entire crowd was staring at them with admiration. They would have the chance to bring honor to themselves and the sect. I will also change the rules of the second round of the elite disciple exam. If you want to be in the ranking list, you must challenge someone who is already on the ranking list. If you win, you will be ranked. No disciple can be challenged twice. Nan Gongling continued to talk. The crowd burst into an uproar again. A multitude of people was disappointed and had given up all hope. This round was a chance for disciples to test themselves and their own strength. However, because of the new rule, the exam had changed. Many disciples would no longer have the chance to test themselves against the elite disciples. These battles will all be fought to the death. There are no restrictions. Boom! That shocking sentence was like a bomb exploding in everyone's head. No restrictions. To the death. If they challenged the stronger of the elite disciples, then they could lose the battle and their life along with it. There was no option to give up, they would be slaughtered. A victory meant being able to see one's name in the elite disciple ranking list. Losing had serious consequences to the extent that an opponent without mercy could end your life. That was a big price to pay for losing. Dangerous. Gambling with one's life at stake is too dangerous. I'll just try again next year. A countless number of disciples were shaking their heads after the previous statement. Many of them agreed on the fact that risking one's life in order to join the ranking list was not a worthwhile risk. Lin Feng, the patriarch, is really cruel. I just joined the elite disciples, but I am also only at the first Ling Qi layer. On that list composed of 81 names, the weakest have already broken through to the second Ling Qi layer. I have no chance for winning at all. Han Man was smiling wryly. He thought he was going to get the chance to fight as much as he could during the elite disciple exam, but hadn't expected that things would turn out this way. Lin Feng had a different feeling. These new rules would probably lead to incredible battles. Not only were those who were going to join brave, but they would also be the most outstanding members of the sect. Only those outstanding disciples would risk their life. That is what Nan Gongling wanted to see. He wanted to show these people how strong his disciples were. All the 81 disciples on the ranking list are now on the fighting stage in the life and death arena. Now you can challenge any of them and go on to the fighting stage of the middle. When Nan Gongling finished talking, he sat down and observed Duan Tianlang. Luo Lai is willing to challenge Yu Lin to a battle. A silhouette stepped onto the fighting stage. Because it was impossible to challenge the same person twice, the first person had a huge advantage over the other disciples as he could challenge someone who was very low in the rankings. Yu Lin was the 81st ranked disciple. At that moment, Yu Lin had an ugly facial expression. Being the first one to be challenged. That was such a humiliation. Whoever chooses to challenge us ranked disciples, death will be your punishment, said Run Wenyen, who was standing in front of everyone else on the fighting stage. He had made it clear to all disciples with his cold tone that the ranked disciples would kill all their challengers. Agreed, said Yu Ling as he jumped onto the fighting stage. He immediately started to unleash all of his skills using his full power. Even if when Ren Yen hadn't said, Yu Lin had already planned to kill his opponent. The stormy gorge became particularly calm. The crowd was watching the fighting stage within the life and death arena. The fighting stage was entirely red with blood. Lying on the fighting stage was a pile of corpses. All of these corpses were the corpses of the challengers. They had all lost and been killed without exception. They did not remove the corpses but left them there as a reminder to anyone who issued a challenge. This would be the place where they entered their eternal rest. Losing your challenge would mean certain death. The lesson was cruel and bloody. Gradually, those who were eager to challenge these ranked disciples were slowly dwindling. The disciples who had been challenged were the ones at the bottom of the ranking. From that moment, if someone else wanted to challenge these ranked elite disciples, they had to challenge those who were even higher in the ranking list. As expected from the ranked elite disciples, none of them was mediocre. Even Yu Lin, who was ranked 81, was exceptionally strong. Nan Gongling was still sitting indifferently looking at the fighting stage. That bloody lesson was going to show these young disciples how hard, cruel, and brutal the path of cultivation was. On the path of cultivation, only those who had a persistent heart, as well as a determination and willpower as solid as rock, could march forward courageously. Those who had a fear of blood would not last long on the path of cultivation. Those who were too kind-hearted would be killed for their foolishness. This was not a world to be underestimated with light-hearted ideals. A bunch of crappy cultivators trying in vain to be ranked is enough to make you all so desperate and hopeless? When Ren Yen said while pointing at the 5 corpses on the stage. He then glanced evilly at the entire crowd looking extremely. He was mocking every elite disciple who was not within the ranking. He was the top-ranked elite disciple and none of these 5 people were worth his time. All the elite disciples were furious, but at the same time they felt powerless. They couldn't believe when Run Yan's harsh words, but he was a genius whose power was acknowledged by everybody. There were very few people who would dare to provoke him. Patriarch, I think that you can establish the new ranking list now. They are all pathetic and hopeless. When Ren Yen was looking at Nan Gongling as he hurled insults at the other elite disciples to make himself look better. Nan Gongling looked around at the crowd and slightly nodded. When Ren Yen was really highly arrogant, but he was right, the Yunhai sect didn't have that many geniuses. Inevitably, he would sooner or later become one of the pillars of the sect. Ridiculous. You truly are laughable. A loud voice was heard spreading through the atmosphere. It made the crowd shiver. When Ren Yen was surprised, he looked around to see who had said these words to him. You again, said Wen Ren Yen with murderous intentions in his eyes. What is so ridiculous? You're the top-ranked elite disciple, yet you are still extremely presumptuous. You look down on other disciples while calling them names, calling them crap. But at the beginning when you started practicing cultivation, were you as strong as now? Were you born as an unrivaled master of the Lin Qi layer? Have you ever considered that to others, you might be the crappy cultivator? Lin Feng had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth as he continued to hurl insults. When Ren Yen was extremely arrogant. Lin Feng had said these words to make him aware that the world is bigger than what he knows. When Ren Yen was like the frog stuck in the well, he did not know how vast the sky was. Crappy cultivator? Suddenly, someone dared insult when Ren Yen and call him a crappy cultivator? The entire crowd was staring deeply at Lin Feng. They were stupefied because Lin Feng was still wearing the clothes of an ordinary disciple. Could it be that he was still an ordinary disciple? Nan Gongling was also surprised. He had taken great pleasure in openly announcing to the sect that Lin Feng had become an elite disciple. Why was he still wearing the clothes of an ordinary disciple? Within the Yun Hai sect, Nan Gongling had a lot of admiration for 4 disciples: Ling Hu Hishan, Tu Fu, Wen Ren Yen, and Lin Feng. At that moment, Ling Hu Hishan was constantly impressing him with his actions. Fu Tu was becoming stronger and stronger with each passing day. Wen Ren Yen seemed to have an infinite potential. Regarding Lin Feng, he was still a bit weak, but he had made a display of his abilities and his future was certainly going to be brilliant. These disciples also regarded Nan Gongling as a good patriarch. Therefore, Nan Gongling hoped that there were no tensions between them. The tensions existing between Lin Feng and Wen Ren Yen would probably not be to his liking. What gives you the right to talk to me like this? In front of me you will always be a crappy cultivator and like before a piece of trash. When Ren Yen's azure blue eyes were evilly staring at Lin Feng. You're really narrow-minded. You're that kind of person who doesn't know who is good or bad, who has abilities and who doesn't, especially who to call names and those you should never dare to call names. Lin Feng's words were getting more and more profound as well as harsher, which somewhat amused the entire crowd. They found him fascinating. He could not see the difference between heaven and earth. When Ren Yen was respected by everyone and he surprisingly dared disrespect him. He was truly reckless and immature. Are you trying to say that you are more qualified than me? Asked Wen Ren Yen as if he had just heard the funniest joke of his life. I may not be more qualified than you, but I don't go around randomly insulting people and calling them piece of trash. I am careful of who I offend, said Lin Feng, slowly walking towards the life and death arena, towards the central fighting stage. He looked extremely calm and serene. You're the top-ranked elite disciple and you despise the other elite disciples. You say that they are hopeless. If there was a core disciple here to call you trash, would you dare still act so arrogantly? PFFFF, core disciples are obviously stronger than me, but I will surpass them eventually, so they don't have the qualification to call me trash. People like you will never be able to surpass me or even catch up to me. When Ren Yen was endlessly arrogant, the Yun Hai sect disciples felt so furious that their cheeks were burning in anger. They were not strong enough to rebuke him as much as they had wanted to. When Ren Yen was an incomparable genius within the sect. Ridiculous. Lin Feng had already arrived on the edge of the fighting stage of the life and death arena. He then climbed up onto the stage. In the eyes of many people, you are indeed a once-in-a-lifetime genius. However, in my eyes, you are a fool and nothing more. I don't understand why the Yun Hai sect respects you and even attaches even the slightest of importance to you. When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody was stupefied. Not only was he humiliating Wen Ren Yen, but he was calling into question the actions of the sect. How audacious! You really want to die? Wen Ren Yen had a demonic expression in his eyes, and he slowly started walking to the fighting stage. Very slowly, one step after the other. He looked like a demon ready to unleash his fury. Nobody slacks when it comes to the elite disciple exam. They all want to become ranked for the glory that comes with it. Those who are not ranked rely on the weaker disciples to become ranked. Those who are ranked rely on those at the top of the list to protect order. This is the way that things worked. This is the way of the world. Even if they lose while attempting to rise to new heights, it is not a humiliation. There's nothing to be ashamed of. But when Ren Yen, you are evil. You don't even respect those who died today. You are truly heartless. Being the top-ranked elite disciple and insulting the other elite disciples, calling them worthless even after their death. That is a cruel humiliation for our fellow disciples who died attempting to rise to glory. That's unfair. Heartless, cruel, and unfair. The Yun Hai sect, including all of our fellow disciples, has helped you become what you are now. If the Yunhai sect ever has a big problem, then will it be able to trust you, considering that you don't care about killing your fellow disciples or seeing them murdered? The most important thing is that even if you are extremely strong, will the Yunhai sect even be able to benefit from it? While Lin Feng was saying these profound words, the atmosphere had gone completely silent and still. A cruel, heartless, and unfair yet extremely strong disciple. Did the Yunhai sect need him? Boom! A violent and ice-cold qi emerged like waves on the fighting stage. The temperature rapidly began to drop. So ashamed that you cannot control yourself? Too bad. I'm not done talking yet. Lin Feng wasn't frightened at all and was smiling coldly. Lin Feng moved forward to the center of the fighting stage and looked at Wen Renyen with disdain. The continent of the 9 clouds is so incredibly vast. Wen Renyen, what other places have you even ever been to? How many real geniuses have you met in your life? And you dared to talk like you were unrivaled under the heavens. You dare to be extremely arrogant and humiliate other people while being so insignificant. A cultivator of the 3rd Ling Qi layer is considered as relatively weak compared to the rest of the world. In the Shuiyu country, there are cities filled with stronger cultivators than you with talent that you could only dream of. I don't understand how you are more qualified than anyone else. I do not understand what gives you the right to act in such a way. When Renyen, you are like a mouse which can only see an inch, a frog at the bottom of a well. That's all. You really know nothing about the world. You know not how vast the sky is or how deep the ocean is. You know nothing. Lin Feng's words astonished everyone. Even Nan Gongling and Duan Tianlang were moved by Lin Feng's words. Everything Lin Feng said was profound and showed how wise he truly was. When Renyen was shaking from head to toe with fury, Lin Feng's words were piercing to the extent that even his soul was shaking in anger. He could see that everyone was staring at him with looks of disdain. It seemed like Lin Feng was determined to punish him using his words. He was gazing into the distance. Lin Feng had not said a single lie and had revealed the truth of his nature. An unfair and cruel young disciple like this, adored and respected by other disciples, respected by the elders, a source of inspiration for ordinary disciples. Could it be that the Yunhai sect was only worth this much? Was the Yunhai sect only worth this much? Everybody in the crowd felt awkward. Lin Feng said that when Renyen was arrogant. What about him? Saying that the Yunhai sect was only worth so much, wasn't saying this very arrogant of him? What an audacious ordinary disciple, daring to humiliate the entire Yunhai sect. You really want to die? Said an elder while looking at the fighting stage. That was precisely the elder, who had humiliated Lin Feng, refusing to give him his elite disciple's robes and certificate. Lu Yuan. There are many people like you in the Yunhai sect. It is becoming more and more polluted each day with your stupidity, said Lin Feng, who wasn't scared and just smiled coldly. He then said to Lu Yuan, so, you think that ordinary disciples are not worthy and that elite disciples are above others because they are strong? You 5, you consider yourselves to be strong and powerful, yet you dare to ruthlessly murder your fellow disciples. How powerful you must be to murder an already defeated opponent. Have you ever thought of the fact that there are people who are much stronger than you and they might treat you in the same way? Have any of you stopped to consider that before you murdered a fellow disciple for wanting to become stronger? Lin Feng was staring at the 5 ranked elite disciples who had just killed their challengers. Even though the Yunhai sect has rules, they are still useless as they are not enforced. All that is enforced is to destroy fellow disciples and humiliate them. I challenge you 5 murderers. I think that nobody will have any problems with this. Shall we listen to what the patriarch has to say? Lin Feng stopped talking. At that moment, everybody was stupefied. Lin Feng wanted to challenge 5 ranked elite disciples. Madman. Lin Feng was obviously insane. Even though Lin Feng understood how to use sword force, these 5 cultivators were of the 2nd Ling Qi layer. They could kill him with a single strike. But Lin Feng surprisingly dared to challenge 5 ranked elite disciples at once. How insane was he? Han Man's mouth was wide open. He was speechless. That guy! At that moment in the crowd, Lu Fei was also shocked. Her beautiful eyes were staring at Lin Feng, looking worried. She thought that even though Lin Feng was powerful, he was still much weaker than the geniuses standing before him. That's why she wanted Lin Feng to take his time and practice. With time, he could become an incredibly powerful person. His name would definitely appear on the ranking list in the future. However, if he fought right now, he may lose his life. But was Lin Feng going to achieve a miracle? That bastard. How could he challenge 5 ranked elite disciples at the same time? Could it be that he didn't know the difference between their strengths? Bastard. Lu Fei was cursing secretly in her heart. She was incredibly worried about Lin Feng's safety. There was no chance of them letting Lin Feng leave the arena alive. As far as Nan Gongling was concerned, he was very surprised. Suddenly challenging 5 ranked elite disciples? Did he not even understand that this might not go the way he planned? He had personally declared Lin Feng as an elite disciple. How come he was still wearing his ordinary disciple robes? 5 is too many. Start with 1 first. Nan Gongling didn't want Lin Feng to take such great risks. He was also worried about 2 of the disciples that he respected the most. The tensions existing between the 2 of them was not to his liking. No need. The 5 of you, hurry and climb up onto the stage. Lin Feng sounded like he was an immature brat who knew nothing of the world. He was talking down to his opponents as if they were nothing. You want to die? I will show you. One of the 5 was laughing. Lin Feng was already dead in his mind. He had dared challenge the 5 of them at once. Quickly get up there. I am sick of looking at his smug face. When Ren Yen interrupted him, he kept thinking about what Lin Feng had said, that he was cruel, heartless, arrogant, that he would be of no use to the sect. He had a deep and bitter hatred for Lin Feng. The 5 disciples hurried up because of what Ren Yen had just said. The 5 silhouettes climbed up onto the fighting stage. Suddenly, a strong chi pressed down onto Lin Feng. Remember the name of the one who is going to kill you, Yu Yang. An enormous flame suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire arena. It was growing much bigger and hotter, as if it was being fueled by everything around it, to endlessly burn everything. Another gigantic flame emerged out of his head and rose into the atmosphere. The other 4 disciples all started using their own skills, each more powerful than the last. This was the combined strength of 5 disciples of the second Ling Qi layer. Even if they didn't release their spirit, their combined strength was absolutely enormous. Even people who were not on the fighting stage could sense it. It looked like Lin Feng was going to be killed by the pressure enveloping his body before they even had a chance to attack. Boom! 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 8 extremely powerful strikes covered the sky and crashed down onto the atmosphere, shattering it instantly. Each strike, rushing forward, looked like a stampede of armored horsemen. The 8 strikes of desolation mastered to perfection. The crowd was amazed by the attack and its boundless strength and power. The sound of the 5 disciples' attacks colliding with Lin Feng's attack filled the atmosphere. Die! Yu Yang threw himself towards Lin Feng. Flames were unceasingly coming out of his body, even stronger and hotter than before. When he had seen Lin Feng using the 8 strikes of desolation, he was surprised, as he hadn't thought that Lin Feng was so strong. But he thought that a perfectly mastered 8 strikes of desolation, when facing the combined power of 5 ranked elite disciples, it was still far from being enough to compete with them. Die! The whistling sound of the sword spread throughout the atmosphere. The atmosphere was glowing with the power of sword force. It looked resplendent. It was so quick that all that could be seen was a trace of light between them. Before the light slowly faded to the sound of Lin Feng sheathing his sword. Yu Yang's body was still diffusing an immense flame. He even had a flame coming from his head. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, a small line had appeared on his neck, out of which blood started to endlessly spill. Sword unsheathing. They had all almost forgotten that Lin Feng's strong point was when he was using his swords. He was better at using swords than his fists. There was an incredible amount of sword force contained within the arena, and the sword was still glowing with power. Lin Feng's 8 strikes of desolation attack a moment ago had been very powerful, but he had relied on the strength of the first Ling Qi layer and had attacked all of the 5 ranked elite disciples. Yu Yang seemed to have forgotten that Lin Feng was an expert at using swords and that he could use both hands. That was the price to pay for forgetting that. For underestimating Lin Feng, the small price of a head would be collected. Was that sword unsheathing? Quite a lot of disciples knew the attack. They were astonished though because they thought sword unsheathing was a useless skill. But in Lin Feng's hands it was so powerful. It was fast as light. In his hands it was an incredibly destructive skill. That sword. How breathtaking. How stunning. No wonder Protector Bei appreciates him so much. Give him any skill and he can accomplish miracles with it. Lin Feng was now even higher within Nan Gongling's esteem. He was most likely only at the first Ling Qi layer and could already master 8 strikes of desolation to perfection as well as sword unsheathing. It was hard to believe that he had just become an elite disciple when looking at his skills. The 4 other disciples had survived the 8 strikes of desolation attack. Standing side by side, they were looking at the dead body lying on the fighting stage, yet they all were still calm. Yu Yang was ranked 71st. He was the strongest of the 5 disciples, but Lin Feng had killed him with a single strike. If it had been any of the other 4, they would have been unable to withstand that strike. Lin Feng, who was stronger than Yu Yang, had the potential to kill each of them. When thinking about what had just happened, they were paying more attention while staring deeply at Lin Feng. A slight murderous chill had filled the air, and as it was carried by a small breeze, on contact it would make the disciples shiver. When I take your life, don't forget to remember that you cruelly took the life of others before. You will equally be killed by someone stronger than you. This was the fate chosen by you. You will now have to deal with the consequences of your actions. Lin Feng finished speaking and started to walk forwards. Sword energy had started to fill the atmosphere and condense on the tip of his sword. A cold sweat ran down the backs of the 4 elite disciples. They could feel exactly how powerful the sword force contained within the sword was. Was Lin Feng already a sword master? How could he master sword force to such a high level? A strong qi filled the air within the arena, and with each step it was growing stronger. The 4 disciples could feel that the terrifying sword force and qi were growing stronger with each step made by Lin Feng. It seemed like this force was absorbing the qi from the atmosphere. We cannot delay this for even a second longer. My qi is getting weaker while the sword force and the qi contained within his sword continue to grow stronger. If we wait too long, we are doomed. The 4 of them were looking at Lin Feng vigilantly and understood that the situation was getting incredibly dangerous. At the same time, they had all started rushing towards Lin Feng from different directions. Die! An incredibly violent sword force started to press down against the 4 other disciples. His hand slightly moved and suddenly a radiant light shot through the atmosphere. Suddenly 2 sprays of blood shot into the air like bloody arrows and turned into an endless stream. His sword was so deadly that with each move another life was taken. 2 bodies fell heavily onto the ground, making a soft thud. When rushing towards Lin Feng, the remaining 2 disciples had chosen to move slightly slower than the others who had just died. They had betrayed them and used them as a shield. But did they think that they were going to survive? Everybody in the crowd was shaking in fear, especially some of the elite disciples. How had Lin Feng become so strong? Not only was the qi he was using of the first Ling Qi layer, but he had also managed to kill ranked elite disciples with a single strike. He was fighting 5 elite disciples, and rather than being at a disadvantage, he had already killed 3 of them. Sword of Nirvana. It's an average skill of the Shen level. That skill enhances the power of each sword strike, and also enabled the cultivator to greatly increase his power when using sword force. Many people were looking at Lin Feng and his swordplay. It seemed like he had chosen skills which are usually ignored by other disciples. Many people thought that the Sword of Nirvana was a useless skill. However, they didn't know that the Sword of Nirvana was actually an extremely powerful attack which had the potential to match that of a high Shen level skill. However, it required an advanced understanding of the world and elemental forces. It was a very hard skill to practice. This was the reason why so many people had not considered this skill. But Lin Feng could already master that skill to perfection and fully benefit from the enhanced power contained within his sword. Escape! The remaining 2 thought to themselves. Escape was the only thing which remained within their minds. They couldn't fight against Lin Feng anymore. They both turned and attempted to retreat into different directions. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were very sharp. His sword started to glow and an extremely powerful sword chi spread throughout the atmosphere and then pierced down through the atmosphere. It was aiming directly at each of the remaining two disciples. When the chi pierced through their bodies, they both heavily collapsed onto the floor. The names of these 5 disciples had now disappeared from the stone on which the ranking list was engraved. Sword of Nirvana. How powerful. What a terrifying sword force. How strong. Many of the ordinary disciples and even elite disciples were looking at Lin Feng with adoration filling their eyes. No wonder that he had dared to provoke Wen Renyan. Lin Feng's abilities and natural talent was much higher than that of Wen Ren, but his cultivation was lower due to less time practicing. With enough time, he would definitely be stronger than Wen Renyan. Lu Fei's pretty eyes were wide open. She was shaking at what he had just witnessed. That bastard had killed 5 ranked elite disciples? It seems like I'll never be able to get my revenge and defeat him, Lu Fei was thinking. Her main goal was to get stronger and defeat Lin Feng. But she wouldn't have thought that the lowly bastard was even stronger and more talented than she had initially thought. It seemed like it would be impossible for her to take her revenge in this lifetime. But Lu Fei refused to stop working hard, as one day she might have the chance to gain the advantage again. Nan Gongling was making a wry smile while looking at the fighting stage. That guy! Killing 5 extremely talented ranked elite disciples without any hesitation. Patriarch. Even though they were fairly strong disciples, they were exterminating their fellow disciples so ruthlessly. Maybe they would be a calamity for the sect in the end. Emoxia moved and whispered something to Nan Gongling. Nan Gongling looked at Emoxia and seemed to be really disappointed. He then said, "When these 5 disciples slaughtered their fellow disciples, and when Wen Renyan approved it, why didn't you say anything at that moment?" Patriarch, how could Lin Feng? Started to ask Emoxia. All right, I have a pretty clear idea of everything that is going on at the moment. Nan Gongling was annoyed for being interrupted Emoxia. Emoxia had no choice but to step back. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, as he still hoped in his heart that he would get the chance to kill him. Emoxia wanted to kill Lin Feng more with each passing day. He couldn't bear being in the Yunhai sect while Lin Feng was still breathing. Lin Feng. Nan Gongling was looking at Lin Feng, who was standing on the fighting stage with a smile on his face. Patriarch. Lin Feng turned around and looked at Nan Gongling, who was standing up. It was already clear to you that your strength would enable you to win these ranked battles. But before joining, wasn't there something you needed to do? Asked Nan Gongling with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Lin Feng made him feel even more gratified each day. Not only was Lin Feng extremely strong, powerful, and naturally gifted, but he was also polite. He wasn't arrogant at all. Lin Feng was stubborn, but he fought for his convictions. Considering how talented and strong he was, he still acted as if he was an ordinary person. On the other hand, he could understand things and draw conclusions, like when he had said that cultivators who had reached the Ling Qi layer were actually weak when considering the whole continent of the 9 clouds. Lin Feng was also thinking about his future and thought that he could climb up within the hierarchy at some point and occupy a high position in the country or even in the continent. What? Asked Lin Feng. Put on your elite disciples' robes. Nan Gongling laughed. Lin Feng was really an unconventional genius. Wearing his old ordinary disciple robes in the presence of extremely important people such as Duan Tianlang wasn't appropriate. Hee hee. Lin Feng had a smile filled with a hidden meaning on his face. He shook his head and said, I will not put on the elite disciple robes, and I will also not become a ranked elite disciple. If I fought on the fighting stage of the life and death arena, it was just to show these few people how ignorant they were. Ha! Nan Gongling frowned. He was puzzled and thus asked, What is that supposed to mean? Can you please explain? Patriarch? Ordinary disciples don't count as genuine disciples of the Yunhai sect, and they are able to leave the sect as they wish. Correct? Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling's heart pound like mad. He was very confused, but didn't show anything and just said, Correct. Patriarch. I hope that you can forgive me for this, but from this point forwards I am no longer a member of the Yun Hai sect. Lin Feng's words stunned a great multitude of people. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yun Hai sect. What kind of joke was that? Lin Feng was standing on the fighting stage within the life and death arena like a warlord adored and respected by everyone, but then he suddenly said he would leave the sect. How were people supposed to feel after hearing these words? How could they not be stunned? Everybody wanted to understand why Lin Feng would act in such a way. They needed explanations. Ha 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 ha. An insane laughter emerged. Duan Tianlang was laughing and laughing. He then looked at Nan Gongling and said, "The Yun Hai sect has to go through some hardship, I see. How horrible for you to have to say goodbye to such an amazing disciple. How amusing. It's really funny. Lin Feng, right? You can come to the holy courtyard of Shuiyu where you will receive everything that you need to become an even stronger cultivator. Lin Feng, my sect, the Ice and Snow Mountain Village usually only accepts cultivators who possess an ice or snow spirit. Today I can make an exception and accept you. If you are willing to join us, I will make you a core disciple right away. Same for our How You sect. If you want to join us, then I can arrange that you will be a core disciple." A few of the powers were trying to make Lin Feng join their sects in the presence of the entire Yun Hai sect, which made them furious. The cheeks of the Yun Hai sect members were burning. They found themselves feeling incredibly humiliated at such actions. "I will think about it," said Lin Feng in a detached tone while smiling. "What a little bastard. If he doesn't die now, then the entire Yun Hai sect will be humiliated as well as its dead disciples," shouted Xianxia furiously. He was smiling coldly in his heart though. Lin Feng was going to get in trouble because of his own actions. "Shut the hell up!" shouted Nan Gongling furiously, which stupefied Xianxia. Xianxia was stunned when he saw that Nan Gong had a cold smile on his face. "Lin Feng, 3 days ago I personally made you an elite disciple. You used to be eager to become an elite disciple. What has happened? Why would you want to leave the Yun Hai sect and rebel against it?" Nan Gongling was struggling to remain calm. It wasn't easy to see a genius who wanted to leave the sect. Could it be that other members of the sect had threatened him that if he didn't leave, they would kill him? Rebel against it and leave? Patriarch, the word rebel is not really appropriate. In fact, it is the Yun Hai sect which has already abandoned me. In the sect, it seems impossible for me to earn my place. "Explain," said Nan Gongling, who was full of doubts. "First, I would like to ask the Patriarch a few questions. Is it possible?" "Of course you can. Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one has nobody to learn from. One can only rely on oneself. Is that right?" asked Lin Feng. "That's right," said Nan Gongling while nodding. In fact, this was the way it had always been. Even elite disciples who received cultivation teachings from elders were extremely small in number. Patriarch, as an ordinary disciple, one can only access the first floor of the Xingchen Pavilion if one wants to learn new skills and agility techniques. All of these skills and agility skills are of the yellow level. One can access these skills and agility techniques anywhere else. Many places provide these skills and techniques. Is that right? "That right," said Nan Gongling, nodding again. "Since it's that way, everything that I've been learning until now, all the progress that I've made on the path of cultivation, would it be wrong to say that it is all only due to my hard work and that I learned everything alone? Therefore, since there are no strong ties between the Yun Hai sect and me, would it be wrong to assert that the Yun Hai sect means almost nothing to me? That it is almost useless for me to be a Yun Hai sect member?" When Nan Gongling heard Lin Feng's words, his face changed and he went pale. The entire crowd also found themselves pale at the thought, but nobody could deny what Lin Feng had said. At that moment, Nan Gongling nodded again and said, "You are right. The Yun Hai sect means almost nothing to you, but you are a Yun Hai sect member after all. Leaving because the Yun Hai sect has given you nothing is the wrong reason. It's illogical. However, if you want to leave for other reasons because of your own personal interests, then it would definitely be ungrateful. Patriarch, please wait until I finish talking." "Go ahead," said Nan Gongling. The first time that you and I met was here in the life and death arena. I was unpopular and nobody knew me. I was a nobody. Chu Zhanpeng came with Lin Qian. They wanted to take me away, and because I was only an ordinary disciple, Elder Xianxia wanted to hand me over to them very quickly. At that moment, you didn't know that I wasn't as weak as everyone thought. If I hadn't been able to stop you from expelling me from the sect, then I would most likely no longer be a sect member. Is that right? I made a huge mistake on that day, said Nan Gongling, admitting his fault. Everyone was touched and moved. Nan Gongling was an open-minded individual. Patriarch, when the flood of ferocious beasts happened, while I was there hunting and not bothering anyone, Xianxia, who profoundly hates me, attacked me again because I was a mere ordinary disciple. He tried to hand me over to the extremely dangerous ferocious beasts. He tried to kill me. When people saw that I hadn't died, they started to believe in my strength. But Xianxia, as before, didn't get punished at all because I was a simple ordinary disciple. I am a bit weak. I'm not worth it. Is that right? Nan Gongling was speechless. That was indeed the second time that he had made a big mistake. If Lin Feng hadn't been strong enough, he may have died because of Xianxia. At that moment, Nan Gongling was staring at Xianxia. Lin Feng wanted to leave the Yunhai sect, and Xianxia looked like he was refuting any responsibility. That was my second big mistake, admitted Nan Gongling for the second time. Lin Feng, I want you to know that Protector Bei was furious because of that issue. He even injured Xianxia because of that. He almost killed Xianxia at that moment. You have a privileged place in Protector Bei's heart. I think that he would be devastated if you left the Yunhai sect. Protector Bei cared so much about Lin Feng that he had nearly killed Xianxia. Nan Gongling wasn't trying to avoid talking about taboo subjects as there was too much at stake right now. When he said that, many elders made a strange face. They all knew what kind of person Protector Bei was, and surprisingly, he cared so much about Lin Feng. Not too far behind Nan Gongling, there was another elder who made a very strange face. It was Lu Yuan. Fool. No wonder Shui you had protected Lin Feng in front of the ranking list. No wonder he took action to stop me. Lu Yuan was making a depressed face. He would have never thought that Lin Feng had such a terrifying background. He was protected by Protector Bei. He suddenly understood why Shui Yu had told him that he was going to regret his actions of that day. Lin Feng was also moved. He didn't know that after what had happened with the imaginary demon, Protector Bei had become so furious that he had tried to kill Xianxia. Lin Feng felt bad because he was unable to return the favor, and the one person that he really appreciated was Protector Bei. Lin Feng was reluctant to leave the Yunhai sect because of the protectors who had shown him such kindness. He also had some really good friends such as Han Man, Jingyun, Protector Bei, as well as Protector Kong, and he would miss Lu Fei a little too. Even with the matter concerning Protector Bei, Xianxia is an elder who believes that he is above everybody else and frequently abuses his power. This is a fact. In addition, 3 days ago when I went to pick up my elite disciple robes and my elite disciple certificate, when Ren Yen tried to kill me and he attacked my friends. When Ren Yen is also a Yunhai sect disciple. I will of course not blame the Yunhai sect for this, but Elder Lu Yuan was there and did nothing to prevent it from happening. But Lu Yuan is a Yunhai sect elder. Not only did he not try to prevent it from happening, but he also said I should die because I wasn't as strong as when Ren Yen. Is everyone in the sect who is not as strong as when Ren Yen or even stronger supposed to die? All of this is the truth. When the confrontation was over, I asked for my elite disciple robes and certificate twice, but Lu Yuan just replied with one phrase. Get lost. When Lin Feng finished talking, everybody understood what he meant. It was all because he was still considered as an ordinary disciple, and because he hadn't been able to get his elite disciple robes and certificate. This had all happened because of another elder within the sect abusing their power to punish him. Lu Yuan had used his power as an elder to attempt to win favor with Ren Yen by oppressing Lin Feng. At that moment, everybody was staring at Lu Yuan. He was shaking from head to toe in fear. His entire body felt like a giant weight was pressing down on him. Would he have acted the same if he had known that this would happen? Lu Yuan, is what Lin Feng said true? Nan Gongling's tone was indifferent, but he still sounded firm and imposing. He would not tolerate if Lu Yuan lied in this situation. Patriarch. Lu Yuan was looking down at the ground. He didn't dare look at Nan Gongling. At that moment, he infinitely regretted what he had done. What had happened because of him? He had provoked Lin Feng because of Wen Renyen. However, was Wen Renyen going to help him today? He had to face the consequences of his actions alone. When Nan Gongling saw Lu Yuan's reaction, he immediately understood what had happened. There was no need for more explanations. Everything that Lin Feng had said was true, and he even kept calling himself an ordinary disciple. What a tragedy. All right. You have a lot of authority, but I respect everyone who can become one of the elite disciples with their own power. When you told him to get lost, you were indirectly telling me to get lost, right? I would never dare. Lu Yuan couldn't help but lower his head and look down at the ground. He felt a cold shiver run down his spine. He was only an ordinary elder within the sect. He did not hold any special rank or status. He wasn't as strong as other elders either. Xie and Lu Yuan were not comparable. Xie would try to kill Lin Feng every time he laid eyes upon him. I will never forget this. Nan Gongling sounded indifferent, which made Lu Yuan panic. He did not know what Nan Gongling intended to do with him, which is why he was terrified. He feared the unknown punishment he would receive. Nan Gongling looked at Lin Feng and couldn't help but reveal a wry smile on his face. Each time they had met, someone had wanted to kill Feng and an elder of the sect had wronged him. Patriarch, today you have to understand me and what I had to go through. I don't know when Xie will try to kill me again. I also don't know exactly how many people like Xie and Lu Yuan there are in the sect. Even if an elite disciple is a high status within the Yunhai sect, it is still lower than that of an elder. Much like all the times before, if an elder wants to kill me, he can do it freely whenever he wants, as if I am nothing but a piece of trash that they can dispose of at any time. This is all that we disciples mean to the sect. Every single word Lin Feng said was resonating deeply in everyone's heart. Everything was true, so nobody could deny anything that he has said. Nan Gongling was also unable to refute anything which was just said. Lin Feng, what do you want me, Nan Gongling, to do? Nan Gongling was intently staring at Lin Feng while saying these words. Everybody was astonished. Because Nan Gongling wanted Lin Feng to stay, it seemed like he had completely put aside his status of patriarch. It even sounded like Nan Gongling was begging Lin Feng to stay. In fact, all of this is not happening because of you. It is happening because in this world, strength and power are the most important things. Without strength or power, then your life is not valued. This is exactly where the problem lies, and it has deep roots within the sections. When Lin Feng saw how Nan Gongling was handling the matter, he had a good feeling. As a patriarch, he forgot about prestige and glory and was losing face, but he didn't care. He knew that apologizing a few times and admitting one's faults was the right thing to do. That way, Nan Gongling showed that he loved and cherished all of his disciples. He did not protect his face and understood he had been wrong. Patriarch, you already told me that only those who are strong and powerful can be respected and are considered as important members, but have you ever thought that outstanding disciples, just like everyone else, had to start from the bottom while being called worthless? Everyone within this world, no matter how powerful, was at one point a low-leveled cultivator. All of us never stop progressing, and each person has their own pace. Imagine if low-level cultivators with an incredible potential think that they are not important at the beginning because they did not progress as fast as others. If they think they mean nothing to the Yunhai sect, then how discouraged will they be in their future cultivation? How are they supposed to have faith in the sect once they become strong? How can they believe they will ever be considered as important and that they will be cherished? Lin Feng's words made Nan Gongling think about the sect itself. Indeed, strong disciples had also all started from the very basics, but they were noticed by the sect only once they made a display of their own abilities, only once they stood out. Some of them were considered so weak initially that they were targeted, much like Lin Feng, and even when they became strong, those who hated them continued to target them. The same punishments are applied no matter who breaks the rules, regardless of whether it is an ordinary disciple, an elite disciple, or even an elder who breaks the rules. That's the only way to live in harmony and advance together. There should be many cases where elders have randomly killed disciples. If the rules are broken, the violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Disciples and elders should be punished the same way. The violator, no matter who he is, should be punished. Nan Gongling looked perplexed. Indeed, in the continent of the Nine Clouds, strong cultivators also had to abide by the rules even if they had higher status or power. Why did this not apply within the Yunhai sect? Nan Gongling realized that he had made a lot of mistakes. Outside of the sect, there were rules for everyone, but what about the Yunhai sect? If it did not change, then the same as what happened to Lin Feng would happen again. There were a few cultivators who were not respected when they were weak but actually had an infinite potential. Once they were strong, how were they supposed to respect the sect if they hadn't been respected before? That guy is really a genius. He's so fascinating and wise. He has a lot to teach, thought Nan Gongling as he was looking at Lin Feng, and then said in a very solemn tone, "You have just taught me and made me realize a great deal, Lin Feng. If someday you were to be one of the leaders of the Yunhai sect, it would definitely enter a period of prosperity and glory. I really hope that you will stay." Lin Feng would someday become one of the leaders? Everybody was puzzled. Did Nan Gongling's words have a hidden meaning with further implications? Lin Feng shook his head. He didn't really care about these things. He just wanted to make everybody understand the error of their ways. He had a certain potential and could understand a lot of things, but it maybe wasn't all that was needed to become a good leader. Patriarch, I don't feel like leaving the sect. I just want everybody to understand how ignorant and cruel they are behaving. I also want to have a reason to stay. Lin Feng's words weren't as cold and sharp as before. Even Nan Gongling, Xianxia and Lu Yuan felt calmer at that moment. Even if he stayed in the Yunhai sect, Lin Feng wouldn't devote himself to the sect in the future. However, he admired and had a lot of esteem for Nan Gongling for the actions that he had taken today. Besides, leaving the Yunhai sect wasn't required. He just needed a reason for him to stay. Lin Feng, I will prevent others from bullying and threatening you again. No need to say that I will even more do my best so that they don't try to kill you or that they make false charges against you. Nan Gongling promised. This is for the future. What about what happened before? All those people who have bullied and threatened me? Said Lin Feng. Was this really justice? My words were not devoid of substance. I will cripple Lu Yuan's cultivation, and he will not be an elder anymore. He will also be expelled from the sect. Nan Gongling's words were sharp and poignant. Everybody was astonished. Nan Gongling was going to cripple an elder's cultivation because of Lin Feng. This was a clear warning to everyone within the sect that things were changing. Patriarch, please forgive me, said Lu Yuan, who turned deathly pale when he heard Nan Gongling's words. Crippling his cultivation and expelling him from the sect would make him turn into an existence even weaker than a normal person. How was he going to survive? He would have no reason to live anymore. Your crimes are unforgivable, said Nan Gongling firmly. Lu Yuan's cultivation had to be crippled for Lin Feng to find his peace of mind. When Ren, save me, Lu Yuan knew that Nan Gongling wasn't going to take back his words. He was unable to make Nan Gongling change his mind, so he shouted these words to Ren Yen. But at that moment, when Ren Yen was trying to find a way to deal with Lin Feng, how could he care about Lu Yuan? He coldly glanced at Lu Yuan, and then ignored him again, which made Lu Yuan feel like he had been betrayed. Heartless and unfair, thought Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan understood what Lin Feng had meant. When Ren Yen did not care for anyone but himself and was not someone who would care about any past ties. Lu Yuan had now understood that it was useless to back Ren Yen. But he had made Lin Feng suffer a lot, and it was too late for regrets. Lin Feng, are you satisfied now? Asked Nan Gongling. Lin Feng looked at Nan Gongling with a calm face and shook his head. Patriarch, it seems like you continue to forget about someone. Nan Gongling smiled wryly while looking at Lin Feng. This guy was really stubborn. Everybody was stunned at what they had just heard, and then they all looked at Xianxia. They obviously understood that Lin Feng meant Xianxia should be the next person to be punished. If it wasn't Xianxia, who else could it be? But many people had thought that Lin Feng would be satisfied just because Nan Gongling had taken action on his behalf. Nan Gongling had asked him if it could be considered enough, which was a hint that he should consider the whole problem as solved. After all, Xianxia was an important person within the sect. Not only is Xianxia an elder with extremely high status, but his father was a great elder. He had a lot of power and influence within the sect. If Nan Gongling punished Xianxia, he would indirectly be punishing his father as well. Nan Gongling was in a very critical situation. But for Lin Feng there was no compromise. His words were like a sword which intended to behead Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Lin Feng with an ice-cold look which was filled with killing intent. This brat really didn't know anything about power and status. Did he think that just because he was a genius that he could get Xianxia into trouble? That is ridiculous, said Xianxia firmly. Patriarch, Duan Tianlang and the others are here to watch our elite disciple exam. We should continue without delays. Mo Zhonglan had been sitting there all along and finally opened his mouth. His eyes had a certain chill emanating from them. He remained silent about the events as the situation was still not clear to him. Protector Bei had tried to kill Xianxia. He was furious. After all the years that he had spent in the Yunhai sect, Protector Bei had tried to kill Mo Zhonglan's son because of this disciple? Could it be that Nan Gongling wanted Xianxia to kneel down and admit his faults in front of everyone that was present just because of that young disciple? When Nan Gongling heard Mo Zhonglan, he could not help but continue to smile wryly. If Mo Zhonglan hadn't been there, maybe that Nan Gongling would have punished Xianxia, but Nan Gongling had joined the Yunhai sect after Mo Zhonglan. Mo Zhonglan was a senior member of the Yunhai sect. Nan Gongling could penalize Xianxia to make Lin Feng feel better, but he wouldn't dare to interfere with Mo Zhonglan. Nan Gongling was in a dilemma. As a patriarch, he really had to think and properly analyze situation. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Lin Feng, let's continue with the elite disciple exam and discuss that problem later. All right? When Lin Feng heard Nan Gongling, he clearly understood that his status was still not high enough. An elite elder who had a father who was a great elder. They were more important than a junior disciple even if he was a never-seen-before genius. But Xianxia needed to be punished for what he had made Lin Feng go through. Did Lin Feng still have to submit to humiliation and keep being bullied because he was weak? If Xianxia didn't get punished, then he would continue to humiliate and threaten Lin Feng or even try to kill him, because he knew that Nan Gongling would never do anything against him because of his father. Lin Feng shook his head. He looked more determined than ever. Even though he was weak, he was still a human being and a disciple of the sect. He deserved dignity and honor like everyone else. Xianxia definitely wanted to kill Lin Feng, and he had tried to kill him a few times already. If Nan Gongling didn't try to do what Lin Feng wanted, then Lin Feng would continue to be bullied by Xianxia and others with high status within the sect. Xianxia would keep thinking that he could do anything without having to bear the consequences for his actions. Patriarch, I understand that Xianxia's status is high within the sect and that his father is even higher and more important. But does it mean that they can keep bullying and threatening me? Why would I stay within the Yunhai sect if I am to remain in constant danger? Lin Feng was being extremely firm on this point. Xianxia had to be punished for his actions. There was no other alternative that Lin Feng would accept. The atmosphere in the stormy gorge was completely silent. Everybody was watching the events occurring in suspense. Lin Feng or the elite elder Xianxia? Everyone wanted to know whom Nan Gongling was planning to choose. How stubborn. Many people were smiling wryly inside. Lin Feng was being so firm and determined that Nan Gongling had to decide then and there. How stubborn. This is ridiculous. An extremely loud voice spread throughout the atmosphere. It was an elite disciple who was also present at the current events. He was actually a ranked elite disciple and he was ranked 21st within the power rankings. It's really a bunch of nonsense, Lin Feng. Elder Xianxia has an important status in the sect and he's extremely strong. What do you think you can do? Xianxia humiliated and accused a simple ordinary disciple of crimes. So what? You still dare open your filthy mouth and talk nonsense. I am really ashamed to be a member of the same sect as you. I feel dirty and humiliated. The young man had an ice-cold tone and dared say that Lin Feng's words were nonsense. When Xianxia heard that disciple speak, He had a big smile on his face and looked at that disciple with a look of approval. Lei Bo, there is no need to lower yourself to the same level as this foul-mouthed little brat. The patriarch is a wise man. I know that his decision will be fair and partial. Elder, I obviously know that the patriarch is a wise man, but that little brat who regards himself as a genius is just too insolent. If I came across him during the elite disciple exam, I would definitely kill him, Lei Bo said to Wuxia. They both said that Nan Gongling was a wise man to flatter him. If Nan Gongling punished Wuxia, then obviously this would be the actions of a fool. I see that Wuxia raised many stray dogs. No wonder that he is respected by so many and allows himself to murder so many disciples of the sect. Lin Feng's words were extremely sharp. He was looking at Wuxia in a mocking way. Lei Bo had wanted to protect Wuxia, and he was about to pay the price for it. What a filthy mouth. Wuxia cursed at Lin Feng and glanced at Lei Bo, indicating that he was happy to receive his help. Patriarch, I, Lei Bo, am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Lin Feng has insulted and humiliated me. He called me a stray dog. He's an animal. I would like to challenge him to a battle in the life and death arena. I hope that Patriarch has no objection. Lei Bo was furious and asked Nan Gongling for permission to challenge Lin Feng. Nan Gongling frowned. Lei Bo was ranked 21st and he had already broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer. He was extremely powerful within the elite disciples. Even a cultivator of the 2nd Ling Qi layer could never compete with him. Even though Lin Feng was extremely masterful when using his sword, the cultivation gap between them was gigantic. It would be too dangerous for Lin Feng to fight against him with only the 1st Ling Qi layer. When Nan Gongling was about to refuse, Lin Feng started speaking. Patriarch, I am an open-minded and kind-hearted person, but Wuxia humiliated and bullied me. Then this little stray doggy of his dares say I have a filthy mouth. There is no need for him to ask the Patriarch for permission to battle against me. Let's just do it. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Nan Gongling in an indifferent way. Lin Feng was so confident with his words that Nan Gongling's heart started to beat faster. Could it be that Lin Feng had hidden his real strength? When Nan Gongling thought that Lin Feng may have hidden his true strength, he became really curious to see and couldn't help but say, I allow you to battle. Thank you, Patriarch, said Lei Bo while looking at Nan Gongling, who actually seemed to be really excited. He then moved towards the central fighting stage and climbed up onto it. He was then facing Lin Feng. This battle is a life and death battle. We both need to put our lives at stake. The Patriarch said it himself. Lin Feng, today everybody will see you die like a dog. Lei Bo said these words in an aggressive tone, as if he feared that Nan Gongling would go back on his words concerning the life and death battles. Lin Feng's words before were very aggressive. Wuxia was unable to get out of this extremely embarrassing and awkward situation. If Lei Bo was able to kill Lin Feng, then Wuxia would take him as his personal disciples and help him improve his cultivation. You are very confident. Of course, you just became an elite disciple. You're just a little brat. You may have natural abilities and a high potential, but in front of me, a cultivator of the 3rd Ling Qi layer, you are just too weak. I will not even need to release my spirit to kill you. When Lei Bo finished talking, a strong qi was released from his body. It was so extremely powerful that the audience could feel the pressure from him releasing it. His body started releasing sparks into the air, and even the dust that approached him exploded. As he moved, the sound of thunder roared from his body. The difference between a cultivator of the 1st and the 3rd Ling Qi layer was colossal. Even a genius couldn't compete with a much stronger cultivator. Even if Lin Feng had mastered sword forces, it was still impossible for him to win. I can tell you, my spirit is a thunder spirit. I am as strong as thunder itself. My attacks are extremely powerful and quick. But you will not have the honor to see me release my spirit. Lei Bo held his right hand up in the air. It started diffusing a dazzling light. It looked like he was using something extremely powerful. Possessors of a thunder spirit could carry out extremely strong attacks. Besides, each of their attacks was incredibly swift and skillful. Lei Bo hadn't broken through to the 3rd Ling Qi layer for a long time and already had his name on the elite disciple ranking. He was ranked 21st, but he would soon be ranked 20th. 8 strikes of desolation. Lin Feng didn't feel like talking to Lei Bo much longer. He thrust out his hand and 6 powerful strikes shot toward Lei Bo. Humph. Lei Bo smiled coldly. Lin Feng's 6 strikes, at the moment when they had crashed into his thunder attack, disintegrated themselves in the blink of an eye. Force. Lin Feng took a step forward and an extremely powerful sword force began to invade the entire atmosphere. The atmosphere was absorbed by the sword chi and the sword force completely. He thrust his hand out again and another 6 strikes emerged and shot towards Lei Bo. But Lin Feng clearly knew that these attacks wouldn't affect Lei Bo too much. He suddenly dashed forward with incredible speed and a whistling sound quickly spread throughout the air. The entire atmosphere was filled with sword chi and sword force as if his sword was the only thing which mattered in the entire arena. What was even scarier is that the sword force was getting more and more powerful as it absorbed the energy around it. The sword force was even stronger than what he had used to kill the other 5 ranked elite disciples. An incredible force started oppressing Lei Bo's body. Lei Bo had the feeling that he was being strangled and could hardly breathe. It was very painful, as if his bones were about to be crushed from the pressure. Second Ling Qi layer. Lei Bo was stupefied and he then shouted, "You are not at the first Ling Qi layer. You are at the second Ling Qi layer." The entire crowd was stupefied. Lin Feng had, once again, hidden his real strength. What a monstrous power. Not so long before, there was almost nobody who knew who Lin Feng was. In a very short time, Lin Feng had repeatedly made a display of his abilities and was now at the center of everyone's attention. Now, with his mastery of forces coupled with his strength of the second Ling Qi layer, he was definitely able to compete with a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer. No wonder he had accepted to fight against Lei Bo without hesitation. That young man is really a genius, and the speed at which he learns and masters skills. Nangong Ling felt like his body had gone numb. He still remembered the first time he had met Lin Feng. Lin Feng was still at the Qi layer. He was so weak. Even Lin Qian of the Hao Yu sect could humiliate him back in those days. In such a short time he had become so strong. Lin Feng had broken through to the Ling Qi layer and had killed 5 ranked elite disciples. At this moment, he was battling against a cultivator of the third Ling Qi layer, and it looked like he had a great advantage over his opponent. "You just talk shit. You are too weak to be my opponent." Lin Feng started moving so fast that it looked like he had disappeared. His sword tore through Lei Bo's clothes and Lei Bo felt an intense pain as if his flesh was being split apart piece by piece. The sword force was terrifying. It was the first time that Lei Bo felt such a strong force. He was terrified. "Die!" shouted Lei Bo. Thunderous roars started unceasingly spreading throughout the atmosphere, and as they collided with the sword chi they started releasing sparks. It looked like an incredible storm was being released from Lei Bo's body. Lin Feng thrust his palm forward. 8 strikes of desolation. A terrifying attack was launched from Lin Feng's palm. His strikes were so powerful that they consumed the sky and covered the whole arena with a domineering power. "Divine thunder!" Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly, and suddenly an extremely powerful thunderous roar came out of his hand and started bombarding the atmosphere. The whole crowd was blinded by the sight of such a powerful attack. It seemed like the deadly power contained within that lightning was endless. In the blink of an eye, it had disappeared as it struck against Lin Feng's 8 strikes. Sword unsheathing. Lin Feng's strikes hadn't fully disappeared yet, and his sword was already overflowing with an endless amount of sword force. Sword unsheathing was a skill which required the utmost speed. The quicker it was, the more explosive its power was. It was a truly terrifying attack. Lin Feng's sword force was extremely powerful as it pierced through the atmosphere and consumed everything in its path. "Divine thunder of wrath!" Lei Bo shouted extremely loudly and looked like his entire body was becoming a thunderstorm. Both his hands raised to strike against the atmosphere with all the power contained within a thunderstorm. Boom! The thunders collided with the sword chi and the sword force. A dazzling light blinded the entire crowd, and a scorching heat rushed outwards from the collision. The power of the shockwave was so strong that it would sting the disciples' skin, and they couldn't even open their eyes. Lei Bo felt an incredibly intense and sharp pain come from his body. He would have never thought that Lin Feng could be this powerful. What terrified him was that the sword force contained within each of his strikes was growing stronger each time. That sword was surrounded by an incredible amount of sword force. Not only was it not weakening, but it was also growing stronger, which gave Lei Bo the impression that he was going to collapse under the weight of the sword force.